Welcome to Tyler Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyler's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyler Walker audiobook from tylerwalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 1. Zuri. Mr. Hutchinson, I'm going to ask you one more time, and I need you to think very carefully about your answer. I lean forward, letting 5 years of single motherhood fuel the steel in my voice. The witness shifts in his seat, sweat beading along his receding hairline, despite the aggressive air conditioning in the conference room. Were you or were you not aware that your company's chemical waste was being dumped into the Potomac? The court reporter's fingers fly across her keys, capturing every syllable. Beside me, my junior associate John Patterson, JP, as he insists everyone call him, fidgets with his Mont Blanc pen. The boy has potential but zero poker face. Every time Hutchinson lies, JP's left eye twitches. I may have heard rumors, Hutchinson stammers, reaching for his water glass with shaking hands. Rumors. I let the word hang in the air like a noose. Standing, I smooth down my favorite Saint Laurent blazer, the red one that Keisha calls my blood in the water jacket, and move to the evidence table. Would these rumors include the email you sent on March 15th, stating, and I quote, "The EPA can talk about it. We dump where we want." Objection! David Cornwall, opposing counsel, shoots to his feet. Miss Davis is badgering the witness. I'm simply refreshing his memory, counselor. I smile sweetly, the same smile I use when Sophia tries to negotiate for extra bedtime stories. Unless you'd prefer we mark all 47 emails as exhibits right now. The conference room door opens, and Cornwall's face lights up like Christmas morning. Ah, perfect timing. My co-counsel has arrived. I don't turn around. Never show weakness, never show surprise. Rule number 1 in litigation, but the cologne hits me first. Tom Ford Oud Wood, the same scent that lingered on my sheets 5 years ago. My fingers tighten on the exhibit folder. Apologies for the delay. That voice, smooth as aged whiskey, with just enough gravel to make jury members lean forward. Traffic from JFK was murder. Alessandro Ricci moves into my peripheral vision, and my traitorous body responds like it's been electrified. 5 years, 2 months, and 16 days since I last saw him. Not that I'm counting. He looks good. Better than good. His charcoal Armani suit fits like it's been sewn onto his body, and his dark hair has that perfectly imperfect thing going on, like he's just rolled out of someone's bed. Probably has. Miss Davis. He nods. Those green eyes with their stupid gold flecks meeting mine. Professional. Distant. Like I hadn't scratched my nails down his back hard enough to leave marks. Like he hadn't whispered Italian endearments against my throat while I came apart beneath him. Mr. Ricci. I match his tone, turning back to the witness. I wasn't aware you'd lowered yourself to environmental law. Slow quarter for corporate hostile takeovers. Even sharks need variety in their diet. He sets his briefcase on the table, and I catch sight of his left wrist. The scar from his law school rugby days is still there, a thin white line against his olive skin. I know because I traced it with my tongue. Focus, Zuri. You're a senior associate, not a hormonal teenager. Mr. Hutchinson, I continue, voice steady despite the chaos in my chest. Let's discuss the board meeting on April 2nd. I think my client needs a break, Cornwall interjects. We've been at this for 2 hours. By all means. I wave toward the door. Take all the time you need to coach your witness. I'll just add obstruction to our claims. Alessandro's laugh is low and dangerous, still drawing blood on the first strike I see. Though I'd expect nothing less from the woman who made partner Stephen cry during the Pemberton case. He had allergies, I say primly, gathering my papers. Very severe allergies to losing. Our eyes meet across the table, and the air crackles with the same electricity that led to very bad decisions 5 years ago. His gaze drops to my lips, just for a second, and I know he's remembering too. The victory champagne, the empty office, the way I'd bitten his bottom lip. 15-minute recess, Cornwall announces, ushering his client out like a shepherd with a particularly stupid sheep. The room empties except for Alessandro and me, and JP, who seems frozen in place, watching us like we're a Netflix drama. JP, go get coffee, I order without looking at him. The good stuff from the place on 3rd, not the break room swamp water. But the witness might go. He scurries out, leaving us alone. I should follow him. The smart thing would be to maintain professional distance. But I've never been smart when it comes to Alessandro Ricci. You look good, Zuri. He steps closer, and I catch myself breathing deeper. Success suits you. Funny, I was just thinking the same about you. I start packing my briefcase. Though I'm surprised you're slumming it with Cornwall. Didn't realize Ricci and Associates was that desperate for billable hours. His client is a subsidiary of Fortress Industries. I'm doing damage control. He pauses. I heard you made senior associate. Congratulations. News travels fast. It does when you're making waves. Another step closer. Nathan Hudson must be thrilled to have you. My phone buzzes on the table. Sophia's daycare. My heart rate spikes for an entirely different reason as I grab it. Everything okay, Ms. Davis? The teacher's voice is calm but concerned. Sophia's fine, but she had a little incident at lunch. She got upset when another child said she couldn't play superhero because she didn't have a daddy to teach her. She bit him. I close my eyes. Of course she did. Is the other child okay? He's fine. But we need to discuss appropriate responses to conflict. She's quite adamant that she doesn't need a daddy because her mommy is a shark lady who wins everything. Alessandro is pretending to check his phone, but I can feel him listening. My skin prickles with awareness and anxiety. I'll talk to her tonight. Thank you for calling. I hang up and find Alessandro watching me with an unreadable expression. Everything all right? Fine. The word comes out sharper than intended. Just family stuff. I didn't know you had family in New York. You don't know a lot of things. My mom moved here to be closer. Children really do change everything, don't they? Hutchinson's voice drifts from the hallway as Cornwall herds him back in. My youngest just started walking. Amazing how they transform your whole world. My pen explodes. Black ink spreads across the deposition notes, like guilt hemorrhaging onto paper. It splatters onto my blazer cuff, the table, my hands. I stare at the mess, watching it seep into everything it touches. Damn. I grab tissues from my bag, but the damage is done. My notes are ruined, my jacket is ruined, and Alessandro is looking at me like he's trying to solve a puzzle. Here. He hands me his handkerchief. Of course he carries an actual handkerchief. And our fingers brush. 5 years disappear in that split second of contact. Miss Davis? Cornwall looks delighted by my ink disaster. Perhaps we should postpone. No need. I strip off my blazer, revealing the black silk shell underneath. Alessandro's eyes track the movement, lingering on the saint. Christopher pendant that slips free. His expression shifts, something flickering across his features before he looks away. I have everything memorized. JP, you did bring your laptop? JP nods eagerly, pulling it out. Good. You're taking notes. I turn back to Hutchinson, who looks like he'd rather be anywhere else. Now, where were we? Ah, yes. April 2nd. The next hour is a masterclass in witness destruction. I dissect every lie, every evasion, every fidget. Alessandro watches from across the table, occasionally murmuring to Cornwall, but mostly just watching. His presence is like gravity, pulling at me even as I fight to ignore it. When Hutchinson finally breaks, admitting to knowing about the dumping, authorizing it, covering it up, Cornwall looks ready to weep. Alessandro, though, is smiling that half smile that means he's impressed despite himself. I think we're done here. I stand, victory singing in my veins. We'll expect your settlement offer by Monday. This isn't over, Cornwall blusters, but even he knows it is. I pack up efficiently, aware of Alessandro's eyes on me. As I reach for my ruined blazer, he speaks quietly. That was beautifully done, though I wouldn't expect anything less from you. Save the compliments for someone who's buying what you're selling, Richie. I'm not selling anything. He steps closer, voice dropping. I'm just observing that 5 years haven't dulled your edge. No, they've sharpened it. I meet his gaze steadily. Single-handedly building my career does that. Something flashes in his eyes. Surprise? Hurt? But before he can respond, my phone rings. Nathan Hudson's name lights up the screen. I need to take this. I move toward the door, then pause. Alessandro? Next time you want to watch me work, buy a ticket. The show's not free anymore. I leave him standing there and answer Nathan's call in the hallway. Yes, sir? Zuri, excellent work today. Hutchinson's lawyers already called about settling. Nathan's voice carries that particular tone that means he wants something. I need you in my office first thing tomorrow. We have a situation that requires your particular skill set. What kind of situation? The kind that involves 3 weeks in Rome and a certain opposing counsel you have history with. My blood chills. Sir? The Benedetti International merger. It's a powder keg, and I need someone who won't be charmed by Italian hospitality or intimidated by their legal team. You'll be working with Alessandro Ricci as co-counsel. I lean against the wall, my legs suddenly unsteady. Co-counsel. With Alessandro. Is that a problem? I know you two have a competitive dynamic, but this deal needs both firms. 40 million in billables, Zuri. Play nice, and there's a partnership track in it for you. Partnership. The golden ring I've been chasing since Sophia was born. The security we need. The future I've mapped out in color-coded spreadsheets and 5-year plans. No problem at all, sir. When do I leave? Monday. My assistant will send the details. He pauses. Zuri? Whatever happened between you two after the Pemberton case, leave it in the past. We need this win. The line goes dead. I stand in the empty hallway, phone still pressed to my ear, as the weight of what just happened crashes over me. 3 weeks in Rome, with Alessandro. Pretending the last time we were alone together hadn't resulted in the beautiful, stubborn, shark lady defending daughter waiting for me at home. My phone buzzes. A text from daycare with a photo attached. Sophia grinning, her green gold eyes bright with mischief, holding a "sorry I bit someone" card she decorated with sharks. Weeks of keeping this secret while working side by side with the one man who could destroy everything I've built. Partnership track or not, I am absolutely, completely screwed.
Chapter 2. Alessandro. The scotch burns less than the memory of her walking away. I'm nursing my third Macallan at Verdict, the Upper East Side bar where Manhattan's legal elite gather to lick their wounds or celebrate their kills. The place reeks of leather and ego, all dark wood and darker deals. It's Thursday night, which means the usual suspects are here. Corporate sharks circling each other, measuring wins and losses like gladiators comparing scars. Richie, heard you had to save Cornwall today. Bradley Thornton slides onto the bar stool next to mine, his Harvard class ring catching the light as he signals for a drink. Also heard Zuri Davis handed him his balls on a silver platter first. She was doing her job. I keep my voice neutral, but my jaw tightens at the way he utters her name, like he has the right to that familiarity. That's one way to put it. Bradley laughs, the sound grating against my nerves. Remember when she eviscerated me in the Hartman merger? Thought I had her backed into a corner with that non-compete clause. Next thing I know, she's got 3 precedents from the Second Circuit and my clients begging to settle. She's thorough. The understatement of the century. Zuri doesn't just prepare for cases. She constructs entire battlefields where she's already won before you realize you're fighting. More lawyers drift over, drawn by the scent of gossip about their shared nemesis. Within minutes, I'm surrounded by a support group of men she's professionally destroyed. Brilliant but cold, Marcus Winters says, shaking his head. She used to at least smile when she crushed you. Now, nothing. Like a beautiful robot programmed for destruction. When's the last time anyone saw her at one of these things? Bradley asks, gesturing around the bar. She used to come out, celebrate wins. Remember that party after the Pemberton case? My hand tightens on my glass. I remember everything about that night. The way her laugh had cut through the noise of the celebration. How she'd worn a black dress that hugged every curve. The deep V showing off skin that glowed like burnished gold under the bar lights. The taste of champagne on her lips when I'd finally given in to 5 years of want and kissed her in the elevator. That was the last time I saw her out, someone says. Just vanished from the social scene. Probably for the best, Marcus adds. Woman like that is dangerous outside the courtroom, too. All that passion has to go somewhere, right? The group laughs, but something cold settles in my chest. They don't know her passion. Don't know how she'd whispered my name. How her nails had raked down my back when I'd found that spot behind her ear. How she'd been uninhibited and demanding and perfect. Maybe she's got a secret boyfriend, Bradley speculates. Someone who can handle all that intensity. Or she just realized mixing business with pleasure is a bad idea. I drain my scotch, hoping they'll take the hint and change topics. They don't. Speaking of mixing business with pleasure, Richard Steinberg joins our group, already 3 sheets to the wind. Anyone else notice how sexy she looked today? Saw the photos from the Hutchinson deposition on legal gossip blogs. That pencil skirt should be illegal. The glass creaks in my grip. Down, boy, Bradley laughs. Pretty sure Davis would eat you alive. Might be worth it, Richard continues, too drunk to notice the warning in my posture. Bet she's wild in bed. All that control in court. Guarantee she lets loose after hours. Black women always are, you know. All that fire. Shut up. The words come out low and dangerous, cutting through their laughter like a blade. Richard blinks at me, confused. What's your problem, Richie? My problem is you talking about a colleague like she's a piece of meat. I stand using every inch of my 6'2" frame. My problem is you reducing one of the best legal minds in the city to your pathetic fantasies. My problem is that you think being a man gives you the right to speculate about what any woman, especially Zuri Davis, does in her private life. Jesus, man, You were just being a racist, misogynistic jerk. I throw cash on the bar, done with this whole scene. And if I hear you talking about her like that again, we're going to have a different kind of problem. The kind that ends with you explaining to the ethics board why you're creating a hostile work environment. The group falls silent. Richard's face flushes red, but he's not drunk enough to push it. He knows I have the connections to follow through on that threat. Whatever, man. Didn't know you were so sensitive about her. He stumbles off toward another group, muttering under his breath. Bradley studies me with calculating eyes. That was intense. Something you want to share about you and Davis? Yeah. I straighten my tie, a habit when I'm buying time. She deserves respect. We all worry about losing to her, but at least we lose to the best. The least we can do is keep her name out of locker room talk. Fair enough. Marcus raises his glass. To Zuri Davis, may she continue to terrify us all from a respectful distance. The others toast, but I'm already heading for the door. The cool October air hits me like a slap, clearing some of the Scotch fog, but none of the memories Richard's words had triggered. Bet she's wild in bed. He has no idea. No idea how she'd taken control that night, pushing me against my office door before I'd even locked it. How she'd undone my tie with her teeth, her brown eyes dark with want. How she'd stripped for me slowly, revealing skin the color of expensive cognac, every inch perfect. How she'd ridden me on my desk, her back arched, those gorgeous breasts bouncing as she took what she wanted. But it was after that destroyed me. The quiet moments, how she'd curled against me on my couch, tracing patterns on my chest. How she'd raided my kitchen for leftovers, laughing at my pathetic bachelor fridge. How right she'd looked in my shirt, her legs bare, natural hair freed from its courtroom perfection into a glorious cloud around her face. I'd made her breakfast at 3 a.m., burned eggs and perfect Italian coffee. She'd teased me about my cooking, but she'd eaten every bite, smiling like I'd given her something precious instead of charred protein. You're not what I expected, she'd said, sitting on my counter while I cleaned up. What did you expect? The ruthless Alessandro Ricci. Terror of the courtroom, heartbreaker of the Upper East Side. She'd hooked her legs around my waist, pulling me between her thighs. Not someone who keeps a photo of his grandmother on his nightstand and has a secret shelf of poetry books. Don't tell anyone about the poetry. I have a reputation to maintain. Her laugh had filled my kitchen like music. Your secret's safe with me, counselor. But by late morning, she was gone. Just a note on my pillow. Last night was incredible. Let's keep it professional. Dash on, I called. Texted. Even showed up at her office with coffee and an invitation to dinner. She'd been polite but firm. We're competitors, Alessandro. Last night was a celebration that went too far. It can't happen again. So I'd respected her wishes. Watched from a distance as she continued her meteoric rise. Noticed the changes everyone mentioned. How she'd become more driven, more private, more ruthless. Like something fundamental had shifted. My phone buzzes as I walk. Michael, my law partner and best friend. You left verdict early. Bradley said you nearly punched Steinberg. He was being a jerk. I flagged down a cab, not trusting myself to walk straight. When is he not? This wouldn't have anything to do with seeing Zuri today, would it? Drop it, Michael. Look, I know the Rome assignment has you twisted up. I said drop it. I give the cabbie my address, then lean back against the leather seat. It's fine. We're professionals. Ancient history. Right. That's why you disappeared for a week after the Pemberton party. That's why you've turned down every woman I've tried to set you up with for 5 years. That's why you nearly took Steinberg's head off for suggesting she might have a sex life. He wasn't suggesting she had a sex life. He was being a vulgar racist. I'm not defending him. I'm pointing out that you went from 0 to murder in about 2 seconds when her name came up. Michael pauses. You know you're going to be in Rome with her for 3 weeks, right? Just the two of you, working closely, probably late nights. We'll have separate hotels. You'll have separate rooms in the same hotel. I've seen the arrangements. The cab stops at my building. I overtip the driver and stumble out, still on the phone. What's your point? My point is that whatever happened between you two left marks, and now you're about to be locked in a pressure cooker together. Maybe you should deal with your feelings before you get on that plane. There's nothing to deal with. I nod to my doorman, who pretends not to notice I'm swaying slightly. She made her choice. I respected it. End of story. If you say so. Michael sighs. Just be careful, okay? The firm needs this merger. We can't afford for personal history to tank the deal. It won't. I'm a professional. Yeah, very professional. That's why you're drunk on a Thursday, because you saw her for the first time in 5 years. I hang up on him. My penthouse is exactly as I left it this morning. Sterile, expensive, empty. The cleaning service keeps everything perfect, but perfect feels like a tomb tonight. I pour myself water, then more scotch, then settle for water again. The city spreads out below my windows, glittering and indifferent. Somewhere out there, Zuri's probably working. She always worked late, even 5 years ago. I'd tease her about billing hours in her sleep, and she'd throw a pillow at me, laughing. I wonder if she still laughs like that, with her whole body holding nothing back. Or if that's another thing that's changed, another casualty of whatever hardened her. My phone buzzes. Email from Nathan's assistant. Flight details, hotel reservations, initial merger documentation. 3 weeks in Rome starting Monday. 3 weeks of seeing her every day, working beside her, pretending my hands don't remember the exact texture of her skin. I scroll through the hotel reservation. The Hassler Roma, overlooking the Spanish Steps. 2 junior suites on the same floor, connecting conference room between them. How convenient. Another email. This one from Francesca. Almost deleted, unread, but masochism wins. Alessandro, heard about Rome. Daddy's very interested in the Benedetti merger. We should discuss how our families can benefit. I'll be in the city next week. Always yours, F. Always mine. Right. That's why she screwed my best friend while wearing my engagement ring. Though I should probably thank her. If she hadn't cheated, I'd never have been single when Zuri finally let her guard down. I close my laptop and head to my home gym. If I can't sleep, might as well punish my body instead of my liver. The rowing machine usually helps clear my head, but tonight every stroke just brings back memories. Zuri beneath me, her legs wrapped around my waist. Zuri above me, taking control with a confidence that made me lose my mind. Zuri beside me at 4 a.m., reading case law aloud while I played with her hair. You're going to be a force of nature, I told her. I already am, she'd replied, but her smile had been soft, almost vulnerable. I just need everyone else to realize it. Well, they've realized it now. The whole legal community knows Zuri Davis is not to be trifled with. She's earned every ounce of that reputation. So why does part of me mourn the woman who used to smile when she crushed you? Why do I feel like something was lost when she built those walls? And why am I still thinking about this 5 years later? I row harder, muscles burning, sweat dripping. But I can't outrun the truth that Michael had seen so clearly. Whatever happened between Zuri and me left marks. And in 4 days, I'll be trapped in Rome with her, pretending those marks don't ache every time I see her. Professional. Right. I'm so completely messed up.
Chapter 3. Zuri. Absolutely not. I stare at Nathan across his mahogany desk, certain I've misheard him. You want me to what? Attend a team-building dinner tonight at Le Bernardin's private dining room. He refuses to look up from the contract he's reviewing, as if he hasn't just dropped a bomb on my Friday evening plans. 8 o'clock. The Benedetti team will be calling in from Rome, and I need you and Alessandro to work together. It's Friday night. I keep my voice level, professional, but inside I'm screaming. I have plans. Cancel them. He finally meets my eyes, and there's steel behind his wire-rimmed glasses. This merger is too important for personality conflicts. You two need to learn to work together before you get on that plane Monday. Personality conflicts. If only he knew the real conflict was between my common sense and the traitorous parts of my body that still remember exactly how Alessandro's hands feel. Of course, I stand, smoothing down my cream silk blouse. I'll be there. Excellent. Oh, and Zuri, wear something nice. Le Bernardin has standards. I bite back my response. My wardrobe is impeccable. Thank you very much. Just because I choose armor over evening, wear these days doesn't mean I've forgotten how to dress for dinner. The day crawls by in a blur of merger documents and phone calls. I manage to arrange for Mom to handle Sophia's bedtime, bribing them both with promises of pancakes tomorrow morning. Sophia's delighted shriek of shark pancakes makes my heart squeeze. By 7:30, I'm standing in front of my bedroom mirror, second-guessing everything. The black cocktail dress feels too revealing after 5 years of power suits. It hugs curves that childbirth enhanced, the silk skimming over skin I've moisturized with the expensive lotion Keisha bought me for my birthday. My braids are swept up in an elegant bun, gold earrings catching the light. You look beautiful, baby. Mom appears in the doorway, Sophia on her hip. My daughter's wearing her dinosaur pajamas, fresh from her bath and smelling like lavender. Mommy pretty. Sophia reaches for me, and I carefully kiss her forehead, trying not to smudge my lipstick. Thank you, sweet pea. You be good for Grandma, okay? Where you going? Her little face scrunches up, and I see Alessandro in the expression so clearly it steals my breath. The way she furrows her brow when thinking, that specific tilt of her head. Just a work dinner. I'll be back later. With the mean people who make you frown. Out of the mouths of babes. They're not mean, baby. Just complicated. Mom gives me a knowing look over Sophia's head. She's been pressing for details about Rome, sensing there's more to my anxiety than just the merger, but some secrets are too dangerous to share, even with her. The car service drops me at Le Bernardin at exactly 8 o'clock. Through the window, I can see Nathan's already there with several other partners. And Alessandro, damn him, looking devastating in a charcoal suit that makes his green eyes pop, even from across the room. I take a breath, check my lipstick and my compact, and prepare for battle. Zuri. Nathan waves me over as I enter the private dining room. Perfect timing. We were just discussing the preliminary strategy. Alessandro turns as I approach, and I watch his eyes travel down my body before he catches himself. His jaw tightens, that muscle I used to trace with my tongue flexing beneath skin that's picked up a light tan since I last saw him. Miss Davis. He nods formally, but his voice is rougher than usual. You look, well? Mr. Ricci, I take the seat Nathan indicates, directly across from Alessandro, because the universe hates me. Thank you for the observation. The next hour is torture disguised as haute cuisine. Every course is exquisite, but I barely taste anything. I'm too aware of Alessandro's presence, the way his long fingers grip his wine glass, how he's rolled his sleeves up exactly 3 turns, like he always does when he's thinking hard. He argues a point about Italian contract law, gesturing with his left hand, and I remember those hands on my body, remember kissing that scar on his palm. The wine selection here is extraordinary, Nathan announces as our plates are cleared. They have a cellar that's won awards. Alessandro, you're the wine connoisseur. Why don't you and Zuri go select something special for our final toast? The sommelier can give you a tour. I'll open my mouth to protest, but Alessandro's already standing, extending his hand to help me up like we're in a period drama. I ignore it, rising on my own, but my heel catches on my chair leg. His hand shoots out, steadying me at the elbow, and the contact burns through silk. Careful. His breath ghosts across my ear. These shoes are higher than your usual courtroom weapons. I can walk in heels just fine. Thank you. I pull away, hyper aware of every pair of eyes watching us leave together. The sommelier leads us through the restaurant to an inconspicuous door. Our cellar is climate controlled at 55 degrees. There are blankets inside if the lady gets cold. I'm fine, but I'm already regretting the sleeveless dress as we descend the narrow stone steps. The cellar is magnificent, row upon row of bottles in custom racks, soft lighting creating amber pools in the darkness. It smells like oak and age and possibility. The Burgundies are this way, the sommelier gestures. I'll give you a moment to browse. The intercom button is by the door if you need anything. He disappears back up the stairs, and suddenly the cellar feels much smaller. Alessandro's examining a bottle, but I can feel his awareness of me, the same crackling tension that's always existed between us. So, I move to the opposite wall, needing distance. What pairs well with awkward conversation and forced proximity? Something with high alcohol content. He doesn't look away from the label he's reading. Though you might want to pace yourself. Wouldn't want a repeat of the Pemberton party? That was 5 years ago. The words come out sharper than intended. I'm not the same person. No. He turns to me with something unreadable in his expression. You're not. What's that supposed to mean? Nothing. Just observing that the Zuri I knew used to smile occasionally, even when she was destroying someone in court. Maybe I realized smiling was a luxury I couldn't afford. I run my finger along a dusty bottle, avoiding his gaze. Maybe I have more important things to focus on than being pleasant. Like what? Like raising your daughter. Like being everything she needs. Like protecting her from a father who'd probably fight me for custody just to win. Like making partner. Like building a reputation that doesn't depend on charm. You think that's what your reputation was based on? Charm? He comes closer, and I catch his scent, that cologne that still makes my knees weak. Zuri, you were brilliant from day one. Everyone knew it. Everyone knew I was Nathan's diversity hire who looked good in a skirt. Nonsense. The vehemence in his voice surprises me. You graduated top of your class from Yale. You had offers from every major firm in the city. Anyone who thought you were there for anything other than your mind was an idiot? Like Richard Steinberg? His face darkens. You heard about that? Legal gossip travels fast. Apparently, you nearly took his head off for suggesting I might have a personal life. He wasn't suggesting you had a personal life. He was being a vulgar jerk who needed to learn some respect. I don't need you defending my honor, Alessandro. I'm perfectly capable of handling myself. I know you are. He brushes his hands on his locks, messing it up in that way that makes him look younger, more vulnerable. But that doesn't mean I have to stand there and listen to it. Why do you care? I ask, my voice raising a notch. We had one night 5 years ago. It didn't mean anything. Didn't mean anything? He's definitely closer now. And the temperature in the cellar seems to rise despite the climate control. Is that really what you tell yourself? What else should I tell myself? That it was some grand romance? Please. We were high on victory and champagne and years of competition. It was just sex. Just sex. He chuckles, but there's no humor in it. Right. That's why you ran out of my apartment like it was on fire. That's why you've avoided being alone with me for 5 years. That's why you're backing away from me right now. I hadn't realized I was moving until my back hits the wine rack. I'm not backing away. I'm selecting wine. That's why we're here. No, we're here because Nathan's trying to force us to deal with whatever this is before Rome. He gestures between us, and the movement brings him even closer. And you're terrified. I'm not terrified of anything. No? Then why are your hands shaking? I look down, betrayed by my own body. My hands are indeed trembling where they grip the bottle I've picked up. It's cold. You're a terrible liar when it's personal. He reaches past me for a bottle on a high shelf, and suddenly he's everywhere, surrounding me with warmth and that scent and memories I've tried so hard to bury. You can convince a jury of anything, but you can't lie to me. I don't owe you the truth, I say under my breath. I don't owe you anything. You owe me an explanation. His hand comes to rest on the rack beside my head, not touching me, but close enough that his warmth envelops me. You left my bed without a word. I left a note. Let's keep it professional. That's not an explanation, that's a dismissal. What did you want, Alessandro? A relationship? We're rivals. We work at competing firms. It would have been career suicide. So you made the choice for both of us. I made the smart choice. But even I can hear how weak it sounds when he's this close, when I can see the gold flecks in his green eyes, count the faint freckles across his nose from his recent time in the sun. The smart choice. He leans in and I smell the wine on his breath, see the way his pupils dilate. Tell me, Zuri, how's that smart choice working out for you? Fine. The lie sticks in my throat. Everything's fine. Fine. You work 16-hour days, never go out, shut down anyone who tries to get close. That's your definition of fine? You don't know anything about my life. I know you're different. Harder, like something broke that night and you decided armor was better than healing. Nothing broke, but my voice cracks on the words. I just grew up. Realized that wanting something doesn't make it right. What did you want? He's so close now I can feel his breath on my face. That night, that morning, what did you want? You, all of you. A future where Sophia has your smile and your name, and we argue about cases over breakfast. It doesn't matter what I wanted. It matters to me. His free hand comes up to cut my face, thumb tracing my cheekbone with devastating gentleness. It's mattered to me for 5 years. Don't. But I don't pull away. Can't pull away. Alessandro, please. Please what? Please pretend that night meant nothing. Please act like I haven't thought about you every day since. Please ignore the fact that you're shaking not from cold, but because you feel this too. I can't. The words are barely a whisper. I can't do this again. Why? His forehead drops to rest against mine, and we're sharing breath, sharing space, sharing this moment of insanity in a wine cellar worth more than most people's houses. What are you so afraid of? Losing everything? You taking her? You hating me for the lie? You loving her more than me? I'm afraid of myself. It's the closest to the truth I can give him. Of what I become around you. What you become is real. His thumb traces my lower lip, and I can't suppress the shiver. For the first time since I've known you, you were completely real that night. Real is dangerous. Real is everything. And then his mouth is on mine, and 5 years disappear like smoke. He kisses like he argues, with complete focus and devastating skill. His tongue traces the seam of my lips, and I open for him without thought, muscle memory taking over. He tastes like wine and mint and regret, and I'm drowning in it. In him. In the familiar weight of his body pressing me against the wine rack. My hands find their way into his hair, messing it up further, and he groans into my mouth. The sound breaks something in me, and suddenly I'm kissing him back with 5 years of suppressed want. Biting his lower lip like I did that night. Sucking on his tongue, grinding against him like a woman possessed. Zuri. My name is a prayer against my throat as he trails kisses down to my collarbone. God, I've missed this. Missed you. We can't. But I'm arching into him, offering more skin, more access, more everything. This is exactly what we can't do. Tell me you haven't thought about it. His hand skims down my side, fingers tracing the curve of my waist. Tell me you don't wake up remembering how good we were together. Alessandro. Tell me you don't want this. He nips at the spot where my neck meets my shoulder and I have to bite back a moan. Tell me to stop and I will. But don't lie to me, Zuri. Not about this. I'd open my mouth to tell him exactly that. To stop. To step away. To remember why this is a terrible idea. But what comes out is his name, broken and wanting. And then I'm pulling his head back up to kiss him again. It's different from that first night. Then we were wild with victory and possibility. Now there's desperation in it. The bitter edge of knowing exactly what we're risking and doing it anyway. His hands are everywhere. My hair, my waist, the exposed skin of my back. And each touch feels like a brand, marking me as his even though I can never be. The bottle I'm still somehow holding slips, and we both lunge to catch it. The movement breaks us apart, both breathing hard, staring at each other across inches that feel like miles. Zuri! The cellar door opens with a cheerful chime. So sorry for the delay. The sommelier's voice drifts down. We had a small situation upstairs. Have you made your selection? I don't think. I just run. Grabbing a random bottle from the nearest rack, I flee up the stairs like the coward I am, leaving Alessandro standing among thousands of dollars of wine and the shattered pieces of my self-control. Excellent choice. The sommelier beams at the bottle in my hands. The 1996 Chateau d'Yquem, perfect for special occasions. Special occasions, like destroying 5 years of carefully maintained distance with one kiss. Like remembering exactly why I ran the first time. Like facing the fact that I'm spending weeks in Rome with a man who can still make me forget everything I've worked for with just a touch. I make it through the toast, through the goodbyes, through the car ride home. Make it through tucking Sophia into bed and dodging Mom's questions. Make it all the way to my own room before I let myself fall apart. The taste of him is still on my lips. The feel of his hands still burns on my skin. And tomorrow I have to pack for 3 weeks of pretending that kiss didn't happen, that it didn't mean anything, that I'm not completely and utterly screwed. My phone buzzes. A text from an unknown number. We need to talk before Rome. Please. I delete it without responding. But I can't delete the memory of his mouth on mine, the way my name sounded like salvation on his lips, the knowledge that when it comes to Alessandro Ricci, I'm not nearly as strong as I need to be. Monday can't come fast enough, and Rome feels like walking into a trap I've set for myself.
Chapter 4. Alessandro. Michael's fist connects with my jaw, snapping my head back and filling my mouth with the copper taste of blood. The impact reverberates through my skull, and for what feels like a lifetime, the physical pain drowns out everything else. The memory of Zuri's mouth under mine, the way she ran, the sound of her heels clicking up those cellar stairs like bullets to my chest. Guard up, jerk. Michael dances back, his movements fluid in the afternoon light streaming through the windows of Brennan's boxing club. You're fighting like a rookie who just discovered feelings. I spit blood onto the mat and raise my gloves, trying to focus on his stance instead of the ghost of Vanilla and Jasmine still haunting my senses. Maybe you should worry less about my feelings and more about your footwork. My footwork's fine. He proves it by ducking my jab and landing a quick combination to my ribs. Your head's the problem. Want to tell me why you showed up here looking like someone killed your dog? I don't have a dog. I throw a hook that he barely dodges, satisfaction flooding through me at his grunt of surprise. You know what I mean. He circles me, brown skin gleaming with sweat, the Harvard Law tattoo on his shoulder blade flexing with each movement. We've been sparring partners since our first year at Columbia, when we both needed to punch something that wasn't opposing counsel. This is about seeing Zuri yesterday, isn't it? I answer with a series of jabs that force him back toward the ropes. Why would it be about her? Because you texted me at 2 a.m. asking if I remembered the name of her perfume from 5 years ago. He slips under my guard and tags my solar plexus, forcing the air from my lungs. That's not normal behavior, Alex. Nothing about this is normal. The words escape with my breath as I bend forward, trying to recover. The position puts me at eye level with the mat, where drops of sweat and blood create abstract patterns, like wine on a cellar floor, like tears on a pillow at 5 a.m. when I woke to find her gone. Time! Michael calls, moving to his corner. He pulls off his gloves and grabs water, studying me with those prosecutor eyes that miss nothing. You kissed her? It's not a question. I yank off my own gloves, flexing fingers that still remember the silk of her skin. How do you always know? Because you look like you did 5 years ago. Completely messed up over a woman who clearly wants nothing to do with you. He tosses me a towel, which I catch and press against my split lip. Also, you have lipstick on your collar. Nice shade, by the way. Very her. I glance down at my shirt, see the telltale mark I missed this morning in my distraction. The same deep red she wore to court, to dinner, pressed against my mouth in a wine cellar worth more than most people's retirement funds. Damn! Yeah. That about sums it up. Michael leans against the ropes, his expression shifting from amused to concerned. Want to tell me what happened? Or should I just keep beating it out of you? Nathan set us up, sent us to pick wine together. I grabbed my own water, rinsed the blood from my mouth. We were arguing about Rome, about the past, and then you lost your mind and kissed your opposing counsel in a public place? It wasn't public. We were alone in the cellar. I moved to the heavy bag in the corner, needing to hit something that won't hit back. And I didn't lose my mind. I just couldn't help myself. Couldn't help yourself. Michael laughs sarcastically. Jesus, Alex. You sound like a teenager. You're 35 years old, senior partner at one of the city's top firms. You can help yourself. Not with her. The admission comes out between punches, each impact jarring up my arms. 5 years, Michael. 5 years of being fine, of dating other women, of building my career. Then she walks into that deposition looking like everything I've been missing. And suddenly I'm cornering her in wine cellars like some kind of predator. You cornered her? No. Maybe, I don't know. I stop punching, rest my forehead against the bag. The leather is warm, familiar, nothing like the cool wine racks where I caged her in with my body. She was backing away, and I followed. Kept pushing until she had nowhere to go. That's not like you. Nothing about how I am with her is like me. I resume punching, harder now, trying to drive out the memory of how she'd melted into me for those few seconds before reality crashed back. Do you know what she said? That our night together was just sex. That it didn't mean anything. Ouch. Michael moves closer, spots me without being asked. But Alex, what did you expect? You haven't talked in 5 years. She's probably moved on. She hasn't moved on. The certainty in my voice surprises us both. The way she kissed me back. You don't kiss someone like that if you've moved on. Or maybe she just remembers how good the sex was. He grunts as I land a particularly vicious hit. Not everything has deeper meaning. With her it does. I step back, breathing hard. She ran, Michael. The second the sommelier opened that door, she grabbed a random bottle and ran like the building was on fire. Just like 5 years ago. Maybe she's just smarter than you. He hands me fresh wraps for my hands, watches as I rewrap knuckles already raw from yesterday's session. Maybe she knows mixing business with pleasure is a bad idea. Or maybe she's scared. I think about the tremor in her voice, the way she'd said she was afraid of herself. Something's different about her. Everyone's noticed. She's harder, more driven, completely closed off. Like something happened that made her build these walls so high no one can climb them. Something did happen. Michael's voice is careful now, the way it gets when he's leading a witness. She slept with her biggest rival, and he broke her heart. I didn't break her heart. She's the one who left. Did you go after her? Of course I did. Called, texted, even showed up at her office. The memories sting worse than my split lip. She shut me down cold, said it was a mistake, that we needed to keep things professional. So, you respected her wishes and moved on? I respected her wishes. I unwrap my hands, note the blood seeping through. The moving on part, that's been less successful. Michael sighs, that deep sound that means he's about to say something I don't want to hear. You know this is insane, right? You will be spending 21 days in Rome with a woman you're clearly still in love with. I'm not in love with her. Who wants nothing to do with you personally, working on the biggest merger of your career. This has disaster written all over it. I can handle it, but even I don't believe the words. It's just 3 weeks. We'll maintain professional boundaries, get the deal done, come home. Professional boundaries. Right, like the very professional kiss in the wine cellar. That was a mistake. I moved to the locker room, stripping off my sweat-soaked shirt. It won't happen again. You sure about that? Michael follows, leaning against the lockers while I shower. His voice carries over the water. You're a man who's been carrying a torch for 5 years, about to be locked in a foreign country with the one woman who can apparently make you lose all control. That's not a recipe for professional boundaries. I turn off the water, grab a towel. What do you want me to do? Tell Nathan I can't handle it. Let Davidson take my place, and probably mess up the whole deal. I want you to be honest with yourself about what you're hoping will happen in Rome. I'm hoping to close a $40 million merger. But as I say it, I know it's only part of the truth. The other part, the part that kissed her against those wine racks, is hoping for something else entirely. Nonsense. Michael hands me my clothes, ever the prepared friend. You're hoping she'll let her guard down. That whatever happened 5 years ago to make her run won't matter in a different country. You're hoping for a second chance. I pull on my shirt, avoiding his eyes. And if I am, then you're setting yourself up for another heartbreak. His voice softens. Alex, I was there 5 years ago. I watched you fall apart when she walked away. You didn't eat for a week. Threw yourself into work like you were trying to litigate your way out of feeling anything. I don't want to see that again. It won't be like that. I run a hand through my still damp hair, feeling every one of my 35 years. I'm not the same person I was then. No, you're worse. He follows me out of the locker room, through the gym where other fighters are training, their grunts and impacts a familiar symphony. At least, then you didn't know what you were losing. Now you've had 5 years to build her up in your mind, to imagine what could have been. That's dangerous. You think I don't know that? We exit onto the street, Manhattan afternoon traffic assaulting us with noise and fumes. You think I haven't tried to forget her? I've dated other women, Michael. Beautiful, intelligent, available women who actually wanted to be with me. And how did that work out? I think about the parade of failed relationships, each woman wondering why I couldn't commit, why I kept part of myself locked away. They weren't her. Exactly. He hails a cab, ever the practical one. You're comparing every woman to a fantasy. To one night 5 years ago that probably wasn't as perfect as you remember. It wasn't perfect. The admission surprises me. She kept checking her phone even afterward, like she was worried about something. And there was this moment right before she fell asleep where she looked at me like she wanted to say something but couldn't. Man, maybe she wanted to tell you it was just a one-time thing. No, I'm certain of this, even if I can't explain why. It was something else. Something important. I could see it in her eyes, the way she'd start to speak and then stop herself. You're reading a lot into a few hours 5 years ago. I think about last night. The desperation in her kiss. The way she'd said she was afraid of herself. She's hiding something, Michael. Has been since that night. And I think whatever it is, it's the reason she ran then and why she ran last night. So what, you're going to solve the mystery of Zuri Davis while negotiating a merger in Rome? He shakes his head. This isn't one of your cases, Alex. You can't depose her until she tells you the truth. I don't want to depose her. I lean against a building, watch the city stream past. I just want to understand why she left, why she's changed, why kissing her still feels like coming home even after 5 years. Maybe some questions don't have answers you'd like. Or maybe the answers are worth finding out. I straighten, decision crystallizing. I'm going to Rome, Michael. I'm going to do my job, close this deal, and maintain complete professionalism. And if she kisses you again, she won't. But I touch my split lip, still feeling the ghost of her mouth. She made it very clear last night that it was a mistake. She ran, remember? She ran after kissing you back. Michael's too observant for his own good. That's not the same as not wanting it. Doesn't matter what she wanted in that moment. What matters is what she chose. I push off the building, suddenly exhausted. She chose to run, and I'm done chasing someone who doesn't want to be caught. Are you? He studies me with those eyes that have won hundreds of cases. Because from where I'm standing, you're about to get on a plane to spend 3 weeks with her. That doesn't sound like a man who's done chasing. I'm going for the merger. Keep telling yourself that. He claps me on the shoulder, gentler over the bruises he left. Just promise me something. When this inevitably goes sideways, and it will, call me before you do anything stupid. Like proposing in the Sistine Chapel or whatever romantic garbage your Italian blood conjures up. I'm not going to propose to her. The idea is so absurd I almost laugh. She can barely stand to breathe the same air as me. She kissed you in a wine cellar 12 hours ago. And then ran like I was contagious. I hail my own cab, needing to be alone with my bruises and bad decisions. Trust me, Michael. Whatever Zuri Davis is looking for, it's not me. Maybe not. He steps back as I open the cab door. But what are you looking for, Alex? Really? I pause, 1 foot in the cab, and consider the question. What am I looking for in Rome? Closure? Answers? Another chance to taste her mouth and pretend 5 years haven't passed? I don't know. It's the most honest thing I've said all day. But I guess I've got 3 weeks to figure it out. 3 weeks. Michael shakes his head. Try not to get your heart broken again. Or your nose. You're too pretty for crooked features. I flip him off as the cab pulls away, but his words follow me through Manhattan traffic. 3 weeks in Rome, with the woman who ran from me twice, pretending I don't wake up reaching for her. Setting up professional boundaries when all I want is to tear down every wall she's built and find the woman who once looked at me like I was everything. My phone buzzes, email from Nathan's assistant with flight confirmations. Monday, 10 a.m., JFK to Rome. First class, seats 2A and 2B. Of course we're sitting together. The universe isn't done laughing at me yet. I forward the details to my assistant with instructions to pack my best suits. If I'm going to get my heart broken again, at least I'll look good doing it. But as the cab carries me home through streets I've walked for years, I can't shake the feeling that there's more to Zuri's story than just a woman who regrets one night of passion. Something changed her 5 years ago, Something big enough to transform the bright, open woman I knew into someone who runs from wine cellars and builds walls so high even she can't see over them. I touch my split lip again, taste blood and possibilities. 3 weeks to find out what she's hiding. A sufficient time to either finally move on or completely destroy myself trying. The smart money's on destruction. But then again, when it comes to Zuri Davis, I've never been smart.
Chapter 5. Zuri. I spot him before he sees me, which gives me exactly 3 seconds to arrange my face into something resembling professional indifference. Alessandro's standing at the check-in counter, gesturing with those expressive hands that had been all over my body 72 hours ago. The morning light streaming through JFK's windows catches the subtle gold threads in his charcoal suit, and I hate that I notice. "Ma'am, your boarding pass?" The agent's voice snaps me back to reality. I hand over my documents, hyper-aware of Alessandro turning at the sound of my heels on the marble floor. Our eyes meet across 15 feet of space that might as well be an ocean or a wine cellar. "Zuri." He nods, perfectly professional, but I catch the way his jaw tightens when he says my name. "Alessandro." I match his tone, cold as the October morning outside. Having trouble with the self-check-in? I know technology can be challenging for the older generation. His lips twitch, almost a smile but not quite. "Just ensuring our seats are properly arranged. Wouldn't want any proximity issues during the flight?" How thoughtful. I accept my boarding pass from the agent, noting with satisfaction that I've been upgraded to 2A window seat, perfect for ignoring whatever game he's playing. Though I'm sure you'll be too busy reviewing your remedial Italian contracts to notice where I'm sitting. Remedial? He steps closer, and I catch that damn cologne again. This is from someone who thought force majeure was a French dessert during her first year? That was a decade ago. I shoulder my carry-on, refusing to let him see how the memory stings. He remembers my first-year mistakes. Of course he does. Some of us actually improve with time. And some of us were already excellent to begin with. He falls into step beside me as we head toward security, matching my pace exactly. No need to fix what isn't broken. Your ego certainly hasn't broken, despite repeated attempts by better lawyers to deflate it. Better lawyers? He laughs, low and dangerous. Name one. You're looking at her. I flash my boarding pass at the TSA agent, pleased when they wave me toward the shorter pre-check line. Alessandro follows, because of course he has pre-check too. Or did you forget who destroyed Hutchinson while you were playing back up to Cornwall? I didn't forget anything. His voice drops, and suddenly we're not talking about the deposition anymore. I never do. The security line forces us closer together, and I become hyper-aware of every inch between us. He's wearing a different watch today, Patek Philippe, instead of his usual Rolex. His court watch, the one he wears when he plans to annihilate someone. "Shoes off," the TSA agent barks, and I bite back a curse. Of course I wore the Louboutins with complicated straps today. I bend to unfasten them, conscious of Alessandro's eyes on me. Need help? The question sounds innocent, but I hear the challenge underneath. I've been dressing myself since I was 3, thanks. I straighten, shoes in hand, and find him closer than expected. Personal space, Ricci. It's a concept most people learn in kindergarten. You didn't seem to mind the lack of it on Friday night. The words hit like a slap. I step through the metal detector, grateful for the excuse to put distance between us. By the time he joins me on the other side, I've got my armor back in place. Friday night was an aberration brought on by inferior wine storage temperatures and questionable judgment. I slip my shoes back on, taking my time with the straps. It won't happen again. Won't it? He's reattaching his watch, and I absolutely don't notice the way his forearms flex with the movement. In my experience, aberrations tend to repeat themselves under similar conditions. Good thing Rome has better wine storage. I grab my bag from the conveyor and start toward the gate without waiting for him. He catches up easily with those long legs. Rome has lots of things. Candlelit dinners, moonlit terraces. Very romantic, or so I'm told. I'm not going for the tourism. I dodge a family with screaming twins, suppressing the automatic mom instinct to help with the clearly overwhelmed parents. Some of us actually care about this merger. And you think I don't? He steers me away from a collision with a distracted businessman, his hand on my elbow, sending unwanted electricity up my arm. This deal matters to me too, Zuri. More than you know. Everything's a game to you. I pull away from his touch, hating how my skin burns even through fabric. Another win for the great Alessandro Ricci's collection? You think you know me so well. We've reached the gate area, and he gestures to a quiet corner with available seats. Strategic positioning, close enough to the gate to hear announcements, far enough from others for private conversation. Tell me, counselor, what else do you think you know? I sink into the leather seat, pulling out my laptop as a barrier. I know you can't stand losing. I know you use that charm like a weapon in negotiations. I know you're already planning how to take credit for this merger, regardless of who does the actual work. Interesting analysis. He settles beside me, too close in the confined seating. Now let me tell you what I know. You haven't slept properly in days. The concealer under your eyes is a shade too light. You've checked your phone 6 times since we got through security, but you're trying to hide it. And that Saint Christopher pendant you're wearing? You touch it when you're nervous. My hand freezes halfway to my neck. I'm not nervous. No? He leans back, studying me with those damned green eyes. Then why is your pulse racing? I can see it right here. He gestures to my throat, and I fight the urge to cover the spot where my heartbeat betrays me. Caffeine. I open my laptop with more force than necessary. Unlike some people, I actually prepared for this flight. By all means, don't let me disturb your preparation. But he's pulling out his own laptop, and I see the Benedetti files already open. Of course he's prepared. Alessandro Ricci is always prepared. We work in tense silence for 20 minutes. The only sounds our typing and the airport chaos around us. I'm deep in the merger structure when my phone buzzes. Sophia's daycare, sending a photo of her finger painting. My heart clenches at her proud smile, paint smeared on her nose. Cute kid, Alessandro says, and I slam my phone face down so fast I nearly crack the screen. Were you spying on my phone? It's hard to miss when you smile like that. His expression is unreadable. Niece? Nephew? None of your business. I shoved the phone into my bag, heart hammering. Don't you have contracts to review? Already done. Unlike some people, I can multitask. He tilts his screen toward me. Found 3 issues with Benedetti's proposed structure. Want to compare notes, or are we doing this separately? I hate that he's right. I hate that working together makes sense. Most of all, I hate the triumphant gleam in his eyes when I angle my laptop to show him my own findings. 5 issues, I say smoothly. But who's counting? You missed the subsidiary problem in Section 12. He leans closer, pointing at his screen. They're trying to hide debt in the Portuguese branch. I didn't miss it. I was saving it for the negotiation. Let them think we're unaware, then use it as leverage. I pull up my notes, showing him the strategy I'd outlined. Basic tactical maneuvering, but I understand if that's too complex for someone who usually relies on brute force. Brute force? He laughs, but there's an edge to it. This from the lady-maid opposing counsel cry during the Stanton arbitration? He had allergies. To losing, apparently. He scrolls through my notes, and I see the moment his expression shifts from amused to impressed. This is actually brilliant. Don't sound so surprised. I snatch my laptop back. I've been running circles around you for years. Have you? He's studying me again with that intensity that makes me want to check my armor for cracks. Because from my position, we're pretty evenly matched. Then you need better seats. I start to stand, needing distance, but the gate agent's voice crackles over the intercom. Attention passengers on Flight 447 to Rome. We're beginning our boarding process with our first-class cabin. Alessandro stands, gathering his things with practiced efficiency. That's us. There is no us. I shove my laptop into my bag, fumbling with the zipper in my haste. There's you, there's me, and there's a professional obligation that ends the moment we land back in New York. If you say so. He extends the handle on his carry-on, then looks at me with something I can't read. But Zuri? We're about to spend 8 hours in a metal tube. Might want to save some of that hostility for the actual negotiation. I have plenty to spare. I stride past him toward the gate, but his voice follows me. I'm counting on it. The boarding process is smooth until we reach our seats. 2A and 2B, just as promised. What the gate agent failed to mention is that first class on this particular aircraft features paired seats with only a small divider between them. We might as well be sharing a bed. Cozy, Alessandro murmurs, stowing his bag with economical movements. I can ask to switch seats. I'm already looking around for alternatives, but the cabin is filling fast. With whom? The honeymooning couple in 3A and B? The CEO in 1A who's already on his third bourbon? He settles into 2B, long legs stretching into the ample space. Face it, counselor. You're stuck with me. I drop into my seat, yanking the seatbelt tight like it might protect me from more than just turbulence. I've been stuck with worse. Have you? He's doing that thing where he turns a simple question into a challenge. Name one person worse than me to be trapped with for 8 hours. Richard Steinberg springs to mind. I pull out my laptop again, determined to use every minute of this flight productively. At least you've mastered basic hygiene and conversational skills. Such high praise. He flags down the flight attendant. Orders champagne. 2 glasses, please. I don't want champagne. It's not for you. He accepts both glasses, takes a sip from one. This is my pre-flight ritual. One for the journey, one for the destination. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. But I'm watching him savor the champagne, remembering how he tastes with it on his lips. Stupider than running out of a wine cellar like it was on fire? The question is quiet, but it lands like a bomb. We're not discussing that. When will we discuss it? He sets down the empty glass and turns to face me. Rome? New York? 5 years from now when we meet at another deposition? Never works for me. I open a contract file at random, pretending to read. What happened in that cellar was a moment of weakness that I don't intend to repeat. Weakness. He tests the word like wine, finding it bitter. That's what you call it? What would you call it? The question spills from my mouth without even thinking about it, and I curse myself for engaging. Inevitable. His voice is low enough that only I can hear. We've been circling each other for 7 years, Zuri. Friday night was just gravity finally winning. Gravity is a constant force. What happened between us was an anomaly. Was it? He pulls out his own laptop, but I can feel his attention still on me. Because I felt it the moment you walked into that deposition. Hell, I felt it the moment Cornwall mentioned your name. Tell me you didn't feel it too. I felt annoyance, irritation, mild disgust at your cologne choices. You used to love my cologne choices. I used to love boy bands too. People grow out of bad taste. Do they? He's typing now, but there's a smile playing at his lips. Is that why you still wear the same perfume? Vanilla and jasmine, with something else. Gardenia? How do you... I stop myself, but it's too late. I told you. I never forget anything. He glances at me and the mask slips for a short second. I see something raw underneath, something that makes my chest tight. Especially not things that matter. I don't matter to you. The words come out harsher than intended. I'm just the one who got away. Your ego can't handle it. My ego? He laughs, but there's no humor in it. You think this is about my ego? Everything with you is about ego. Everything with me is about winning. He closes his laptop, gives me his full attention. But here's the thing, Zuri. I don't know what winning looks like when it comes to you. Is it my victory if I forget that night? Will I win if I prove it meant nothing? Or do I win if I finally figure out why you run every time we get close to something real? There's nothing to figure out. I'm gripping my laptop so hard the edges dig into my palms. We had sex. Good sex, admittedly, but just sex. The only thing I ran from was the mistake of complicating our professional relationship. Just sex. He repeats my words from the cellar, throwing them back at me. Right. That's why you're white-knuckling your laptop. That's why you haven't actually read a single word on your screen for the past 5 minutes. That's why you're terrified to be trapped with me for 8 hours. I'm not terrified. Prove it. He leans back, all casual challenge. Have a conversation with me. A real one. Not this verbal fencing we do. About what? Anything. Everything. He gestures to the window as the plane pushes back from the gate. We're about to spend 3 weeks pretending we can work together. Might as well start now. Fine. I close my laptop with deliberate calm. Let's talk about how you manipulated the Grayson merger last year. Started a bidding war between your own clients to drive up your fees. That's not a conversation, that's an interrogation. But he's smiling now, genuinely. And for the record, I didn't manipulate anything. I simply pointed out opportunities to interested parties. Opportunities you created. Opportunities I recognized. He accepts water from the flight attendant, and I notice he orders mine without asking. Still, no ice. Lime if they have it. The difference between us, Zuri, is that you see tactics where I see strategy. The difference between us is that I have ethics. Ethics? Now he's really smiling. That dangerous one that makes my stomach flip. This from the woman who hid a key witness in the Brennan case until the last possible moment? I didn't hide anyone. I simply forgot to update Discovery in a timely manner. You forgot. He's laughing now, and I hate how the sound warms something in my chest. Zuri Davis, who color codes her color coding system, forgot? Everyone makes mistakes. I take the water, careful not to let our fingers touch. Though I understand that's a foreign concept to the infallible Alessandro Ricci. I make plenty of mistakes. His voice changes, goes serious. Friday night might have been one of them. The words sting more than they should. Finally, something we agree on. Do we? He's watching me again, cataloging my reactions. Because from where I was standing, or rather being pressed against a wine rack, it didn't feel like a mistake. It felt like coming home. Home is comfortable. Safe. I force myself to meet his eyes. Nothing about you is safe. Maybe safe is overrated. The plane is accelerating now, that moment when gravity presses you back into your seat. Maybe you've been playing it safe for 5 years, and it's killing you slowly. Drama doesn't suit you, Alessandro. Neither does lying to yourself, But here we are. He grips his armrest as we lift off, and I realize he's not as comfortable with flying as he pretends. Scared? I can't help the dig. Cautious. His knuckles are white. There's a difference. Want to hold my hand? The offer is sarcastic, but he looks at me with such naked want that my breath catches. Would you let me? The question lingers as New York falls away below. I think about Sophia, about the life I've built without him, about all the reasons this is dangerous. No, I say finally. I wouldn't. Didn't think so. He relaxes as we level out, color returning to his knuckles. But thanks for the honesty. It's more than I usually get from you. What's that supposed to mean? Nothing. Everything. He waves off the flight attendant offering more champagne. Just that sometimes I feel like I'm talking to two different people. The Zuri who argues with me about contracts, and the Zuri who kissed me like the world was ending. Maybe one of them is the real me, and one is just good at her job. Which one? He's not looking at me now, staring at his laptop screen without seeing it, because I can handle losing to the lawyer. It's the other one that keeps me up at night. I should end this conversation, should put on my headphones, review files, do anything but engage with his vulnerability. Instead, I hear myself saying, "You don't lose to me. We're tied, 5 wins each in the last 2 years. You keep track, don't you? Every single one." He gazes at me, and his smile is rueful, though I count Friday night as a loss. Why? You got what you wanted. Did I? He opens his laptop properly this time. Because what I wanted was for you not to run. What I wanted was to wake up with you again. What I wanted was... He stops, shakes his head. Doesn't matter. What's done is done. We're 3 hours into the flight when everything goes to hell. My phone, supposedly in airplane mode, starts buzzing with emails. The Benedetti deal is imploding. Someone leaked our negotiation strategy to a competitor, and now there's a competing bid on the table. Damn. I'm scrolling through emails so fast the words blur. This can't be happening. What? Alessandro leans over, and I'm too panicked to push him away. What's wrong? Global Tech just made a counteroffer, 20% over our bid. I show him Nathan's frantic email. They have our entire playbook. Someone leaked it? Not from my side. He's already pulling up his own emails. My team is airtight. So is mine. But even as I say it, I'm thinking about JP, about his gambling debts, about how easily he could access my files. Then we have a mole. Alessandro's business mode kicks in, and suddenly, we're not two people with complicated history. We're lawyers with a deal to save. What do we know about Global Tech's offer? I forward him the intelligence our London office gathered. They're offering more money but worse terms. The Benedetti family would lose operational control within 2 years. Old man Benedetti would rather set the company on fire than give up control. He's typing rapidly, pulling up financial models. We can use that. What's our flexibility on the purchase price? Nathan authorized up to 15% over initial offer. I bite my lip, calculating. But that puts us dangerously close to unprofitable. Unless we restructure the tax implications. He shows me his screen, equations I actually follow. If we route through Ireland instead of directly, the regulatory timeline extends by 6 months. I'm already seeing the problems. Benedetti wants this done by year end. Not if we file preemptively. He pulls up regulatory guidelines, highlights sections I missed. Look, if we start the process now, we can run parallel tracks. I study his work, looking for flaws and finding none. Actually brilliant. You sound surprised again. I'm surprised you thought of it first. I grab his laptop, start adjusting the model. But you missed the currency hedge opportunity. If we lock in rates now, the savings offset the increased purchase price. He's leaning close, watching me work. God, that's sexy. What? My fingers freeze on the keys. Your brain. He takes the laptop back, continues where I left off. The way you see angles others miss. It's incredibly attractive. We're having a crisis here. We're solving a crisis here, he corrects. And doing it better together than either of us would alone. He's right. Which irritates me more than his cologne or his proximity or the way he makes financial modeling look like art. We work in tandem, building on each other's ideas, finishing each other's sentences. It's like dancing, if dancing involved destroying corporate competitors. There. I sit back as we send the revised proposal. That should keep them busy for a few hours. Long enough to land and get to Benedetti's office. He's looking at me with something like awe. We make a good team. We make a necessary team. I correct. But I'm feeling it too. The high of a well-executed strategy. This doesn't change anything. Doesn't it? He signals for the flight attendant, orders us both coffee. We just saved a $40 million deal by working together. That changes something. It changes our billable hours. I accept the coffee. Nothing else. You're impossible. But he's smiling as he says it. Do you know that? It's one of my best qualities. One of many. He raises his coffee cup in a mock toast. To impossible women and the fools who can't resist them. Alessandro. I know. He cuts me off. Professional boundaries. Just sex. Ancient history. I've heard all your lines, Zuri. But riddle me this. If what happened between us meant nothing, why are you still wearing the saint? Christopher pendant I gave you? Seems like you forgot when I mentioned it earlier. I gave it to you, remember? My hand flies to my throat. The pendant sits warm against my skin, hidden under my shirt, but somehow he knows. This isn't, you didn't. The night of the Pemberton party. You mentioned always losing your necklaces during trials. His eyes are on the spot where the chain disappears beneath silk. I gave you that one because the clasp is reinforced. Said it would protect you from everything, including your own bad habits. I forgot it was from you. The lie tastes bitter. No, you didn't. He turns back to his laptop, but I catch his smile. You forget nothing, remember? We're the same that way. We're nothing alike. We're everything alike. He starts typing again, all business. That's why this is so complicated. The rest of the flight passes in professional productivity, punctuated by personal landmines. We save the deal, for now. But every success comes with a reminder of how well we work together. How our minds sync up despite our hearts being at war. As we begin our descent into Rome, I catch myself watching him. The way he frowns at contracts. How he absently rubs his head when thinking. The elegant economy of his movements. He's unfairly beautiful in the warm light of sunrise through the window. See something you like? He doesn't look up from his screen. Just wondering if you packed enough hair gel to last 3 weeks. I don't use gel. He finally meets my eyes. But thanks for noticing my hair. I notice everything. Occupational hazard. Everything. His voice drops, intimate despite the public space. Then you've noticed I haven't been able to stop watching you either. Alessandro, I know. He holds up a hand. Professional. Boundaries. But Zuri, we're about to land in the most romantic city in the world. Those boundaries are going to be tested. Then we'll reinforce them. I start packing up my things, needing the distraction. We're adults. We can control ourselves. Can we? He leans back, studying me. Because I've been trying to control myself for 5 years. All it took was one wine cellar to prove how spectacularly I can fail. That won't happen again. Won't it? The plane touches down, that moment of impact when everything shudders. Guess we're about to find out. Rome stretches out before us, golden in the morning light. 3 weeks of forced proximity in a city built on passion. 3 weeks of pretending my body doesn't remember his. 3 weeks of lying to everyone, including myself. As we stand to leave, Alessandro places his hand on my lower back to guide me into the aisle. The touch burns through silk and resolve alike. Welcome to Rome, counselor. His breath ghosts across my ear. May the best lawyer win. I always do. I manage, but my voice shakes. We'll see about that. And as we step off the plane into Italian sunshine, I have the sinking feeling that whatever game we're playing, we might both lose.
He's the mysterious man I had a fling with last night, and it turns out he's my dad's new boss.
I was getting IVF, but the donor came in and wanted his stuff back. It was too late. Now we're stuck together and I'm having his baby.
Ready to dive into a world where passion meets intrigue, where love knows no bounds.
If I don't find a woman to marry in the next 24 hours, then my entire company is going to be taken from me. There's only one woman I can ask, but she hates me because I ruined her father.
Introducing the Escape Your Life with Romance Book Bundle by Amazon best-selling author Tyler Walker, a collection of 100 standalone romances that promised to sweep you off your feet.
And the best part?
Get 90% off on the whole bundle, baby.
For $99.99, you'll get over 800 hours of pure romance with strong alpha males and sassy women who don't back down.
They can pass all the tariffs they want, ladies. But you won't find this deal for 100 audiobooks for less than $1 each anywhere else.
90 cents per book for all the dirty fun I can handle? How could I say no to that?
Visit TylerWalker.com to grab this bundle today.
Get ready to escape your life
With Miss Tyler.
Chapter 6. Alessandro. The Hassler's lobby is exactly as I remember. All marble columns and old-world elegance. The kind of place that whispers money rather than shouts it. What I don't remember is the sheer chaos currently transforming Rome's most exclusive hotel into what looks like a wedding planning war room. Is that... Zuri stops beside me, her voice trailing off as we take in the scene. Cristiano Moretti. I finish for her, watching Europe's highest-paid footballer argue with what appears to be 6 wedding planners simultaneously. And if the tabloids are right, he's marrying Valentina Caruso next weekend. The actress. Zuri's eyebrows rise. The one who dated half of Hollywood before discovering Italian men. I steer us toward the reception desk, weaving through towers of white roses and what might be an entire orchestra's worth of instruments. This explains why every hotel in Rome was mysteriously booked. Mr. Ricci. The concierge, Giuseppe, lights up with recognition. He's worked here for 30 years and remembers when I was 12, throwing coins in the Trevi fountain. Welcome back. And this must be Mrs. Ricci? No. Zuri's voice could freeze the Tiber. Absolutely not. We have separate reservations. Davis and Ricci. 2 rooms. Giuseppe's face falls as he types rapidly into his computer. The clicking gets faster, more frantic. My stomach sinks with each keystroke. I'm so very sorry, but there seems to be a problem. He looks between us with the expression of a man about to deliver terrible news. We have only 1 reservation, under both names. That's impossible! Zuri leans over the counter, and I catch a whiff of her perfume mixed with 8 hours of recycled airplane air. Somehow she still smells incredible. I confirmed 2 rooms with your booking agent 3 times. Let me check. More frantic typing. Giuseppe's face goes from concern to mortified. Oh no. It seems there was a miscommunication. When the booking agent saw the same flight, same corporate account arriving together, they assumed wrong. Zuri's knuckles are white where she grips the counter. Fine. Give us the room you have and book us another one. Any room. Signora, I wish I could help, but with the Moretti-Caruso wedding, we are completely booked. Every room, every suite. They've taken over not just our hotel, but every luxury property in Rome. Every property! I cut in before Zuri can combust. Giuseppe, surely there's something. We can't share a room. Zuri shoots me a look that could strip paint, but Giuseppe is already shaking his head. The wedding party has reserved everything. The bride's family alone required 40 rooms, and the room we have for you. He pauses, looking uncomfortable. Due to a last-minute cancellation from a couple in the wedding party, you've been upgraded to our honeymoon suite. Upgraded? Zuri's voice rises an octave. How is a honeymoon suite an upgrade when we're not? We're business colleagues. It's our most romantic accommodation, complimentary with your executive booking. Giuseppe says it like it's good news. The words most romantic hang in the air like a threat as we follow the bellhop to the elevator. Zuri stands as far from me as the confined space allows, which isn't far enough to prevent me from noticing the tension in her shoulders, the way she's holding herself like she might shatter. It's just a room, I offer as we rise toward the top floor. We're both adults. We can handle this professionally. Please stop talking. She's staring at the floor numbers like they hold the secrets of the universe. Just stop. The bellhop opens the door with a flourish, and I understand why Zuri asked me to stop talking. Words fail me entirely. The honeymoon suite is a valentine to bad taste and worse timing. The heart-shaped bed dominates the space, draped in red satin that catches the afternoon light filtering through floor-to-ceiling windows. The ceiling is indeed mirrored, because apparently the Hassler decided subtlety was overrated. But it's the bathroom, or lack thereof, that makes Zuri emit a sound somewhere between a laugh and a sob. Is that... She takes a step forward, then back, like she's been physically repelled. Is that shower just... open? To the room? It's a design feature, the bellhop explains enthusiastically. Very modern, very sexy. Couples love the intimacy of sharing every moment. The shower in question is a glass cube in the corner of the room, completely transparent, with what appears to be mood lighting and multiple shower heads positioned for activities that definitely aren't just about getting clean. Get out. Zuri's voice is dangerously calm. Thank you for your help, but please leave. Now. The bellhop scurries away, and we're left standing in the doorway of what can only be described as a temple to terrible decisions. Look, I start, setting down my luggage. We can work with this. I'll take the floor. The floor is marble. She walks in slowly like she's entering a crime scene. And there's no couch because... Why would you need a couch when you have a heart-shaped bed of sin? Bed of sin might be overstating it. Alessandro, there are handcuffs attached to the headboard. I look closer. She's right. Fur-lined handcuffs in what appears to be pink leopard print. Those are probably just decorative. Nothing about this is decorative. This is aggressive. This is a room that's trying too hard to get people laid. She drops her bags and covers her face with her hands. I can't do this. I cannot share a honeymoon suite with you. Not after Friday? I move closer, careful not to crowd her. Zuri, what happened in that wine cellar doesn't mean we're going to lose control every time we're alone. We're not just alone. She drops her hands, gestures wildly at our surroundings. We're alone in a room specifically designed for sex. There's champagne chilling in an ice bucket shaped like breasts, for God's sake. I follow her gaze. There is indeed a very anatomically ambitious ice bucket on the side table. I hadn't noticed that. How could you not notice? It's aggressively nippled. Despite everything, I laugh. Aggressively nippled? This isn't funny. But her lips twitch, betraying her. This is a disaster. I need to call other hotels. She pulls out her phone, starts dialing with the determination of a woman on a mission. I unpack while she works through what sounds like every hotel in Rome, her Italian improving with each call. She's been practicing. The question is why? No, I understand. The wedding. Yes, Moretti and Caruso. Grazie. She ends another call and I watch her shoulders slump. Everything's booked. Every decent hotel within an hour of the city. We could try Airbnb. Already did. Apparently, wedding guests have thought of everything. She sinks onto the edge of the heartbed, then immediately stands like it burned her. This is a nightmare. It's not ideal, I concede, loosening my tie. The flight and the stress have left me feeling like I've been through a prize fight. But we're here for work. We can be professional about this. Professional? She laughs, but there's an edge of hysteria to it. Alessandro, there's a pole in the corner. I turn. She's right again. What I had taken for a structural element is definitely a stripper pole. Maybe it's for exercise? Stop trying to make this better. It's not going to be better. We're trapped in a sex dungeon masquerading as a hotel room for the next 3 weeks. 3 weeks might be optimistic. Giuseppe mentioned the wedding preparations could extend our stay if they need more rooms. I move away, needing distance from her panic. Look, why don't you take the bathroom to change? I'll figure out sleeping arrangements. What bathroom? She gestures to the glass cube. That's not a bathroom, that's an exhibition space. I can't. There's nowhere to. She's spiraling, and I recognize the signs from Friday night in the cellar. The way her breathing quickens, how her hands flutter like birds looking for somewhere to land. But this time it's not claustrophobia. It's the intimacy that's suffocating her. Zuri. I use the voice I reserve for scared witnesses. Look at me. She does, reluctantly, and I see the real fear beneath the anger. This isn't about the tacky decor or the lack of privacy. This is about being trapped with me in a space that makes our physical attraction impossible to ignore. We're going to make this work, I continue, keeping my voice steady. I won't look when you shower or any time you use it. We'll maintain schedules that keep us out of each other's way. The room is just for sleeping. Sleeping. She looks at the heartbed like it might attack. Right. On the sex heart. Would you prefer I call it the love heart? I'd prefer you call it nothing, and we never speak of this again. She grabs her toiletry bag, heads for the glass cube. I'm going to shower. If you so much as glance in this direction, I'll use those handcuffs to attach you to the balcony railing. Noted. I turn my back, pull out my laptop. I'll be reviewing contracts. Fully absorbed, completely oblivious to any sounds of water or other things. There won't be other things. The shower door closes with more force than necessary. This is a professional shower. I try to focus on the merger documents, but the sound of water hitting glass is surprisingly loud in the suite. I can see her reflection in the window, just a blur of movement. Nothing detailed, but enough to remind me that Zuri Davis is naked 20 feet away with only glass between us. Professional, I remind myself, typing nonsense into a document. You're a senior partner. You've negotiated billion-dollar deals. You can handle sharing a room with a beautiful woman without losing your mind. The water shuts off and I hear her swearing creatively. There are no towels in here. Check the warming rack by the... I'm not walking out there naked, Alessandro. I'm not looking. I close my eyes for good measure. Scout's honor. You were never a scout. How do you know? Because scouts have honor. I hear the shower door open, quick footsteps. And you have none, none at all. What kind of hotel puts towels outside the shower? What kind of sadistic, oh my God, is this towel heated? The Hassler has standards. The Hassler has lost its mind. More footsteps than the sound of a zipper. Don't turn around. I'm getting dressed out here because that glass prison doesn't have enough room to bend over without putting on a show. I focus on my laptop screen with the intensity of a man defusing a bomb. The merger documentation blurs as I try not to picture Zuri getting dressed behind me, probably swearing at every article of clothing. You can turn around now. Her voice is closer than expected. I'm decent. Or as decent as one can be in a sex palace. I turn to find her in silk pajamas that are probably meant to be modest, but cling to her still damp skin in ways that make my mouth dry. Her braids are wrapped in a towel, and she's scrubbed clean of makeup, looking younger and more vulnerable than she'd ever allow in daylight. "We need ground rules," she announces, clutching her toiletry bag like a shield. "No walking around shirtless. No using that shower when I'm in the room. No acknowledging the various sex furniture scattered around like landmines." Sex furniture is a strong term. There's a swing in the closet, Alessandro. A swing. I stand, move to investigate. She's right. Again. That's ambitious. Everything in this room is ambitious. She sits on the far edge of the bed, as close to falling off as possible. We're supposed to meet Benedetti tomorrow. How can I negotiate a merger when I haven't slept because I'm sharing a heart-shaped sex altar with opposing counsel? The same way you do everything else. I sit on the opposite edge, the bed dipping under my weight, with brilliant legal mind and terrifying competence. Flattery won't make this situation less awkward. Nothing could make this less awkward. I pull off my shoes, suddenly exhausted. But we're here, we have a job to do, and we're both professionals. We can survive 3 weeks. In this, she gestures around the room. This isn't built for survival. This is built for debauchery. Then we'll be the first to use it for sleeping and contract review. I stand, grab my toiletries. My turn for the exhibition shower. I promise to maintain professional distance from all glass surfaces. I'll be on the balcony. She escapes through the French doors, and I catch a glimpse of Rome's skyline before she closes them firmly behind her. The shower is actually incredible once you get past the voyeuristic design. Multiple jets, perfect water pressure, and enough room for activities I definitely shouldn't be thinking about. I keep the water cold, a punishment for my wandering thoughts. When I emerge wrapped in one of those sinfully soft heated towels, Zuri is still on the balcony talking on her phone. Through the glass, I can see her gesturing animatedly, probably reassuring someone about something. She looks softer in the dying light, the eternal city spread out behind her like a painting. I dress quickly, pulling on sleep pants and a t-shirt, more coverage than I'd usually wear to bed. But these are extraordinary circumstances. When she finally comes back inside, her face is carefully neutral. Everything okay? Fine. Just checking in with people. She eyes the bed like it might bite. So, sleeping arrangements. I'll take the floor. I've already gathered extra pillows, resigned to a night of marble-induced back pain. Don't be ridiculous. We're adults. We could share a bed without it meaning anything. She pulls back the covers with determined efficiency. Just, stay on your side. My side of the heart, your side of the travesty. She climbs in, builds a fortress of pillows down the middle. This is the Berlin Wall of pillows. Cross it and face the consequences. Understood. I settle onto my designated territory, trying not to notice how the heart shape forces us closer together than a normal bed would. Good night, Zuri. This isn't good, and it's barely night. She turns off her bedside lamp with unnecessary force, but I suppose adequate evening doesn't have the same ring. I smile in the darkness, listening to her breathe. She's trying so hard to maintain distance, to pretend this forced intimacy doesn't affect her. But I heard the catch in her voice when she saw me in the towel, noticed how carefully she avoided looking at my chest. Whatever happened 5 years ago to make her run, the attraction between us hasn't faded. Alessandro? Her voice is small in the darkness. Yeah? The ceiling really is mirrored. I look up, see our shapes reflected in the dim light from the windows. Two people trying desperately to maintain professional distance in a bed designed for the exact opposite. Try not to think about it. I'm thinking about nothing else. She shifts, and the movement sends ripples through the bed. This is going to be the longest 3 weeks of my life. Look at the bright side. At least the handcuffs are decorative. If you make one more joke about this situation, I'm using them on you. Promises! Promises! A pillow hits me in the face. Go to sleep, Ricci. Can't. Too busy thinking about how you're going to explain this on your expense report. Another pillow. I'm requisitioning more pillows tomorrow, for ammunition. I'd expect nothing less. We lapse into silence, but it's not uncomfortable. Despite the ridiculous circumstances, or maybe because of them, some of the tension between us has eased. We're still adversaries, still carrying too much history, but for tonight we're just two exhausted lawyers trying to sleep in a heart-shaped bed while Rome sprawls beneath us. Zuri, if you make another joke... No jokes, just... We're going to be okay. This whole situation, the merger, us working together, we'll figure it out. She's quiet for so long I think she's fallen asleep. Then, soft as a whisper, I hope you're right. So do I. But as I lie there, hyper-aware of every breath she takes, every shift of the mattress, I can't shake the feeling that this room, with all its ridiculous romantic trappings, is going to test every boundary we've tried to build. 3 weeks in the honeymoon suite with the one woman I've never been able to forget. What could possibly go wrong?
Chapter 7. Zuri. The first thing I register is warmth, not the suffocating warmth of Roman summer or the clinical warmth of hotel heating, but the kind that seeps into your bones and makes you want to burrow deeper. The second thing I register is the steady thump of a heartbeat that definitely isn't mine. My eyes snap open, and I find myself staring at the bronze column of Alessandro's throat. My cheek is pressed against his chest, my arm thrown across his stomach, and his hand rests possessively on my hip. The pillow wall I so carefully constructed has been demolished, scattered across the heart-shaped disaster like casualties of war. I don't move. I can't move. Because moving would mean acknowledging that I've wrapped myself around my professional rival like he's my personal body pillow. His chest rises and falls beneath my cheek, and I catch the scent of his skin, soap and cologne, and something uniquely him that makes my stomach flip. Think, Zuri. Extract yourself without waking him. Maintain plausible deniability. I start to shift, infinitesimally slow, but his arm tightens around me. Not yet, he murmurs, voice rough with sleep. 5 more minutes, Cara. Cara. Italian for dear. My traitorous heart skips at the endearment, even as my brain screams that he's probably still asleep. Probably thinks I'm someone else. Some other woman he's allowed to hold. I try again to move, but he pulls me closer, nuzzling into my hair. Smells so good, he mumbles. Vanilla. Always vanilla. He's awake, or at least aware enough to know it's me, which means I need to get away. His hand slides up my back, fingers tracing my spine through the silk pajamas, and I bite back a sound that would be deeply unprofessional. My body, the traitor, arches into his touch. Alessandro. My voice comes out breathier than intended. You need to let go. Do I? His eyes open, green gold in the morning light, and there's no trace of sleep confusion in them. He knew exactly who he was holding. You didn't seem to mind during the night. In fact, if I recall correctly, you were the one who crawled over the Berlin Wall. I did not crawl. I push against his chest, but he doesn't budge. I was asleep. People move in their sleep. It's unconscious. Is it? His thumb traces circles on my hip, and I realize my pajama top has ridden up, leaving a strip of bare skin for him to explore. Because you've been awake for at least 2 minutes and you haven't moved. I'm moving now. I shove harder, and he finally releases me. I roll away, putting blessed distance between us, but not before I catch his satisfied smirk. This doesn't mean anything. Of course not. He stretches, and I absolutely do not notice the way his t-shirt rides up, revealing abs that no lawyer should possess. Just 2 colleagues who happen to unconsciously gravitate toward each other. Purely platonic cuddling. There was no cuddling. I scramble out of bed, needing more distance. There was unfortunate sleep positioning due to this ridiculous heart-shaped monstrosity. Right. The bed made you do it. He sits up, hair adorably mussed, and I hate how good he looks first thing in the morning. Should we blame the bed for the way you sighed my name too? I did not. Heat floods my face. You're making that up. Am I? He swings his legs out of bed, and I notice he's wearing sleep pants that hang dangerously low on his hips. Because around 3 a.m., you definitely said, Alessandro, in a way that suggested very non-professional dreams. Even if I did, which I didn't, people say all sorts of things in their sleep. It doesn't mean anything. I grab my toiletry bag, desperate for the questionable privacy of the exhibition shower. We have a meeting with Benedetti in 2 hours. I need to get ready. By all means. He gestures to the glass cube. Though fair warning, the morning light makes that shower even more transparent than last night. I freeze halfway to the bathroom. That isn't a bathroom. He's right. The morning sun streams directly through the glass, turning it into a spotlight. You have to leave. Leave? It's our room. Our room with a shower that might as well be on stage at La Scala. I clutch my toiletry bag tighter. Go get coffee. Go for a run. Go anywhere that isn't here for the next 30 minutes. Zuri. His voice drops, suddenly serious. I'm not going to watch you shower. Despite what you seem to think, I do have some self-control. Your self-control is exactly what I'm worried about. The words slip out of my mouth and his eyes darken. Meaning? Nothing. Just. I gesture helplessly between us. This whole situation is impossible. We can't share a room where privacy requires a social contract. We can't wake up wrapped around each other like lovers when we're supposed to be maintaining professional boundaries. Then maybe we need new boundaries. He stands, moves closer, and I have to tilt my head back to maintain eye contact. Clearly the old ones aren't working. The old ones work fine when there's proper infrastructure. I take a step back, hit the edge of the shower. Normal hotel rooms have doors, walls, shower curtains that aren't transparent. Is that really what this is about? Shower curtains. He's so close. I see the gold flecks in his eyes. Count the faint stubble along his jaw. Or is it about the fact that you woke up in my arms and didn't hate it? I tolerated it for the sake of sleep quality. My voice sounds unconvincing even to me. Now, are you leaving, or do I have to shower fully clothed? He studies me for a long moment, then steps back. I'll go to the gym. But Zuri, we're going to have this conversation eventually. 3 weeks is a long time to pretend we don't affect each other. We don't have to pretend for 3 weeks, just until we close this deal and go back to our separate lives in New York. I inch toward the shower, maintaining eye contact like he's a predator I can't turn my back on. Lives that don't include heart-shaped beds or transparent showers or waking up like what? He grabs his gym bag but doesn't move toward the door. How did we wake up, Zuri? Like nothing. We woke up like 2 people who shared a bed due to circumstances beyond their control. Liar. The word is soft, almost affectionate. We woke up like 2 people who've been fighting their instincts for 5 years. But don't worry. I'll maintain the fiction if it helps you sleep at night. Or better yet, helps you sleep without crawling into my arms. He's gone before I can formulate a response, the door clicking shut with insulting finality. I stand there for a full minute, staring at the space he occupied, before remembering I'm on a schedule. The shower is worse in daylight. Every angle catches the sun, turning the simple act of getting clean into a performance I'm grateful has no audience. I rush through it, hyper-aware of every movement, every shadow cast on the glass. I'm halfway through drying my hair when Alessandro returns, because of course he has terrible timing. He's sweaty from the gym, t-shirt clinging in ways that should be illegal before 9 a.m. That was fast. I clutch my towel tighter, even though I'm technically covered. Forgot my water bottle. He grabs it from the nightstand, and I don't believe him for a second. How was your shower? Private, because you weren't here. I retreat to the least exposed corner to finish getting ready. Don't you need to shower too? I'll use the gym facilities. He pauses at the door. Unless you'd prefer I use ours? Test those professional boundaries you're so fond of. The gym. Definitely the gym. I fumble with my makeup bag, dropping my mascara. And stop calling it our shower. Nothing here is ours. If you say so. He's smiling as he leaves again, and I resist the urge to throw something at the closing door. By the time he returns, properly showered and dressed in a suit that costs more than most people's cars, I've managed to armor myself in my favorite court dress, black, professional, with absolutely no resemblance to the dress I wore to the wine cellar. The fact that I even thought about that comparison irritates me. Ready? He adjusts his cufflinks, and I definitely don't notice how his hands move with practiced elegance. I've been ready for 20 minutes. I grab my briefcase, check my phone. No messages from Mom, which means Sophia had a good night. One less thing to worry about. We should share a car to the meeting, present a united front. Look at that. Our first mutual decision of the day. He holds the door open. Ever the gentleman. Unless you count the mutual decision to cuddle, of course. There was no mutual anything. I sweep past him into the hallway. And if you mention this morning to anyone, what happens in the honeymoon suite stays in the honeymoon suite. He matches my pace to the elevator. Don't worry, counselor. Your secret unconscious affection for me is safe. I have no affection for you, unconscious or otherwise. Your sleep habits suggest otherwise? The elevator arrives, mercifully containing other guests. I smile politely at the elderly couple who enter after us, grateful for the buffer. Until the woman looks between us and sighs romantically. Honeymooners? She asks in accented English. I can always tell. There's a glow. We're not, I start, but Alessandro's hand finds my lower back. Is it that obvious? He smiles at the couple, all charm. We're trying to be professional, but it's difficult. Oh, how sweet. A working honeymoon. Harold and I did the same 40 years ago. She pats my arm. Don't work too hard, dear. Rome is for romance. The elevator opens at their floor, and they leave with knowing smiles and wishes for our happiness. The moment the doors close, I step away from Alessandro's touch. Why did you do that? Would you prefer I explained we're sharing the honeymoon suite due to a booking error and your refusal to stay anywhere less than 5-star? He adjusts his tie, casual as anything. Besides, it's easier than the truth. The truth being that we're opposing counsel, forced to share a room. The truth being that we're complicated. The elevator opens to the lobby, saving me from responding. Cars waiting outside. The ride to Benedetti's office is tense. I review my notes while Alessandro makes calls, but I'm hyper-aware of every shift of his body, every gesture. When his thigh brushes mine as the car turns, I nearly jump out of my skin. Nervous? He ends his call, studies me with those two perceptive eyes. Focused. I close my tablet, meet his gaze. We need to work together without seeming too united. Benedetti's old school Italian. He'll respect partnership but suspect romance. So we're partners now? For the purposes of this meeting. I smooth my skirt, check my lipstick and my compact. Think you can handle that without the innuendo? I'm professionally capable of anything. His smile is sharp. The question is whether you can handle working with me instead of against me. I've been handling you for 7 years. Have you? His voice drops to that dangerous register. Because from where I'm sitting, you've been running for 3 of those years. There's a difference. We're here. I practically leap from the car as it stops, needing air that doesn't smell like his cologne. Benedetti's office building is all marble and old money, the kind of place that whispers tradition. We're escorted to a conference room with a view of the Coliseum, because of course even his office has to be aggressively romantic. Mr. Ricci, Miss Davis. Benedetti enters like a force of nature, all silver hair and expensive suits. Welcome to Rome. I trust your accommodations are satisfactory. Perfect, Alessandro says before I can respond. The Hassler never disappoints. Ah, the Hassler. Such a romantic hotel. Benedetti's eyes twinkle as he looks between us. Perfect for a young couple. We're not, I start, but Alessandro's hand brushes mine in warning. We're here to discuss the merger. I pivot smoothly. Your company's legacy deserves the right partnership. Indeed. Benedetti gestures for us to sit, but not before kissing my hand with old-world charm. Beauty and brains. A dangerous combination. You must tell me how you've resisted her, Alessandro. Who says I have? Alessandro's response is light, but there's an edge to it. Benedetti laughs, delighted. Ah, the dance of American lawyers. So careful, so professional. In Italy, we're more direct about these things. In America, we're direct about business. I open my briefcase, pull out the contracts. Shall we discuss why our offer is superior to global techs? All business, this one. Benedetti winks at Alessandro. You have your work cut out for you. Mr. Benedetti, I keep my voice level despite my irritation. I assure you, my relationship with Mr. Ricci is purely professional. Of course. But his smile suggests he doesn't believe a word. Though I must say, you work together like partners who know each other very well. The way you anticipate each other's thoughts, it's almost intimate. Alessandro and I exchange a glance, and I see my own frustration mirrored in his eyes. We do work well together. Too well? It's what makes this entire situation so impossible. We've been rivals for years, Alessandro explains. You learn someone's patterns when you're constantly trying to beat them. Rivals? Benedetti leans back, steeples his fingers. In my experience, the best partnerships come from rivalry. The passion is already there. It just needs redirecting. Our passion is for the law, I say firmly, and for ensuring your company's future success. Benedetti's knowing look makes me want to scream. Well then, let's see this passionate legal work. The next 2 hours are an exercise in professional torture. Alessandro and I present our strategy, building on each other's arguments with the kind of seamless integration that comes from years of opposition. But every shared glance, every moment of synchronicity, Benedetti watches with increasing amusement. You finish each other's sentences, he observes during a break. Like an old married couple. We're predictable, I deflect. Lawyers are trained to anticipate arguments. Is that what you call it? He pours espresso, hands me a cup. I call it chemistry. Mr. Benedetti. Please, call me Lorenzo. He settles back in his chair. Tell me, Miss Davis, may I call you Zuri? What made you choose law? The desire to fight for justice. It's my standard answer, but he waves it away. No. The real reason. The fire behind the words. I glance at Alessandro, who nods almost imperceptibly. Benedetti wants personal connection, not corporate speak. My father left when I was 7, I hear myself saying. Watching my mother fight for child support, seeing how the system failed us, I decided I'd never be powerless again. Ah, Benedetti's expression softens. And you, Alessandro? What drives the son of a successful restaurant family to law? Rebellion, initially. Alessandro's smile is self-deprecating. My father wanted me in the kitchen, but I discovered I preferred fighting with words to fighting with flavors. Yet you cook, no? I can smell the rosemary on your hands. Alessandro looks surprised. I made breakfast. Old habits. You cooked? I turned to stare at him. In the hotel? I borrowed the kitchen. He shrugs. Couldn't sleep, needed to think. Cooking helps. What did you make? Benedetti leans forward, interested. Frittata with rosemary and pancetta. Simple, but made with care. Benedetti smiles. You cook when you're troubled. What troubles you this morning? Alessandro's eyes flick to me for just a moment. Big day. Important meeting. Natural nerves. Natural indeed. Benedetti stands. Come, let me show you the real reason I'm selling. He leads us through the building to a private gallery filled with photographs, the company's history laid out in black and white. Families growing, products evolving, traditions maintained. 70 years of Benedetti International, he says softly. My grandfather started with one factory. Now we have 43 facilities across Europe. It's an impressive legacy, I acknowledge, studying a photo of young Benedetti with his father. Legacy. He turns to us. That's what matters. Not the money, global tech offers more. But they'll strip our soul, fire our people, destroy what 3 generations built. We won't, Alessandro says simply. Our proposal maintains your structure, your values, your people. I know. Benedetti looks between us again. Just as I know there's more between you two than professional rivalry. But that's not my business. What is my business is this. Can you work together for the next 3 weeks? Can you present a united front while global tech tries to divide and conquer? Yes, we say in unison. Then look at each other, startled by our synchronicity. Good. Benedetti claps his hands. Then let's return to those contracts. And perhaps you'll both join me for dinner tonight? My wife insists on meeting the American lawyers who bicker like lovers. We don't bicker like, I start. 8 o'clock? Benedetti continues as if I hadn't spoken. I'll send a car. Wear something beautiful, Zuri. My wife appreciates style. He sweeps out before I can protest further, leaving Alessandro and me alone in the gallery. Lovers who bicker? I round on him. What have you been telling people? Nothing. The man has eyes. Alessandro moves closer, and I'm reminded of this morning, of waking in his arms. We do bicker. We argue. Professionally. We do everything professionally. He reaches past me to straighten a photograph, his arm brushing mine. Including cuddling, apparently. Stop saying cuddling. What would you prefer I call it? His voice is low, amused. Unconscious gravitational attraction? Sleep-induced proximity? Platonic nocturnal embrace? I prefer you don't call it anything. I move away, but the gallery is small and he's everywhere. We have work to do. Always work with you. He follows me toward the door. When do you ever just be? I be plenty, just not with you. Why not? Because being with you is dangerous. The truth slips out before I can think about it. He stops walking, and I realize what I've admitted. Not that I dislike him, not that he annoys me, but that he's dangerous. That being near him threatens something fundamental. Zuri, we should get back. I flee toward the conference room. Benedetti's waiting, but I feel his eyes on me the rest of the day, wondering. And tonight, we'll have to share that bed again. Pretend this morning didn't happen. Pretend I don't fit perfectly in his arms.
Chapter 8. Alessandro. 4 days. 4 excruciating days of carefully choreographed avoidance that's become its own form of torture. I know her routine now like I know my own heartbeat. She wakes at 6:47 a.m., always 13 minutes before 7, like even her internal clock refuses to be conventional. By 6:50, she's destroyed whatever remains of the pillow wall she rebuilds every night, usually with one arm flung across my side of the bed, fingers splayed like she's reaching for something in her dreams. I've become an expert at extraction. Sliding out from under her touch without waking her, grabbing my gym clothes in the dark, escaping before she opens those amber eyes, and I do something spectacularly stupid. Like tell her she's beautiful when she's sleep-soft and unguarded. Like confess that I've been awake for an hour just watching her breathe. I've gotten used to this routine, but it's the 8 p.m. calls that drive me insane. Every night, like clockwork, she excuses herself to the balcony. "I need to make a call," she says, phone already in hand, shutting the French doors firmly behind her. I can see her through the glass, pacing, smiling, laughing sometimes. Soft expressions I never see during our working hours. Last night she blew a kiss at the screen and I had to leave the room. She talks for exactly 30 minutes. I know because I've timed it, like some pathetic private investigator of my own heartbreak. Who calls her every night? Who makes her face light up like that? A boyfriend back in New York? The thought makes me want to punch something, which is ridiculous. I have no claim on her, no right to this burning jealousy that definitely isn't jealousy, because I don't get jealous over opposing counsel. I have to act like it didn't matter, and I go to the gym from 7 to 8 a.m. It has become my sanctuary. I push harder each morning, trying to exhaust myself into forgetting how she looks in those silk pajamas, how she hums in the shower, old R&B songs she probably doesn't realize I can hear. Today it's At Last by Etta James, and the irony isn't lost on me. When I return from the gym at 8:15, she's dressed and armored in another sharp suit, hair twisted into a style that manages to be both professional and elegant. We've mastered the dance of sharing space without touching. She works at the desk by the window. I take the small table by the door. Close enough to collaborate, far enough to maintain the fiction that we're unaffected. Except we're not unaffected. I catch her watching me when she thinks I'm focused on contracts. She catches me staring when she stretches her neck, working out tension from hunching over documents. We're like magnets with matching poles, forever pushing away while fighting the fundamental force trying to pull us together. The Benedetti dinner is at 8, she says, without looking up from her laptop. It's 6 p.m., and we've been working in this charged silence for 3 hours. Should we share a car? Makes sense. I keep my voice neutral, professional. We've gotten good at this, speaking in business-like tones while the air between us crackles. I'll be ready by 7:30. She nods, but I notice her fingers pause on the keyboard. It's at their house this time. Less formal. Maria Benedetti doesn't do less formal. She'll have a 5-course meal disguised as a casual dinner. I close my laptop, needing distance before I do something idiotic, like mentioning how the afternoon light turns her skin to burnished gold. I'm going to shower. At the gym? There's something in her voice. Disappointment? Relief? No, I thought I'd use ours tonight. The gym's closing early. I watch her carefully. Unless that's a problem. Why would it be a problem? She's trying for casual, but her knuckles are white where they grip her pen. It's just a shower. A perfectly normal shower in a perfectly normal bathroom. Right. Perfectly normal. I grab a towel, pause at the threshold of our transparent bathroom. I'll be quick. Take your time. She's determinedly staring at her screen. I'll be working. Completely absorbed. Won't even notice you're there. You'll miss your call, I say before I can stop myself. She freezes. What call? Your 8 p.m. call. The one you take on the balcony every night. I try to sound casual, fail miserably. Just didn't want you to miss it on my account. It's only 6:15. Her voice is carefully neutral. Plenty of time. Right, of course. I escape into the shower before I can ask who she talks to, why she smiles like that, why it matters so much to me. The shower is torture. I know she can see my silhouette through the glass, just as I could see hers that first night. I keep the water cold, face the wall, and try not to think about how she's sitting 20 feet away, probably watching despite her protests. When I emerge, wrapped in a towel and nothing else, she's on the balcony with her back to the room. She doesn't turn around until I'm dressed. The car ride to the Benedetti estate is silent tension. Zuri's wearing a burgundy dress that's technically conservative, but clings in ways that make my hands itch. She's touching that saint. Christopher pendant again, a nervous habit she's developed over the past 5 days. You still wear it, I observe, needing to fill the silence before it suffocates us. I told you. I forgot it was from you. Her fingers still on the pendant. It's just jewelry. Jewelry you've worn every day for 5 years. It goes with everything. She turns to look out the window, Rome's evening traffic crawling past. We're going to be late. Like you were late for your call earlier. The words slip out, petty and revealing. She turns to look at me. My calls are none of your business. Of course not. I stare out my own window, just making conversation. By monitoring my schedule, it's hard not to notice when you disappear onto the balcony at exactly 8 p.m. every night. I hate how jealous I sound. Sorry, you're right. None of my business. She's quiet for a moment. It's family. Back in New York, the time difference makes scheduling tricky. Family. The knot in my chest loosens slightly, though I don't know why family calls would make her blow kisses at the screen. Zuri! Don't! The word comes out sharp. Whatever you're about to say, just don't. We have a good system. Let's not ruin it. Our system is killing us both. The words escape me before I can process the implications of it. You're not sleeping. I can see the concealer under your eyes. You barely eat. You jump every time I move. This isn't sustainable. It only needs to sustain for 2 more weeks. She's gripping her clutch so tight I'm worried she'll break it. We can do anything for 2 more weeks. Can we? I think about watching her take those calls, the way she lights up for someone else. 4 days already feels like a lifetime. The Benedetti estate saves us from further discussion. It's a villa that screams old money and older secrets, with gardens that probably have their own staff. Maria greets us at the door, all warmth and knowing smiles. Alessandro! Zuri, come in, come in! You both look tense. Lorenzo, bring wine. Our lawyers need loosening up. She kisses our cheeks, and I catch her studying us with those sharp eyes that miss nothing. Maria Benedetti might play the doting wife, but she built half this empire from the shadows. You look beautiful, my dear, she tells Zuri, linking arms with her and leading her inside. That color is perfection on you. Alessandro, stop hovering and go help Lorenzo with the wine. I find Lorenzo in his study, pouring something expensive. Your wife is matchmaking again. She likes your Zuri. He hands me a glass. Says she has steel in her spine, but sadness in her eyes. Maria's a sucker for sad eyes. She's not my Zuri. I take a larger sip than necessary. We're colleagues, temporary partners. Lorenzo's look is knowing. Is that why you watch her like a man dying of thirst watching water? Or why she touches that necklace every time you speak? So, it's complicated. The best things usually are. He claps my shoulder. Come. Maria's made enough food for an army, and she'll be insulted if we're late. Dinner is a special kind of torture. Maria seated us next to each other at an intimate table set for 4. Every time Zuri reaches for something, our arms brush. When she laughs at one of Maria's stories about young Lorenzo's failed attempts at romance, her whole body relaxes, and I'm transported back to that night 5 years ago when she laughed at my terrible jokes. You two work so well together, Maria observes over the secondo piatto. Lorenzo says you finish each other's arguments in meetings. We've faced each other in court many times, Zuri explains, twirling linguine with surprising expertise. You learn patterns. Patterns. Maria tastes the word like wine. Is that what you call it? Because from where I sit, it looks like something else entirely. Maria. Lorenzo warns gently. What? I'm old, not blind. These two dance around each other like teenagers at their first formal. She fixes me with a stare. Alessandro, when did you last take a vacation? I don't really do vacations. I shift uncomfortably. Work keeps me busy. And you, Zuri? When did you last relax? I see Zuri's jaw tighten. I relax plenty. I just prefer to do it productively. Productively. Maria shakes her head. You Americans and your productive relaxation. Lorenzo, tell them about the island. Maria has a proposition, Lorenzo says, looking amused. We have a small island off the Amalfi coast. Private, beautiful, perfect for relaxation. We want you to come this weekend, Maria announces. Friday through Sunday, no work, no phones, just sun and sea and good food. That's very generous, Zuri starts. But we have depositions to prepare, which can wait until Monday. Maria waves dismissively. The global tech vultures are circling, yes, but they can circle without you for a weekend. You both need rest, and perhaps some perspective. The island is very private, Lorenzo adds with a grin. 1 guest house. You'd have to share, of course, but after a week in the honeymoon suite, I'm sure that's no problem. Zuri's wine glass freezes halfway to her lips. 1 guest house. Don't worry, Kara. It has 2 bedrooms. Maria pats her hand. Though the moonlight on the water has been known to make people forget which room is theirs. Oh, we couldn't impose, I try. But Maria's already shaking her head. It's not an imposition. It's a requirement. Her voice is steel wrapped in silk. I need to know the people we're trusting with our legacy can work together under any circumstances. Consider it due diligence. Plus, Lorenzo adds, the global tech team has been asking about our personal relationships with you. It would be good to show them we're more than just business associates, that we're friends. Friends. I catch Zuri's eye, see my own resignation reflected there. We can't refuse without potentially damaging the deal. Of course, Zuri says finally. We'd be honored. Wonderful. Maria claps. I'll have the boat prepared. Bring swimsuits. The water is perfect this time of year. The rest of dinner passes in a blur of plans and warnings about the sun. But I'm stuck on the image of Zuri in a swimsuit, skin gleaming with salt water, and I have to excuse myself twice just to regain composure. As we're leaving, Maria pulls me aside while Lorenzo shows Zuri some family photos. She's in love with you, you know, she says quietly. Maria. No, listen. I've been married 45 years. I know what a woman in love looks like when she's trying not to be. She touches my cheek, maternal and knowing. And you, Caro, you look at her like she hung the moon. Whatever happened between you, whatever is keeping you apart, fix it. Life's too short for this much wanting. It's not that simple. It never is. She smiles. That's what makes it worth fighting for. The ride back to the hotel is silent. Zuri stares out the window, one hand touching that pendant, the other clenched in her lap. I want to take that hand, smooth out the tension, tell her we don't have to go to the island. But I know she's thinking what I'm thinking. The deal depends on keeping the Benedettis happy. A whole weekend, she finally says as we enter our suite. On a private island, with nowhere to run. We'll manage. I loosen my tie, trying to sound more confident than I feel. 2 bedrooms, she said. We can maintain our system. Our system barely works in Rome with gyms and restaurants and places to escape to. She kicks off her heels. I try not to notice how that brings her closer to my height, easier to kiss. On an island we'll be trapped, I supply. Exposed. She moves to the window, arms wrapped around herself. This was easier when we could pretend to hate each other. When did we stop pretending? I move closer, drawn by the confession. I don't know. Her voice is small. Somewhere between that first morning and tonight, watching you charm Maria with stories about your grandmother. You're supposed to be arrogant and insufferable. I am arrogant and insufferable. No. She turns and we're too close. I can see the pulse jumping in her throat. You're competitive and brilliant, and you cook when you're stressed and you still carry handkerchiefs like it's 1950. You're human. Real. That makes this so much harder. I step closer, close enough to catch her perfume mixed with the night air. She gestures between us. This thing we're not talking about. This tension that gets worse every day. This need to... She stops herself, but I hear the unfinished sentence. This need to touch, to taste, to stop pretending we don't want each other desperately. Zuri, I'm going to shower. She moves past me, careful not to touch. Early meeting tomorrow. I watch her gather her things, disappear into our glass cube of temptation. The water starts, and I force myself to the balcony, staring at Rome's lights and trying not to think about this weekend. A private island, nowhere to run. Just us and the sun and whatever's been building between us for 5 days. 5 years, if I'm honest. Maria's words echo. Life's too short for this much wanting. But as I listen to Zuri hum in the shower, something slow and sad tonight, I wonder if wanting isn't better than having and losing again. Because she ran once, and I survived. Barely. If she runs again, after a weekend of island sunlight and nowhere to hide, I don't think I'll recover. 2 more weeks, she said. We can do anything for 2 more weeks. But as I prepare for another night of lying rigidly on my side of the heart-shaped bed, pretending I don't know she'll destroy the pillow wall in her sleep and reach for me, I know the truth. We're not going to make it 2 more weeks. We might not even make it through the weekend.
Chapter 9. Zuri. The yacht cuts through crystalline water like a knife through silk, and I'm trying very hard not to stare at Alessandro's forearms. He's rolled up his white linen sleeves, 3 turns, always 3, and the sun turns his olive skin to bronze. Every time he adjusts the rope, he's inexplicably helping the captain with. Those forearms flex, and I have to look away before I do something stupid, like trace the veins with my finger. Come, Cara, you're missing the best part. Maria Benedetti appears at my elbow, guiding me toward the bow where a small bench awaits. The approach to the island is breathtaking from here. Alessandro, stop pretending to be useful and join us. I'm actually helping, he starts, but Maria waves him off. Captain Romano has been sailing these waters for 40 years. He doesn't need a lawyer's assistance. She practically pushes us onto the bench, which seemed reasonably sized until Alessandro sits down. There. Now you can properly appreciate the view. The bench is built for intimate couples, not two people trying desperately to maintain professional distance. Alessandro's thigh presses against mine, warm through the thin fabric of my sundress. When the yacht hits a wave, we sway together, and his hand instinctively goes to my waist to steady me. "Sorry," he murmurs, but doesn't remove his hand immediately. "It's fine," I reply almost breathlessly. The sea spray has made his shirt translucent in places, clinging to his chest, and I force my eyes to the horizon. Oh. The island rises from the azure water like something from a dream. White cliffs crowned with green, a crescent of golden beach, and what looks like a villa nestled among olive trees. It's absurdly, offensively beautiful. "Isola del Cuore," Maria announces proudly. "Island of the Heart. My grandfather won it in a card game in 1923. Can you imagine? Stakes were different then." It's stunning, I admit. Then grip the railing as we hit choppy water. The yacht lurches, and suddenly I'm pressed against Alessandro's side, his arm fully around me now. "Rough patch," the captain calls out cheerfully. "Hold on." Alessandro's grip tightens, and I tell myself the flutter in my stomach is just seasickness. His cologne mingles with salt air and sunscreen, creating a scent that's uniquely summer Alessandro. I wonder if there's a winter Alessandro, all cashmere and firelight, then mentally slap myself. "You're not getting sick, are you?" His breath tickles my ear. "You've gone quiet." I'm appreciating the view. I gesture vaguely at the island, trying not to think about how solid he feels, how easy it would be to just lean in. His thumb moves slightly on my waist, possibly unconsciously. The view is incredible. But when I glance at him, he's not looking at the island. "We'll dock in 5 minutes," Maria interrupts. And I've never been so grateful for a matchmaking Italian grandmother. "I hope you both packed light." The porter is actually my nephew, and he complains terribly about heavy luggage. "We're lawyers," Alessandro says, finally releasing me as the water calms. "We don't pack light." "Well, you'll learn." Maria stands with surprising grace for a woman her age. The island has its own rules. First rule, no business talk. At all. I'm serious about this. "Maria," I start. "We appreciate the hospitality, but we do have work?" "No." Her voice is steel wrapped in silk. "This weekend is about seeing if you two can exist as humans, not legal machines. The global tech team spent a week here last month. All they did was strategize and plot. It told me everything I needed to know about their priorities." Alessandro and I exchange a glance. This is a test, then. Another evaluation disguised as hospitality. Second rule, Maria continues as we dock. The island operates on island time. No schedules, no alarms, no rushing. You eat when you're hungry, sleep when you're tired, swim when the mood strikes. That sounds... I search for a diplomatic word. Relaxing. You say it like it's a death sentence. Maria laughs. When was the last time either of you truly relaxed? Neither of us answers, which seems to be answer enough. The guest house is a 10-minute walk from the dock, up a winding path lined with lemon trees. Alessandro carries both our bags despite my protests, and I try not to notice how his shirt stretches across his back. Maria chatters about the island's history, but I'm distracted by the way the sun filters through the leaves, creating patterns of light and shadow on Alessandro's skin. Here we are. Maria gestures to a white stone building that looks like it was lifted from a travel magazine. Casa dei Sogni, House of Dreams. My wedding gift from Lorenzo, though we've updated it since 1981. The interior is all cool tile and warm wood, with windows that frame the sea like living paintings. It's intimate and romantic, and absolutely not designed for two people, maintaining professional boundaries. The bedrooms are through here. Maria leads us down a short hallway. They share a bathroom, but there are 2 sinks, so no fighting over mirror space. The kitchen is stocked, though you're welcome to join us at the main house for meals. Oh, and the outdoor shower is around back, perfect for rinsing off after swimming. Outdoor shower? I echo weakly. Don't worry, it's private. Mostly. She winks. Now, let me show you the best part. The best part turns out to be a terrace that overlooks a private cove. There's a table for 2, a hammock that looks like it was designed for Instagram photos, and what appears to be an outdoor bed piled with cushions. For afternoon naps, Maria explains. Or watching the stars. The light pollution is non-existent here. It's beautiful, Alessandro says, setting down our bags. Really, Maria, this is too generous. Nonsense. You're helping us preserve our legacy. The least we can do is provide a proper Italian welcome. She moves to a cabinet, pulls out 2 bottles. Wine from our vineyard. The white is perfect for afternoon, the red for evening. There's Prosecco in the refrigerator for breakfast. Breakfast? I raise an eyebrow. What? You Americans with your orange juice. She shakes her head. Now, I must insist, no laptops. I saw you both trying to sneak them in your bags. Maria, we have contracts to review. Alessandro tries. No. She holds out her hands. Give them to me. Your phones too, except for personal ones. I know you need those for emergencies. This is ridiculous, I protest, even as I dig out my laptop. We're adults, not children who need our toys confiscated. Adults who don't know how to stop working. She takes our electronics with the efficiency of a TSA agent. These will be in my safe at the main house. You can have them back Sunday evening. But, no buts. She fixes me with a look that probably terrorized her children. You have 48 hours to prove you can be humans instead of legal robots. Starting now. She sweeps out before we can mount further protest, leaving Alessandro and me alone in what amounts to a honeymoon cottage. So, he says after a moment, no work? No work. I move to the window, needing distance. What are we supposed to do for 48 hours? Relax, apparently. He joins me at the window, and I catch myself noticing how the afternoon light turns his eyes more gold than green. When was the last time you did that? Relaxed? I relax. The lie sounds unconvincing even to me. I do yoga. Power yoga before work doesn't count. He's standing too close. His body's warmth brushing against my skin. I mean, really relaxed. No agenda, no schedule, no goals. That sounds like a waste of time. I move away, exploring the kitchen. I like goals. Goals give structure. And structure gives control. He follows me because of course he does. What happens when you can't control everything, Zuri? I adapt. I open cabinets at random, finding them stocked with pasta, wine, and what looks like homemade preserves. I'm very adaptable. Are you? He leans against the counter, watching me fidget. Because you look like you're about to crawl out of your skin, and we've been here 15 minutes. I'm fine. I close a cabinet too hard. Just adjusting to the idea of forced relaxation. Maybe it doesn't have to be forced. His voice softens. Maybe we could actually try to enjoy this. Gorgeous island. Beautiful weather. No global tech breathing down our necks. Could be worse. Could be better, I mutter. Could have separate guest houses. Would that really be better? He moves toward me, and I'm trapped between him and the counter. Because I think you'd find a way to be miserable in paradise. Even with your own villa. I'm not miserable. But I am. Not because of the island, or the forced proximity, but because he's right. I don't know how to relax. Don't know how to exist without the armor of work and schedules and goals. I just prefer structure. There's structure in relaxation, too. He reaches past me for a wine glass, his chest brushing my shoulder. Lunch, swim, siesta, dinner. Very civilized. And what do we do between those markers? I turn, which is a mistake, because now we're face to face with barely inches between us. Stare at each other. Pretend this isn't awkward. We could try talking. His eyes drop to my lips, then back up. Like normal people. We're not normal people. We're opposing counsel who happen to be temporarily aligned. I should move. Should step away. Should not be noticing how his pulse jumps in his throat. And talking leads to arguing. Not always. He sets down the wine glass, and now both his hands are free, resting on the counter on either side of me. Sometimes talking leads to understanding, or to saying things we can't take back. My voice is barely above a whisper, like in the wine cellar. You mean when you admitted you're afraid of yourself around me? He leans in slightly. Or when I told you kissing you felt like coming home? Both. Neither. I press back against the counter, but there's nowhere to go. We agreed not to discuss that. We agreed to a lot of things. His hand moves to tuck a strand of hair behind my ear, the touch feather-light but devastating. Yet here we are, alone on an island, pretending we don't want... Don't? The word comes out as a plea. Please don't finish that sentence. Why not? His thumb traces my jaw, and I have to close my eyes against the sensation. What's the worst that could happen? Everything. I open my eyes, meet his. Everything could happen. And then where would we be? Maybe somewhere better than this constant state of wanting. He's so close I can see flecks of amber in his eyes. Maybe... A bell chimes from somewhere outside, loud and insistent. Lunch. Maria's voice carries from the main path. Come eat. Clothing optional, but not recommended. Alessandro steps back, and I can breathe again. We stare at each other for a moment, both flushed and breathing harder than the non-exertion warrants. We should go, I manage. We should. But he doesn't move. Zuri, this weekend we maintain boundaries. I slip past him, grabbing my sun hat on the way to the door. We're professionals. We can handle 48 hours. Right. He follows me out into the blinding sunshine. 48 hours. What could possibly go wrong?
Chapter 10. Alessandro. The morning sun paints Zuri's skin in shades of gold and copper as she emerges from the guest house, and I nearly drop the beach bag I'm packing. She's wearing a white bikini that's probably meant to be modest, but fails spectacularly with a sheer cover-up that only emphasizes what it's supposedly hiding. Stop staring, she says without looking at me, adjusting her sun hat. It's the only swimsuit I brought that wasn't... worse. I wasn't staring. I force my eyes back to the cooler I'm filling with water and fruit. Just surprised you own anything that isn't a power suit. I own plenty of non-suit items. She applies sunscreen with careful precision, and I absolutely refuse to watch her hands smooth lotion over her shoulders. I just don't usually have occasion to wear them around opposing counsel. We're not opposing anything today. I shoulder the beach bag, determined to make this day work. She'd barely slept last night. I'd heard her pacing, probably going through contract negotiations in her head. Today we're just two people enjoying a perfect beach day. No law degree required. Everything requires a law degree when you're a lawyer. But she follows me down the path to the cove, her flip-flops slapping against the stones. It's not something you can just turn off. Watch me. I spread our blanket on the sand, then immediately pull my shirt over my head and toss it aside. See? No legal thoughts, just sun and sand and... Show off, she mutters, but I catch her looking. Not all of us can maintain abs while billing 2,000 hours a year. You could if you actually ate breakfast instead of surviving on coffee. And spite. I stretch out on the blanket, making a show of relaxing. When's the last time you had a meal that wasn't consumed over a contract? Tuesday. She settles on the far edge of the blanket, maintaining maximum distance. I had a full lunch, with utensils and everything. Let me guess, a salad eaten at your desk while reviewing depositions. It was a very nice salad. She pulls out a book, clearly intending to ignore me. With protein. You're at one of the most beautiful beaches in Italy and you brought a book? I crane my neck to see the cover. Is that a tax law textbook? It's light reading. She clutches it protectively. International tax implications are very relevant to the merger. Maria specifically said no work. I make a grab for the book and she jerks it away. Come on, Zuri. One day. Give me one day where you're not thinking about billable hours. What else am I supposed to think about? The question seems to surprise her as much as me. I mean, I have responsibilities. People depending on me. I can't just turn that off because there's sand involved. People depending on you? I file that away for later examination. The firm won't collapse because you take a Saturday off. You don't know that. But she sets the book aside, pulling her knees to her chest. I'm not good at this. Relaxing. Being idle. Then let's not be idle. I jump up, struck by inspiration. Let's build something. Build something? She looks at me like I've suggested arson. What are we, 5? Sandcastles are a perfectly legitimate beach activity. I'm already gathering wet sand. Unless the great Zuri Davis is afraid of a little architectural competition. Her eyes narrow. I'm not afraid of anything. Prove it. I start forming a foundation. Best sandcastle wins. Wins what? But she's already moving to the water's edge, competitive instinct overriding her reluctance. Bragging rights. Loser buys dinner when we're back in Rome. I watch her crouch by the waves, cover up riding up to reveal the curve of her lower back. Unless you're scared of losing. Please. She returns with dripping sand, kneeling opposite me. I dominated sandbox negotiations in preschool. For the next hour, we work in concentrated silence broken only by trash talk and the occasional accusation of sabotage. Zuri approaches sandcastle building like a deposition. Methodical, strategic, and utterly ruthless. She actually constructs a moat system that functions. That's cheating, I protest as she diverts water through an elaborate channel system. You're using engineering. You said build a castle. You didn't specify I couldn't use basic physics. She's completely absorbed, a streak of sand across her cheek, and she looks younger than I've ever seen her. Maybe if you'd been more specific in your parameters. Typical lawyer. I add another tower to my increasingly lopsided structure, finding loopholes in sandcastle competitions. Typical Alessandro. She shores up a wall with surgical precision, assuming charm will compensate for poor planning. My charm compensates for many things. I lean over to examine her work, accidentally on purpose brushing against her. But right now, I'm more interested in why you're using the golden ratio in your tower proportions. She freezes. How do you know about the golden ratio? Architecture undergrad before law school. I sit back, enjoying her surprise. You? Math major before law school. She returns to her building, but there's a new tension in her shoulders. It was more practical than architecture. Everything with you is about practicality. I abandoned my castle entirely, watching her work. What happened to doing things just because they're beautiful? Beautiful doesn't pay student loans. She adds delicate shell details to her ramparts. Beautiful doesn't provide security. But beautiful makes life worth living. I reach over, ostensibly to steal one of her shells, really just wanting to see her smile. Like this beach. Like this day. Like your completely collapsed castle? She gestures at my sad pile of sand. I win, by the way. You win the sandcastle competition. I stand, brushing sand from my shorts. But the day's not over. Come on. Where are we going? But she lets me pull her to her feet, our hands connecting for a moment before she pulls away. Swimming. Actual swimming, not standing in the shallows plotting castle dominance. I head toward deeper water. Unless you're afraid of getting your hair wet? My hair is already... She stops as I dive under a wave, surfacing farther out. Alessandro, I'm not a strong swimmer. Something in her voice makes me turn back immediately. She's standing waist deep, arms wrapped around herself despite the warm water. How not strong? I swim back to her, close enough to reach, but not touching. Can't swim at all, or just prefer not to? I can swim. Just not confidently. She looks embarrassed. Pools are fine. Oceans are different. You can't see the bottom. You're safe here. I extend my hand. The cove is protected. No currents, no surprises, just water and salt and trust. Trust. She looks at my hand like it might bite. That's a big word. It's a small word. 5 letters. Very manageable. I wiggle my fingers. Come on, counselor. What's the worst that could happen? Drowning. Shark attack. Jellyfish. But she takes my hand, lets me draw her deeper. Seaweed touching my feet. Oh God, what was that? Your imagination. I keep her hand firmly in mine as we move past the breakpoint. See? You're doing great. I'm tolerating. But her grip tightens when a larger wave approaches. Alessandro! I've got you. I pull her closer, my other hand finding her waist. Just right over it. Like this. We rise with the swell and she makes a small sound of surprise that turns into something like delight. Oh, that wasn't terrible. High praise. Another wave comes, and this time she leans into me instead of away. Want to try floating? I know how to float. But she doesn't release my hand. In theory. Theory's different from practice. I move behind her, keeping one hand at her lower back. Lean back! I won't let you sink. This is ridiculous. I'm a grown woman afraid of floating. But she tries, tension evident in every line of her body. I can negotiate billion-dollar deals, but can't stop thinking. I support her weight as she reclines. Just feel the water holding you. Breathe. For a moment, she actually relaxes. Floating with her eyes closed, hair fanning out like seaweed, she looks like something mythical. Then her eyes snap open, finding mine, and the moment shifts. You're staring again, she says softly. You're floating. I don't deny the staring. It's worth observing. She stands abruptly, water streaming down her body, and I lose several brain cells to the sight. Show me something else. Like what? I don't know. You're the one who grew up with the beach house. She pushes wet hair from her face. What did teenage Alessandro do to impress girls? You want me to impress you? The admission hangs between us, surprisingly honest. I want you to distract me. She looks away. From thinking about work, from obsessing about the merger, from what? I move closer, drawn by the vulnerability in her voice. Nothing. Just show me something fun. Something that doesn't require analyzing or strategizing or winning. Follow me. I take her hand again, leading her along the shoreline. Lorenzo showed me the photo and told me the directions. But first, you have to promise not to sue me if you hate it. I can't make that promise. I'm a lawyer. Suing people is reflexive. But she's smiling now, a real smile. Where are we going? The path winds up from the beach, through scrub brush and wild herbs that perfume the air. Zuri mutters about inappropriate footwear and possible snake habitats, but she doesn't let go of my hand. There. I point to where the cliff rises, maybe 20 feet above deep water. Lorenzo says all the local kids jump from here. It's perfectly safe. Define safe. She peers over the edge, immediately stepping back. That's high. It's maybe 20 feet. 25 max. I move to the edge, gauging distance. The water's deep here. No rocks. You're going to jump? She sounds horrified and intrigued in equal measure. We're going to jump. I turn back to her. Together. I don't think so. She's already backing away. I don't do cliffs. I don't do jumping. I don't do potential spinal injuries. You don't do a lot of things. I catch her hand before she can retreat further. That's the point. When was the last time you did something that scared you? This morning, wearing a bikini around you. The admission slips out and she immediately looks mortified. I mean, I know what you mean. I squeeze her hand. But this is different. This is about trusting yourself. Trusting the water. Maybe even trusting me. I don't have trust issues. But she lets me lead her back to the edge. I have sensible self-preservation instincts. Same thing, fancier words. I position us at the ledge. We go on 3. Don't think, just jump. Alessandro. 1. This is insane. 2. If I die, I'm haunting your entire family line. 3. I jump, and miraculously she jumps with me. For a heartbeat, we're suspended in air, her scream mixing with my whoop of joy. Then we hit the water in an explosion of bubbles and adrenaline. I surface first, looking for her. She emerges a second later, sputtering and laughing and absolutely radiant. I can't believe I did that! She treads water, eyes bright with exhilaration. That was terrifying? Incredible. She laughs again, the sound pure and unguarded. Can we do it again? You want to jump again? I swim closer, caught by her joy. What happened to spinal injury concerns? Shut up. She splashes me. I'm having an adrenaline rush. Don't ruin it with logic. But then she tries to adjust her bikini top and her face changes. Oh no. What's wrong? Don't look. She turns away, one arm crossed over her chest. My top. The impact. I immediately position myself between her and the shore, though there's no one around. It's okay. I'm not looking. Can you fix it? The tie came completely undone. I need both hands, but then she's flustered in a way I've never seen. All her composure gone. This is so embarrassing. Here. I move behind her, careful not to look down. I'll hold the front while you retie. Like a gentleman. You are not a gentleman. Gentlemen don't convince people to jump off cliffs. But she guides my hands to hold the fabric in place while she works on the ties. Don't you dare peek. Wouldn't dream of it. Though the skin of her back under my knuckles is incredibly soft, and I'm definitely going to hell for the thoughts I'm having. Almost done? The strings are knotted from the water. I can't. She makes a frustrated sound. This is like a bad romantic comedy. Or a good one, depending on your perspective. I risk a joke, gratified when she laughs. There! She finally secures the ties. You can let go now. I do, but not before noticing the goosebumps on her skin that have nothing to do with cold water. Thank you, she says quietly, still facing away, for being decent. I have my moments. I swim around to face her, finding her cheeks flushed. Want to head back? In a minute. She looks up at the cliff we just jumped from. I can't believe I did that. Sophia would be so proud. She freezes, clearly not meaning to say that name. Sophia? I ask carefully. My cousin. The lie is obvious. She's very adventurous. Always trying to get me to be more spontaneous. I call her every night. Just to talk. Sounds like someone you should listen to more often. I don't push, but I file the name away. Sophia, who makes her smile during those evening calls. Race you back to shore. You'll win. But she's already starting to swim. You have actual technique. I'll give you a head start. I watch her awkward but determined stroke. Loser buys gelato. I already won the sandcastle competition. But she's laughing as she swims, and I let her get halfway before following. I could easily catch her, but I don't. Instead, I match her pace, enjoying the way the sun turns the water to diamonds around her. When we finally reach shallow water, she's breathless, but triumphant. I almost won, she pants, pushing wet hair from her face. You did win. I stand, water streaming off me. You jumped off a cliff. That's worth more than any race. She looks at me then, really looks at me, and something shifts in her expression. Why are you doing this? Doing what? Being nice, fun, making me laugh. She wraps her arms around herself again, defensive. What's your angle? No angle. I step closer, drawn by the vulnerability she's trying to hide. Maybe I just like seeing you happy. Maybe I think you deserve a day where you're not carrying the weight of the world. I don't need... You do, though. I risk touching her arm, just barely. You need to remember there's more to life than briefs and billables. You need to laugh without calculating the cost. You need... Stop! Her voice is thick. Please stop being wonderful. It makes everything harder. What everything? I move closer still, close enough to see the water droplets on her eyelashes. What are you so afraid of? You, she whispers. This. The way you make me forget why I need walls. Then forget, I say softly. Just for today. Forget. For a moment, I think she'll kiss me. She sways toward me, lips parted, eyes dark. Then a wave crashes behind us, breaking the spell, and she steps back. We should get the gelato, she says, voice artificially bright. Before the shop closes. Zuri, 2 scoops. That was the bet, right? She's already heading for our blanket. I hope you brought euros. I watch her go. This complicated woman who jumps off cliffs but runs from feelings, who builds perfect sandcastles but can't relax, who has someone named Sophia who makes her smile but won't say who. Alessandro! She turns back, silhouetted against the afternoon sun. Thank you. For today. For making me jump. Any time, I say, and mean it more than she knows. Because watching Zuri Davis come alive, watching her laugh and leap and let go, even for a few hours, worth every second of torture it's going to be tonight, lying next to her and pretending I'm not falling completely apart.
I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyler.
This isn't just any fake marriage now, is it?
No. You introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl. Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyler, this story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less, I Love You. New releases every Thursday, now with longer episodes. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylerWalker.com for up to 85% off. Treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 11. Zuri. The sunset paints the sky in shades of peach and gold as Maria spreads blankets on the sand, directing her small army of family and staff with the efficiency of a general. The beach has been transformed into something from a dream. Mason jars filled with candles dot the shoreline, a fire pit crackles with driftwood, and the smell of grilling seafood mingles with salt air and the wild rosemary Lorenzo's crushing for the marinade. Zuri, Cara, you sit here. Maria pats a cushion between herself and Alessandro, who's helping Lorenzo with the makeshift grill. Best view of the sunset, and close enough to steal food when the men aren't looking. I settle onto the cushion, hyper-aware of the space Alessandro will soon occupy. He's changed into worn jeans and a white linen shirt, sleeves rolled up, and the casual look suits him too well. The afternoon's playfulness has shifted into something softer as evening approaches, and I'm dangerously close to forgetting why I need to keep my distance. Wine, Lorenzo offers, producing a bottle with no label. From our private reserve. My grandfather made wine in the basement during Prohibition. This is from his original vines. How is that possible? I accept the glass, the ruby liquid catching the light. Prohibition was American, not Italian. Ah, but my grandfather lived in New York then. Lorenzo grins. He brought cuttings back when he returned to Italy. Said American soil made the grapes rebellious. Sounds familiar, Alessandro says, dropping onto the cushion beside me. His thigh brushes mine as he settles, and I fight the urge to shift away. or closer. Rebellious Americans causing trouble wherever they go. I prefer independent to rebellious, I say, taking a sip of wine that tastes like summer nights and secrets. Same thing, prettier words. He reaches across me for bread, his chest brushing my shoulder. Like cautious instead of scared, or practical instead of controlled, or charming instead of insufferable. I counter, but there's no heat in it. The wine, the warmth, the way the firelight plays across his features, it's all conspiring against my better judgment. Maria laughs, clapping her hands. Listen to you two. Like Paolo and Francesca, but with better vocabulary. Paolo and Francesca died tragically, I point out, recognizing the reference to Dante's doomed lovers. All the best love stories end tragically. Maria winks. It's what makes them memorable. Maria, Lorenzo chides gently, don't scare our guests with your romantic fatalism. It's not fatalism, it's Italian realism. She turns to me. We understand that love and pain are dancers, no? One always follows the other. I take another sip of wine to avoid responding, but Alessandro shifts beside me, his warmth seeping through the thin fabric of my dress. This afternoon he'd held my bikini in place with careful hands, protected my modesty without taking advantage. The memory makes my skin prickle. The clams are ready, Lorenzo announces, carrying a platter of seafood that smells like garlic in heaven. Caught this morning by my cousin Nico. The meal unfolds in courses, each more delicious than the last. Grilled octopus with lemon, linguine with sea urchin, whole fish stuffed with herbs. I eat with an appetite that surprises me, forgetting to be careful, forgetting to maintain distance. Maria tells stories about her courtship with Lorenzo, how he serenaded her from the street until her father threatened to call the police. But I kept singing, Lorenzo says, eyes twinkling, just from farther away. And quieter, Maria adds, like a romantic mouse. Everyone laughs, and I realize I'm genuinely happy. Not successful case happy or winning argument happy, but simple, uncomplicated happy. The kind that comes from good food and better company, from wine that tastes like rebellion, and air that smells like possibility. Alessandro's been quieter since we sat down, but his presence is constant. Refilling my wine, passing dishes before I ask. His knee pressed against mine like an anchor. When I shiver as the breeze picks up, he wordlessly drapes his shirt around my shoulders, leaving him in just a white undershirt that clings in all the right ways. Giuseppe, play something, Maria calls to a man with a guitar. Something romantic for our beautiful evening. The music starts, soft and haunting, and Maria pulls Lorenzo to his feet. They dance in the sand, barefoot and laughing, and I feel a pang of something that might be envy. When did I last dance? Really dance? Not the careful networking shuffle at firm events. Oh, sole mio, someone requests, and suddenly everyone's singing. Even Alessandro joins in, his voice a warm baritone that does things to my insides. I don't know the words, but I hum along, caught in the moment. That's when I see my phone screen light up. 8:55 p.m. My stomach drops. I'd set an alarm to make sure I didn't miss Sophia's bedtime call, but I'd gotten so caught up. Excuse me. I stand abruptly, nearly knocking over my wine. I need to... bathroom. The house is just up the path, Maria says, but I'm already moving, phone in hand. I hurry away from the beach, looking for somewhere private with decent reception. My mother sent 3 texts. She painted you a picture today, all blues and greens. Says it's the ocean where Mommy is. Call when you can. She's asking questions. My hands shake as I find a spot near the garden wall, far enough from the party that they won't hear. The phone rings once before Mom answers. There you are, Someone's been waiting very impatiently. Mommy! Sophia's voice fills my ear, and my eyes immediately water. Where were you? It's past 8. I know, baby. I'm sorry. Mommy was at dinner and lost track of time. I lean against the wall, closing my eyes to picture her face. How was your day? Good. I painted the ocean for you. Grandma helped me make the water move. I can hear her bouncing, probably on her bed. And I jumped off the big kid swing. You did? Were you scared? Little bit. But then I remembered you said being brave means doing things even when you're scared. Her voice drops to a whisper. Were you brave today, Mommy? Actually, yes. I think of the cliff, the free fall, Alessandro's hand in mine. Mommy jumped off a cliff into the ocean. Really? Her shriek makes me hold the phone away from my ear. Was it high? Was it scary? Did you scream? Very high, very scary, and yes, I might have screamed a little. I'm walking now, pacing along the garden path. But it was also fun. The water was so blue, baby, like your painting. Did your friend jump too? The one from work? I pause. I'd mentioned Alessandro in passing, trying to keep things vague. Yes, he jumped too. Is he nice? The question is innocent, but it squeezes my heart. Does he know about me? I struggle for words. He's complicated, baby. And no, he doesn't know about you. Why not? Because he has legal rights. Because he could take you away. Because I'm terrified of losing you. Because Mommy needs to be careful with work friends, I say instead. But tell me more about your painting. What else did you put in the ocean? Fishies, pink ones like we saw at the aquarium, and a mermaid with braids like you. She launches into a detailed description, and I walk further from the party, needing to focus on her voice. Oh, and I put a heart in the corner. A heart? Why a heart, baby? Because I love you to the moon. She says it like it's obvious, and my chest tightens. I love you to the moon and back. I complete our ritual, blowing kisses at the phone, and around the stars, and through the clouds, and under the sea and over the mountains. I'm so caught up in our game, making exaggerated kiss sounds that always make her giggle, that I don't hear the footsteps on the path behind me. When are you coming home, Mommy? The question stops me mid-kiss. Soon, baby. Maybe another week and a half. That's a long time. Her voice gets small. I miss you. I miss you too, sweet pea. So much, but I'll bring you something special from Italy, okay? What would you like? Gelato, she says immediately. The green kind? Pistachio gelato might melt on the plane, I laugh. How about a pretty dress? Or a toy? A book. With pictures of the ocean where you are. She yawns, and I know bedtime is winning. Mommy? Yes, baby. Is Italy pretty? Very pretty. I turn to look back at the beach, where the party continues in the distance. Almost as pretty as you. That's when I see him. Alessandro, standing at the junction where the garden path meets the beach trail. Close enough to hear everything. Close enough to see my screen if I'm not careful. My blood turns to ice. Sophia, baby, Mommy has to go now. I angle my body away, shielding the phone. Sleep tight, okay? But we didn't finish our story. You promised about the princess who fights the dragon. Tomorrow night, I promise. I'm backing away from Alessandro, but he follows, his face unreadable in the growing darkness. Give Grandma a kiss for me. Okay, love you, Mommy. Love you too, baby. To the moon. Who's Sophia? His voice cuts through our goodbye, quiet but demanding. I end the call with shaking fingers, shoving the phone into my pocket before he can get closer. I asked you a question. He steps forward, and I can see his expression now. Hurt, confused, suspicious. Who's Sophia? None of your business. The words come out sharp, defensive. Do you always sneak up on people's private conversations? I wasn't sneaking. I came to check on you. You left so suddenly Maria was worried. He moves closer, and I back up until I hit the garden wall. You were talking to a child. So? I cross my arms, trying for sarcastic indifference. Lots of people talk to children. It's not a crime. You called her baby. Said you loved her to the moon. His eyes search mine, looking for truth. That's not how you talk to a cousin. How I talk to anyone is none of your concern. I try to sidestep him, but he blocks my path. Move. Is she yours? The question remains, heavy with implication. Is Sophia your daughter? I said it's none of your business. My heart hammers against my ribs. Did he see her face on the screen? Those green gold eyes so like his own? Whatever you think you heard, I heard enough. His jaw tightens. You have a child you've been hiding. I'm not hiding anything. I'm protecting my privacy. I push past him, but his hand catches my arm. Let go. How old is she? His grip isn't hard, but it's firm. Sophia. How old? The way he says her name makes my stomach lurch. Stop it. 4, 5? He's doing the math. I can see it in his eyes. When did you? I said stop. I wrench away from him, anger replacing fear. You have no right to interrogate me. No right to demand answers about my personal life. We're sharing a bed, Zuri. His voice rises. We're sharing a room, sharing meals, sharing whatever this is between us. Don't you think I have a right to know if you have a child? We're sharing nothing. The lie tastes bitter. We're two colleagues forced into proximity by circumstance. That doesn't entitle you to my secrets. Secrets. He laughs, but it's harsh. Is that what we're calling it? It looks like lies. I never lied to you. You never told me the truth either. He rakes his fingers through his hair, messing it up. A daughter, Zuri? You have a daughter, and you didn't think that was worth mentioning? Why would I mention her to you? The words are cruel, meant to wound. What are you to me that I should share the most important part of my life? He flinches like I've slapped him. I thought, after today? Today was a mistake. I forced the words out. All of it. The cliff, the beach, this whole weekend. We're not friends, Alessandro. We're not anything. Right. His voice goes cold. We're nothing. Just two lawyers who happen to wake up wrapped around each other every morning. That's not... Save it. He turns away. Your secret's safe, counselor. I won't ask any more questions about Sophia. When he says her name again, with recognition now, it makes my knees weak. I watch him walk back toward the beach, his shoulders rigid with anger or hurt or both. I should follow. Should return to the party, pretend everything's fine. But I can't move, can't breathe, can't think past the terrible possibility that he saw her face on my screen. Those eyes that mirror his own. That stubborn chin, the dimple that appears when she smiles. Later, back in our guest house, the silence is deafening. Alessandro changes in the bathroom, emerges fully dressed for bed, and builds a wall of pillows down the middle of the bed that makes our previous barriers look like suggestions. Alessandro! Don't. He turns off his bedside lamp. Just don't. I lie in the dark, staring at the ceiling, my mind racing. He knows about Sophia. He suspects something. The way he'd said 4, 5 means he's calculating, wondering, 2 hours pass, then 3. I hear his breathing, too controlled to be sleep. He's awake too, on his side of the pillow wall, probably putting pieces together. The timing, my panic, the way I've been so careful to keep my distance. When I finally drift off near dawn, I dream of green gold eyes and legal documents, of custody battles, and Sophia asking why her daddy doesn't want her. I wake with tears on my cheeks to find the pillow wall demolished and Alessandro gone, leaving only the lingering scent of his cologne and the certainty that everything is about to fall apart.
Chapter 12. Alessandro. The espresso tastes like ash in my mouth. I've been staring at the same cup for 20 minutes, watching the crema dissipate, while Maria bustles around her kitchen, preparing what she calls a simple breakfast, but looks like enough food to feed a small army. Alessandro, you're not eating. She sets a plate of fresh ricotta and honey-drizzled figs in front of me. Are you ill? You look pale. I force myself to take a bite. The ricotta is perfect, creamy, slightly sweet, but it might as well be cardboard. All I can taste is the possibility that I'm a father, that somewhere in New York, a little girl with green gold eyes is waking up without me. Again. I'm fine, I manage, but my voice sounds hollow even to me. Men always say they're fine when they're dying inside. Maria studies me with those sharp eyes that miss nothing. Is it Zuri? You two seemed so happy yesterday, and now... Now I know she's been hiding something that changes everything. Now I can't stop seeing those eyes on her phone screen, so familiar it made my chest crack open. We had a disagreement, I say carefully, watching Zuri enter the kitchen. She's wearing a sundress that would normally destroy my concentration, but all I can see is the way she won't meet my gaze. Good morning, she says to Maria, ignoring me completely. Can I help with anything? Sit. Maria guides her to the table, unfortunately right across from me. Coffee? Please. Zuri accepts the cup, wraps her hands around it like armor. The figs look wonderful. I watch her spread jam on toast with careful precision, and suddenly I'm imagining her doing the same thing for a small child. Does Sophia like jam? Does she eat her crusts? Does she have Zuri's careful movements or my tendency to gesture while eating? You're staring, Zuri says quietly, still not looking at me. Am I? I take another sip of espresso, burned and bitter. Just thinking. About whether our daughter has your smile. About 5 years of bedtime stories I never got to tell. About how you could keep this from me. Nothing important, I lie. Lorenzo enters, all morning cheer and oblivious energy. Beautiful day for sailing. The wind is perfect. Who wants to take the boat out? That sounds lovely, Zuri says quickly. Too quickly. I should go get ready. No sailing for me today. The words come out harsher than intended. I have a headache. Too much wine last night? Lorenzo winks. Or too much moon? Maria tells me you two took a late walk. There was no walk. Just Zuri fleeing to our guest house after I discovered her secret, building that ridiculous pillow wall like cushions could protect her from the truth. Something like that, I push back from the table. Actually, I think I need some air. Excuse me. I escape before anyone can protest, before Zuri's presence makes me say something I'll regret. The path to the cliffs blurs as I walk, my mind spinning with calculations. The timeline fits too perfectly. Our night together was early April, 5 years ago. 9 months later would be December or January. A winter baby. Did Zuri spend Christmas in a hospital? Did she hold our daughter alone while I was obvious in New York, probably at my parents' house, complaining about being single? My phone weighs heavy in my pocket. I need to call Michael, need confirmation, but I can't do it from the house. Instead, I find myself at the cliff where we jumped yesterday. Was that only yesterday? It feels like a lifetime ago when my biggest concern was making Zuri laugh. The ocean stretches endlessly below, and I think about gravity, how Zuri and I have been orbiting each other for years. And maybe Sophia is the reason why. Maybe some part of me knew, recognized the connection even without conscious knowledge. Damn it. I scrubbed my hands over my face, feeling the stubble I didn't bother to shave. I could be a father. The thought hits me again, stronger now in the morning light. Not theoretical future father, but actual father to a 5-year-old who calls Zuri mommy and doesn't know I exist. My phone rings, and for a wild moment I think it might be Zuri ready to confess. But it's my mother. Alessandro! How is Rome? How is the merger? It's fine, Mama. I paced the cliff edge, needing movement. Actually, we're not in Rome. We're on an island near Amalfi. An island? How romantic. With the lawyer you mentioned, the brilliant one who makes you crazy. Makes me crazy. If only she knew how accurate that was. It's for work, I say automatically. The clients invited us. She makes that sound that means she doesn't believe me. You sound strange. Are you eating enough? Sleeping? Mama, a mother knows when her son is troubled. Her voice softens. Talk to me, Tesoro. For a moment I considered telling her everything, admitting that she might be a grandmother, that I might have missed 5 years of a grandchild's life. But without confirmation, it would only upset her. I'm fine, I lie. Just tired from negotiations. You work too hard, like your father. When are you going to settle down? Give me grandchildren? The question is a knife between my ribs. Mama, I have to go. Always running. Fine. But Alessandro, whatever is troubling you, face it head on. You're a Ricci. We don't run from hard truths. After she hangs up, I stare at my phone for a long moment before scrolling to Michael's number. He answers on the second ring. It's Sunday morning, Alex. This better be good. I need a favor. I move further from the path, paranoid about being overheard. A big one. The last time you said that, I ended up in a Jersey holding cell. But his tone shifts, recognizing something in my voice. What's wrong? I swallow hard, the words fighting to escape. I think I have a daughter, and I've missed 5 years. 5 years, Michael. What? Zuri, she has a little girl. I saw her on a video call last night. I'm pacing again, nervous energy burning through me. Green gold eyes, Michael. Just like mine. And the age fits. 5, maybe almost 6 years old. Damn. He's fully awake now. Are you sure? No. Maybe. I don't know. I rake my hand through my hair. That's why I need you to find out everything. I need to know if I'm going crazy or if Zuri's been hiding my child. Alex, that's huge. If she kept your kid from you. I know what it means. Legally, ethically, emotionally, I know. But I need facts before I confront her again. Can you do this? Yeah, of course. What do you need? Everything about the last 5 years. Medical records if you can get them, but at least public records. Birth certificates, daycare enrollments, school registrations. The child's name is Sophia. Sophia, he repeats. Pretty name. Pretty name for what might be my daughter. My chest tightens again. Check 5 or 4 years ago, I continue. If the timeline matches... Christ, Michael. I could have a 5-year-old daughter I've never met. I'll start immediately. His voice is all business now. But Alex, what are you going to do if it's true? I don't know. It's the most honest thing I've said in days. Part of me wants to storm back there and demand answers. Part of me wants to catch the next flight to New York and meet her. And part of me... What? Part of me understands why Zuri might have hidden this. The admission feels like betrayal. We were rivals. One night doesn't make a relationship. And if she thought I'd try to take Sophia, would you try to take her? No. The answer is immediate. Never. But I'd want to be involved. I'd want everything. Birthdays and bedtime stories and teaching her to ride a bike. Is that crazy? That's being a father, Michael says gently. Even if you've only known for 12 hours. Find out for sure, I say. I need to know if I'm imagining things or if Zuri Davis has been raising my daughter alone for 5 years. I'll call you as soon as I have anything. Stay strong, brother. After he hangs up, I sit on the cliff edge where Zuri conquered her fears yesterday. Below, the water is impossibly blue, deceptively calm. Like Zuri herself, beautiful surface hiding dangerous depths. By the time I return to the house, lunch is being served on the terrace. Zuri's there, laughing at something Maria said, and the normalcy of it makes me irrationally angry. How can she laugh when she's been lying to me? How can she eat bruschetta and sip wine when our daughter, maybe our daughter, is 3,000 miles away? Alessandro! Lorenzo waves me over. Feeling better? Come eat. Maria made her famous seafood risotto. I take a seat as far from Zuri as possible, but I can't stop watching her, the way she tucks her hair behind her ear, the grace of her movements, the careful way she checks her phone, probably for updates about Sophia. You're staring again, she says without looking up. Still thinking, I reply. Must be some heavy thoughts. Maria sets a plate in front of me. You look like you're solving world peace. Just trying to understand something. I take a bite of risotto I don't taste. Some puzzles take time to solve. Zuri's hand stills on her wine glass. She knows I'm not talking about the merger. The afternoon drags endlessly. I beg off activities, claiming work, but really I'm lying on our bed staring at the ceiling, imagining. Does Sophia look like Zuri? Does she have my stubborn streak? My mother's musical laugh? My grandfather's gift for languages? When Zuri returns around sunset, I pretend to sleep. I hear her moving carefully, trying not to wake me. She takes another shower, her third today, like she's trying to wash away guilt, and I torture myself wondering if she's thinking about telling me the truth. At midnight, I give up and move to the terrace. The stars are brilliant here, unpolluted by city lights, and I search for constellations Sophia might know. Does Zuri teach her about stars? Does she make wishes on them? My phone buzzes at 3:17 a.m. Michael. Check your email. You're not going to like this. I open the message with shaky hands. Then I check the attachments. Birth certificate, medical records, a preschool enrollment form. And there it is, in black and white. Sophia Grace Davis born, January 15th, 2020. Mother Zuri Davis father, blank. The dates line up perfectly. But it's the attached photo from her daycare file that breaks me. Green gold eyes, my mother's nose, a smile that's pure Zuri but with my dimple. My daughter. Chapter 13. Alessandro. The wooden door feels solid under my fist as I pound on it, not caring that it's 3:24 a.m. or that the sound probably carries across the quiet island. I have my phone in my other hand, Sophia's daycare photo still glowing on the screen like evidence in a case I've already won and lost simultaneously. Zuri. My voice comes out rough, controlled fury and barely leashed pain. Open the door. Now. I hear movement inside, a muffled curse, then footsteps. The door opens a crack and she peers out, hair messy from sleep, wearing that Columbia law shirt that rides up her thighs. Alessandro? What's wrong? It's 3 in the... I know. I push the door open wider, step inside before she can stop me. I know about Sophia. I know she's mine. The color drains from her face so fast I think she might faint. Her hand goes to the doorframe for support, knuckles wide against the wood. You can't... January 15th, 2020. I hold up my phone showing her the birth certificate. 9 months after our night together. Mother, Zuri Davis. Father, conveniently blank, but we both know whose name should be there. How did you... Her voice cracks. She backs into the room and I follow, closing the door behind us. Does it matter how? I scroll to the daycare photo, turn the screen toward her. Look at her, Zuri. Look at those eyes and tell me she's not mine. Her legs seem to give out. She sinks onto the edge of the bed, wrapping her arms around herself. You had no right to investigate me. I had every right. The words come out sharper than intended. You've been hiding my daughter from me for 5 years. 5 years of her life I can never get back. She's not yours. The lie is automatic, weak. She's mine. I raised her. Stop. I move closer and she flinches. Just stop lying. For once in 5 years, stop lying to me. I never lied. Her voice is small now, defensive. I just didn't tell you. That's the same thing and you know it. I want to pace, to throw something, to shake her until she explains how she could do this. Instead, I stand perfectly still, afraid of what I might do if I move. Do you have any idea what you've taken from me? First steps, first words, first everything. You don't understand. Tears are building in her eyes now, but she's fighting them. You can't just... Explain it to me, then. I pull out the desk chair, sit down because standing over her feels too aggressive. Make me understand how you could look me in the eye for the past week. Share a bed with me. Let me touch you knowing you were keeping my child from me. I was protecting her. The tears start falling now. Silent drops she doesn't wipe away. You have to understand, when I found out I was pregnant, I was terrified. Of me? The thought is a blade between my ribs. You were terrified of me. Of everything. Her gazes lifts up at me and the pain in her eyes matches mine. We had one night, Alessandro. One night where we were both drunk on victory and champagne and years of competition. I couldn't build a family on that. You didn't give me a chance to try. What would you have done? She stands now, anger mixing with tears. If I'd called you 3 weeks later and said I was pregnant, would you have proposed? Played happy family with someone you barely knew outside of a courtroom? I would have been there. The certainty in my voice seems to surprise her. Whatever you needed, however you wanted to handle it, I would have been there. You say that now. I'm saying it because it's true. I stand too, needing to move. You didn't just make a choice for yourself, Zuri. You made it for me. For Sophia. You decided I didn't deserve to be a father. That's not what I... She presses her palms against her eyes. I was 29. Pregnant and alone. My career was just taking off. I couldn't... You weren't alone. I move closer, close enough to see her shoulders shaking. That's the part that kills me. You chose to be alone, rather than let me in. You were the competition. Her hands drop and her eyes are red-rimmed. Every case, every negotiation, we were always on opposite sides. How was I supposed to trust you with the most important thing in my life? By giving me a chance. I pull up more photos Michael sent. Sophia at a park, at what looks like a birthday party, covered in finger paint. Look at what I missed. Look at what you stole from me. I didn't steal anything. But her voice wavers as she sees the photos. I protected my daughter from a complicated situation. Our daughter. The words feel foreign, but right on my tongue. She's our daughter, and you've kept her from me like I'm some kind of threat. Aren't you? She backs away again. You could take her from me. With your family's money, your connections, you could destroy me in court. Is that really what you think of me? I set my phone down, run both hands through my hair. That I'd weaponize our child? That I'd try to take her from the only parent she's ever known? I don't know what to think. She's crying harder now, not sobbing, but steady tears she keeps wiping away. I did what I thought was best. Best for who? I can't keep the bitterness out of my voice. For Sophia, growing up without a father? For me, missing 5 years of my daughter's life? Or for you, maintaining complete control? Don't. Her voice hardens. Don't you dare make this about control. You have no idea what I went through. Morning sickness during the Patterson trial. Hiding my pregnancy until I couldn't anymore. Giving birth alone because my mother was stuck in Baltimore with a storm. Each word is a punch to the gut. I would have been there. Would you? She faces me fully now, mascara smudged, beautiful and devastating. Or would you have seen it as a trap? The ambitious lawyer getting pregnant to secure a connection to the Ricci family. I would never. You wouldn't have to say it. She wraps her arms around herself again. Others would. The whispers, the assumptions. I'd have gone from respected lawyer to gold digger in 9 months. So, instead you made me a stranger to my own child. I made you nothing. The words are cruel, meant to wound. You were already nothing to us. Just a man who shared one night and some DNA. I feel the words like physical blows, but I push through. Is that what you tell yourself? That I'm nothing? Because that little girl has my eyes, my mother's nose, my grandfather's chin. She's half me, whether you like it or not. I know that. Her voice breaks completely. God, don't you think I know that? Every day I see you in her, the way she argues about bedtime like it's a negotiation. How she charms everyone she meets. That stubborn streak that makes her practice something until she's perfect. Tell me about her. The request escapes before I can stop it. Please, I've missed so much. Just tell me something. Anything. She stares at me for a long moment, then sinks back onto the bed. She's brilliant. Counts to 100, knows her letters, asks a million questions about everything. She loves dinosaurs and princesses equally, insists on wearing tutus with rain boots. I close my eyes, trying to picture it. What else? She's fearless. Zuri's voice softens. Climbs everything, jumps off 2 high places. I call her my little daredevil, but really, she's like you, confident the world will catch her. Does she... I swallow hard. Does she ask about me? About her father? Sometimes. The admission is quiet. I tell her that her daddy couldn't be with us. That it's complicated. She accepts it for now, but she's getting older. Smarter. The questions are getting harder. She looks at me then, really looks at me. I knew this day would come. I just thought I'd have more time. You've had 5 years. I move further, needing distance from her tears. 5 years of bedtime stories and morning hugs and all the moments that make a childhood. Don't talk to me about needing more time. What do you want me to say? She stands again, approaches me carefully. That I'm sorry. I am. That I was wrong. Maybe I was. But I can't undo it, Alessandro. I can't give you back those years. No, you can't. I turn to face her. But you can give me the rest. You can give me a chance to know her. She doesn't know you exist. The words hang between us. Not as her father. How can I explain that the man her mother has been living with all week is actually... living with... I step closer. You told her about the island? Of course I did. I tell her everything, adapted for age appropriateness. She backs up until she hits the wall. She knows Mommy is working with someone. She knows we're sharing a house. But not who I am. How could I tell her that? Fresh tears fall. How could I say, oh, by the way, baby? That man Mommy's been avoiding for 5 years is actually your daddy. We'll figure it out. I cage her against the wall, not touching but close enough to feel her warmth. Together. We'll figure out how to tell her, how to make this work. You make it sound simple. Nothing about this is simple. I touch her face then, thumb brushing away tears. But she's my daughter, Zuri. Our daughter. And I want to know her. I want to be in her life. What if she doesn't want you? The question is small, scared. What if I tell her and she's angry? Confused? What if it traumatizes her? We'll handle it. My other hand comes up to frame her face. Whatever happens, we'll handle it together. Together? She laughs, but it's bitter. We can barely share a room without combusting. How are we supposed to share a child? I don't know. I lean closer, drawn by her gravity despite everything. But we have to try. She deserves to have both parents. Alessandro, I want to call her. The words tumble out. Not tell her who I am, just hear her voice. See her. Please, Zuri, give me something. I can't call now. But her protest is weak. She's sleeping at this time. Then, in the evening, at 8, when you usually call, I'm still holding her face and she's not pulling away. Let me see my daughter. Just once. Then we can figure out the rest. You'll confuse her. I'll be careful. I lean my forehead against hers. Please, I'm begging you. Don't make me miss another day. She's quiet for so long I think she'll refuse. Then, okay, tomorrow evening, but I do the talking. And if she gets upset or confused, we end the call. Thank you. The relief is overwhelming. Thank you. Don't thank me. She pulls away, moves toward the door. This doesn't fix anything. We still have to figure out custody, visitation, how to explain 5 years of absence. I know. I follow her to the door. But it's a start. Alessandro? She pauses with her hand on the doorknob. I really was trying to protect her. Whatever you think of me, please believe that. I believe you thought you were protecting her. I can't give her more than that. Not yet. But Zuri, you were protecting her from something that was never a threat. I would never hurt her. Or you. You're hurting me now. The words are whispered, but being understanding. By not screaming or threatening lawyers, it would be easier if you were cruel. I'm furious. I admit it freely. I'm hurt and angry and feeling 1,000 things I can't name. But none of that changes the fact that we have a daughter who needs us to figure this out. She opens the door, a clear dismissal. 8 o'clock. My room. And Alessandro, come prepared for the possibility that this goes badly. It won't. I pause in the doorway. Whatever else we've screwed up, we won't screw up loving her. Love isn't always enough. She's crying again. Silent tears that break my heart even through my anger. Sometimes love makes everything harder. Then we'll do hard things. I touch her hand on the doorknob, just briefly. For Sophia. For Sophia, she agrees, and closes the door in my face. I stand in the hallway for a long moment, trying to process the last hour. I have a daughter. Zuri admitted it. Tomorrow, today, really. I'll see her, talk to her. 5 years of missed moments, but a lifetime ahead to make new ones. If Zuri lets me. If Sophia accepts me. If we can navigate co-parenting when we can barely be in the same space without either fighting or almost kissing. I return to my room, but don't even attempt sleep. Instead, I stand on the terrace watching the sun rise over the ocean, counting the hours until 8 o'clock, until I meet my daughter.
Chapter 14. Zuri. The pasta on my plate looks perfect, handmade by Maria, dressed in sage butter that smells like heaven, but I might as well be trying to eat cardboard. Across the table, Alessandro pushes his own food around, the muscle in his jaw ticking with each movement of his fork. We've been pretending to eat for 20 minutes while Maria and Lorenzo carry the conversation, and the clock on the wall shows 7:15 p.m. 45 minutes until my world implodes. You're both very quiet tonight, actually, the whole day, Maria observes, refilling my untouched wine glass. The sun too much today? Just tired, I manage, forcing a bite of pasta that sits like cement in my stomach. Alessandro hasn't looked at me once since we sat down. He's wearing a white button-down that makes his tan more pronounced, sleeves rolled to his elbows in that precise way of his. His hands, those hands that will soon be part of my daughter's life, grip his fork like it's the only thing keeping him anchored. Perhaps some limoncello will help, Lorenzo offers, already rising to fetch the bottle. Actually, I glance at my phone. I need to make a call soon. Family in New York. Ah, your evening calls? Maria nods knowingly. Don't let us keep you. Family is important. The word family makes Alessandro's knuckles go white. I should go prepare. I stand, legs unsteady. Thank you for dinner. I'll walk with you, Alessandro says, his first words in 30 minutes. I left something at the guest house. Maria's eyes narrow slightly. She knows he brought nothing to dinner, but she says only, of course. We'll have dessert waiting when you return. The walk to the guest house feels endless. The evening air is thick with jasmine and tension, our footsteps crunching on the gravel path. Alessandro walks beside me, so close but careful not to touch. The silence stretches until I want to scream. Are you going to say anything? I finally ask as we reach the door. What would you like me to say? His voice is controlled, but I hear the storm underneath. That I'm terrified? That I've been counting down the minutes all day? That I have no idea how to talk to my own daughter? She doesn't know you're hurt. I stop, unable to finish the sentence. Just be yourself. She's easy to talk to when she's in a good mood. When she's not. Then she's stubborn and argumentative and convinced she's right about everything. I unlock the door, step inside. Like someone else I know. I wonder where she gets it from. The ghost of a smile crosses his face before disappearing. What does she like to talk about? Everything. Dinosaurs. Her friends at school. What Grandma made for dinner. Why the sky is blue. I move to the bedroom, start setting up my laptop on the small desk. She's in a princess phase right now, but only princesses who fight dragons. Traditional princesses are boring. Smart girl. He hovers in the doorway, uncertain. Where should I sit? Next to me, but not too close. She'll notice if we're awkward. I arrange the chair, adjust the lamp. My hands won't stop shaking. Alessandro, if you upset her, I won't. He moves into the room and suddenly the space feels too small. I promise, Zuri. I just want to see her, hear her voice. I won't do anything to confuse or scare her. I check the time, 7:52. She'll be in her pajamas. Probably the dinosaur ones. They're her favorites. Mom will have given her a bath, maybe braided her hair. My throat tightens. She smells like lavender baby shampoo, and sometimes she still has toothpaste on her chin because she insists on doing it herself now. Tell me more. He sits carefully, maintaining appropriate distance. Please, anything. She sleeps with 3 stuffed animals, Mr. Bunny, Princess Rex the dinosaur, and a bear named Fred. Fred was supposed to be Frederick, but she decided that was too long. I'm rambling, but I can't stop. She kicks her covers off every night, has to have water by her bed, but only in the blue cup, not the green one. When she's really tired, She rubs her eyes with both fists like a cartoon character. Does she... He clears his throat. Does she look like you when she sleeps? She looks like you. The admission slips free. Your expressions, the way you furrow your brow when you're thinking. Sometimes I watch her concentrate on a puzzle, and it's like seeing you in court. The laptop chimes. 8 p.m. exactly. My mother's contact fills the screen, and I accept with trembling fingers. The connection loads, and then, Mommy! Sophia's face appears, bright and perfect, and so achingly familiar. She's indeed wearing her dinosaur pajamas, hair in 2 French braids already starting to come loose. You're late. It's already dark o'clock. Just by a minute, baby. How was your day? Good. I painted at school and Miss Kelly said it was specially creative. She bounces in what I recognize as my childhood bed at Mom's house. And I jumped off the big slide. Tyler said I couldn't, but I did. Beside me, Alessandro has gone completely still. He's staring at the screen like a man seeing the sun for the first time, drinking in every detail of his daughter's animated face. You're so brave, I say, forcing normalcy into my voice. Did you land on your feet? Mostly. She grins, and there's the dimple that's pure Alessandro. Oh, Mommy, who's that? She spotted him. My heart stops. This is my friend, mister. Alessandro. He's helping Mommy with work. I keep my tone light. Can you say hello? Hi, Mr. Alessandro. She frowns at the pronunciation. That's a big name. It is. Alessandro speaks for the first time, his voice remarkably steady. You can call me Alex if that's easier. Alex? She tests it out, nods approval. I like that better. Are you in Italy too? I am. Your mom and I are working together here. Is Italy pretty? Mommy says there's lots of water and buildings. She shifts, pulling a stuffed dinosaur into view. This is Princess Rex. She wants to see Italy too. It's very pretty. Alessandro leans slightly closer to the camera. Princess Rex would love it. There are boats and beaches and excellent gelato. What's gelato? Italian ice cream, I explain. Remember I told you about the green kind? Pistachio, she bounces again. Mr. Alex, do you like gelato? I love it. His voice cracks slightly. What's your favorite ice cream? Chocolate. But Grandma says I can't have it before bed 'cause it makes me hyper. She stage whispers the last word. But I'm not hyper. I'm just excited about things. Excited is good, Alessandro says softly. What are you excited about? Everything. She throws her arms wide, nearly dropping Princess Rex. School tomorrow and my new book and Mommy coming home soon. Are you excited about things? I watch Alessandro's throat work as he swallows. Yes, I'm excited about meeting new people. Like who? Like you, he says simply, and my chest tightens. Sophia beams. I'm not new. I'm 5. That's a very good age. Alessandro's fighting a smile now. What do 5-year-olds do? Lots of things. She launches into a detailed explanation of her daily activities, from circle time to snack choices. Alessandro listens with complete focus, occasionally asking questions that make her light up. When she demonstrates her counting to 20, with only one mistake at 17, he claps. You're very smart, he tells her, and she preens. Mommy says I get it from her side of the family. She adjusts Princess Rex importantly. I'm going to be a lawyer like Mommy, or a dinosaur scientist, or maybe both. Both sounds perfect. Alessandro's voice is thick. You can make laws about dinosaurs. Yes, she's delighted by this idea. No stealing dinosaur bones. That should be a rule. An excellent rule. He glances at me and I see everything he's feeling. Wonder, pain, love already so fierce it takes my breath away. What other rules would you make? She thinks seriously. Her concentrated face so like his it makes my heart hurt. Everyone has to be nice and share their toys. And no vegetables at dessert time. Those are very good rules, I interject, seeing her energy starting to flag. She's rubbing her eyes with one fist. But speaking of time, it's getting close to story time. No, she whines. I'm not tired. I want to talk to Mr. Alex more. We can talk another time, Alessandro says gently. If your mom says it's okay. Mommy, can Mr. Alex talk to us again? Please? She deploys her most effective weapon, huge eyes and clasped hands. He's nice, and he likes dinosaurs. I look at Alessandro, see the desperate hope there. We'll see, baby. That means yes, Sophia informs Alessandro confidentially. When Mommy says we'll see about good things, it means yes. I'll remember that, he says, memorizing her face. Story time. My mother's voice comes from off screen. Say goodnight, sweet pea. Wait. Sophia scrambles closer to the camera. Mr. Alex, do you know any stories? I know a few, he admits. Can you tell me one? Please? Just a tiny one? She's in full negotiation mode. Mommy always tells me stories. I should say no. Should end this before it gets more complicated. Instead, I nod slightly. Okay. Alessandro shifts, and his shoulder brushes mine. Once upon a time, there was a princess named Sophia. Like me. Exactly like you. Princess Sophia was the bravest princess in all the land. She had a dinosaur named Princess Rex. Like mine. She hugs her stuffed animal tighter, just like yours. And together, they protected their kingdom from dragons who tried to steal all the gelato. Dragons like gelato? These dragons love gelato. But Princess Sophia knew that gelato was for sharing, not stealing. So she and Princess Rex made a plan. I watch my daughter hang on every word as Alessandro weaves a story about bravery and kindness and sharing. His voice takes on a rhythm, soothing and warm, and Sophia's eyes start to droop even as she fights to stay awake. And then what? She asks sleepily when he pauses. Then Princess Sophia and the dragons became friends, and they all shared gelato together. The end. That's a good story, she yawns. You tell stories almost as good as Mommy. Thank you. Alessandro's voice is rough. That's a wonderful compliment. Okay, time for bed. My mother appears in frame. Say goodnight. Good night, Mommy. Love you to the moon. Love you to the moon and back. I respond. Our ritual feeling heavier with Alessandro beside me. Good night, Mr. Alex. Sophia waves sleepily. Will you be there tomorrow when Mommy calls? If she'll let me, he says. Mommy let him, Sophia commands. He tells good stories. We'll see, I manage. Sweet dreams, baby. Sweet dreams, Mommy. Sweet dreams, Mr. Alex. She blows kisses at the screen and I see Alessandro's hand twitch like he wants to catch one. The screen goes dark. Neither of us moves. The silence stretches, filled with everything we can't say. Finally, Alessandro stands, walks to the window. His shoulders are shaking. She's perfect, he says roughly. She's absolutely perfect. I know. I close the laptop, stand on unsteady legs. Alessandro. 5 years. He turns to face me, and his eyes are bright with unshed tears. I've missed 5 years of perfection. 5 years of stories and dinosaurs, and cited about everything. I'm sorry. The words are inadequate. I'm so sorry. Are you? He moves closer. Because part of me understands now. Why you protected her. God, Zuri, she's everything. And the thought of anything hurting her, of disappointing her, terrifies you. I finish. Welcome to parenthood. Is that what I am now? A parent? He laughs, but it's broken. I don't even know what she likes for breakfast. Waffles, but only circle ones, not square, with syrup in every hole. I wrap myself in my arms. She's going to ask about you tomorrow. All day, Mom will be fielding 1,000 questions about Mr. Alex. What will she tell her? The truth, as much as possible. That you're Mommy's friend, who likes dinosaurs and tells good stories. I move toward the door. We should get back. Maria will wonder. Zuri. He catches my arm gently. We can't stay here. Not after this. We need to figure this out. In New York. Where she is. I know. I look up at him, see my own turmoil reflected there. We'll leave tomorrow. Tell them it's a family emergency. It is, he says simply. The biggest emergency of my life. We walk back to the main house in silence. Maria takes one look at our faces and her expression softens. Is everything all right? She asks carefully. We need to return to New York, I say. Tomorrow, if possible. There's been a family situation. Of course. She doesn't press, but her knowing eyes move between us. Lorenzo will arrange the boat first thing. I'm sorry to cut the weekend short, Alessandro adds. Your hospitality has been wonderful. Family comes first, Maria says firmly. Always. Whatever is happening, remember that. Family is not always blood, but the choice to stay, to fight, to forgive. Later, she pulls me aside while the men discuss logistics. I don't know what's happened, she says quietly, but I see the way he looks at you. Like a man who's discovered the sun. And you look at him like you're afraid of burning. Maria dash. No, listen. She takes my hands. I've lived long enough to know that love and fear often wear the same face. Whatever secret you're carrying, whatever has you both wound so tight, face it together. It's the only way. What if facing it destroys everything? Then you rebuild, she says simply. That's what we do. That night, I lie awake thinking about rebuilding, about Sophia asking for Mr. Alex tomorrow, about the wonder on Alessandro's face as he told our daughter a story. In the other room, I hear him pacing. Neither of us sleeps. Tomorrow we go home. We start the impossible work of becoming a family. Tonight, we just survive the weight of what we've done and what we must do. When dawn finally comes, we're both ready to leave this island paradise for the beautiful mess that awaits us in New York. Our daughter is waiting, and she wants to hear more stories from Mr. Alex. Chapter 15. Zuri. The familiar scent of home, lavender cleaning products mixed with the crayons Sophia insists on storing everywhere, hits me the moment I open my apartment door. After the sun-drenched romance of the Italian coast, my Brooklyn brownstone feels like reality crashing back with a vengeance. Mommy! The shriek comes before I even set my bags down, and then 32 pounds of pure energy launches into my arms. You're home. You're home. Did you bring me gelato? Baby, gelato would have melted on the plane. I squeeze her tight, breathing in her strawberry shampoo and the faint scent of peanut butter from lunch. God, I've missed this. Missed her. But I brought you something better. What? She pulls back. green gold eyes bright with curiosity. Those eyes that are going to be my undoing, because now I can't look at them without seeing Alessandro. Books about the ocean in Italy, just like you wanted. I smoothed down her wild curls, noting that Mom attempted pigtails that are already half undone. And a princess dress from Rome. A real princess dress? Her mouth forms a perfect O of delight. Does it twirl? The twirliest. I set her down, watching her bounce. Where's Grandma? Kitchen? She's making welcome home cookies. Sophia grabs my hand, tugging. The chocolate ones you like. But I helped, so some are maybe a little burned on the bottom, but still good. My mother appears in the doorway, flour dusting her dark skin, wearing the apron Sophia made her last Mother's Day. Handprints in paint that's already cracking. There's my world traveler. How was the flight? Loaded question. The flight was 7 hours of sitting next to Alessandro, pretending I hadn't sobbed in an airplane bathroom while he held me, promising he wouldn't destroy our lives with custody battles. Long. I accept her hug, smelling vanilla extract and the subtle scent of her favorite lotion. Thanks for watching her. Any time. But her nurse's eyes are cataloging everything. My wrinkled clothes, my puffy eyes, the way I'm holding myself like I might shatter. Sophia, baby, why don't you go get your ocean painting to show Mommy? Oh, yes. I made 3 exclamation mark. Exclamation mark. Exclamation mark. She races off, socks sliding on the hardwood. The moment she's gone, Mom crosses her arms. Spill. There's nothing to... Zuri Davis, I changed your diapers. I know when you're carrying something heavy. She guides me to the kitchen table, pours tea from the pot she always has ready. This about that Alessandro? The one she hasn't stopped talking about? I accept the mug with shaky hands. She's been talking about him? Mr. Alex tells good stories. Mr. Alex likes dinosaurs. Do you think Mr. Alex has a pool? Mom's voice is carefully neutral. That child interrogated me for 20 minutes about whether Italy has playgrounds. Mama, he's her father. Not a question. A statement. Baby, I've known since the day you came home from that partner's celebration, glowing like you'd swallowed the sun. Then 9 months later, Sophia arrived with eyes that sure didn't come from our side of the family. Why didn't you ever say anything? Wasn't my story to tell? She reaches across the table, takes my hand. But now he knows, doesn't he? That's what's got you wound tighter than a spring. Look what I made. Sophia bursts back in, papers flying. This one's the water where you were, and this one's the fishes, and this one's you and Mr. Alex swimming. I freeze, staring at the last picture. 2 stick figures in blue water, one with wild black scribbles for hair, me, and one taller figure with brown hair. She's drawn us holding hands. That's beautiful, baby. My voice comes out strangled. Why did you draw Mr. Alex? Because he was with you in Italy. She says it like it's obvious. And he told me the princess story, so he's nice. Is he coming to visit? You said maybe he could tell more stories. I don't know, sweetheart. He's probably very busy. My phone buzzes. Alessandro's name on the screen makes my stomach flip. I'm outside your building. I know I should wait, but I can't. Please. Who's texting? Sophia tries to peer at my phone. Is it work? Sort of. I look at Mom, who reads my panic perfectly. Sophia, come help Grandma frost cookies while Mommy handles her work call. She steers my protesting daughter toward the kitchen. We'll make extra for Mommy's friend. I slip out to the hallway, calling Alessandro as I head downstairs. He answers on the first ring. I know we said we'd wait a few days, plan things properly. His voice is rough. But Zuri, I've been sitting in my apartment staring at her picture for 3 hours. I can't. She's awake. I push through the building door to find him on my stoop, still in the clothes he wore on the plane. His hair is messed like he's been running his hands through it, and there's a desperation in his eyes that mirrors my own. She's been asking about you. She has? The hope in his voice breaks my heart. What did she say? That you tell good stories, and she wants to know if Italy has playgrounds. I hug myself against the evening chill. Alessandro, if you come up, she'll want you to stay. She'll ask questions. She'll probably try to show you every toy she owns. I want to see them all. He steps closer to me, and I catch a whiff of his scent. Airplane staleness mixed with expensive cologne and something essentially him. I want to know everything. Her favorite toy, her favorite book, what she calls that dinosaur she sleeps with. You know Princess Rex? The answer comes automatically. And the bunny is Mr. Bunny, very creative. Princess Rex. He smiles soft and wondering. She told me about Princess Rex. If you come up now, there's no plan. No script. I search his face. Can you handle that? Can you just be Mr. Alex who tells stories and not fall apart? Can you? He reaches out, tucks a strand of hair behind my ear. The gesture is so gentle, so familiar I nearly lean into it. You look like you're about to shatter. I've been shattering for what feels like forever. The admission spills from me. Ever since you found out. Maybe even before that. Maybe since the moment I saw you in that deposition. Zuri, Mommy. Sophia's voice carries from the window above. Are you talking to someone? We both look up to see her little face pressed against the glass, my mother trying to pull her back. Is that Mr. Alex? Her shriek of delight is audible even through the window. It is. Mr. Alex, hi, come up. We have cookies. So much for planning. Hi, Sophia. Alessandro calls up, waving. Did you make the cookies? I helped. Some are burned, but still good. She's bouncing so hard, Mom has to hold her to keep her from climbing out the window. Come up. Please. Mommy, tell him to come up. I look at Alessandro, see my own terror and joy reflected there. Once you come up, everything changes. Everything already has. He's still looking up at our daughter. Please, Zuri. Let me have this. Even just for an hour. Mommy, please. Sophia's voice carries down. I want to show him my dinosaurs. Okay. The word comes out as a whisper. Okay, but we follow her lead. No pushing, no big revelations. You're just Mr. Alex from Italy. Just Mr. Alex? He nods, but his eyes are suspiciously bright. I can do that. The walk up 3 flights of stairs feels like climbing Everest. By the time we reach my door, Sophia's opened it and is practically vibrating with excitement. You came. You really came. She grabs his hand the moment he's close enough, tugging him inside. Did you fly on a plane too? Was it bumpy? I don't like bumpy planes, but Mommy says they're safe. It was a little bumpy, Alessandro admits, letting himself be pulled. He looks enormous in my apartment, all broad shoulders and long legs, in a space designed for just Sophia and me. But your mom was very brave. Mommy's always brave. Sophia states this as fact. Come see my room. I have so many dinosaurs. And books. Do you like books? I love books. He glances at me, silently asking permission. I nod, and they disappear down the hall, Sophia chattering nonstop. Well, Mom hands me a cookie, eyes knowing. He's not what I expected. What did you expect? Someone smoother. More lawyer, less desperate father. She tilts her head toward Sophia's room, where delighted giggles mix with Alessandro's deep voice. That man's already in love with that baby. I know. I slump against the counter. That's what terrifies me. Why? Because he'll want to be in her life? Because she'll love him back? Mom's voice gentles. Baby, that's not scary. That's a gift. It's complicated, Mama. We work at competing firms. We've spent years trying to destroy each other in court. And now you have a child together. She cups my face, forces me to meet her eyes. Everything else is just details. From Sophia's room, I hear Alessandro say, "This is the most magnificent dinosaur collection I've ever seen." Really? Sophia's voice is awed. You mean it? I never lie about dinosaurs, he says solemnly, and she giggles again. I drift toward the sound, finding them on her floor, surrounded by plastic prehistoric creatures. Alessandro's removed his shoes and jacket, sitting cross-legged while Sophia demonstrates each dinosaur's special powers, most of which involve flying, despite scientific impossibility. And this one's a mama T-Rex, she explains, making it stomp across his knee. She protects all the baby dinosaurs even if they're not hers. That's very kind of her. Alessandro's voice catches slightly. Family isn't always about being related, is it? Nope, Sophia agrees cheerfully. Like how Emma's stepdad is her dad now, even though he didn't used to be. Miss Kelly says families come in all shapes. I must make a sound because they both look up. Sophia beams. Mommy. I'm showing Mr. Alex my dinosaurs. He says they're magnificent. Magnificent, Alessandro corrects gently, then looks at me. They really are. Especially the flying ones. Those are the best ones, Sophia confirms. Oh, do you want to see my books? I have so many books. The next hour passes in a blur. Sophia shows him everything. Books, toys, the art corner where she creates masterpieces, her dress-up clothes. She puts a tiara on his head, declares him King Alex of Dinosaur Land, and he wears it without complaint. When she insists on painting his nails with her special sparkly polish, he offers his hand without hesitation. Purple or pink? She asks seriously. What do you think matches my complexion better? He's completely serious, and I have to turn away to hide my tears. Purple, she decides. Like Princess Rex. My mother makes dinner. Nothing fancy, just spaghetti and meatballs. But Sophia insists Alessandro stay. Please? We have enough. Grandma always makes too much. That's up to your mom, he says carefully, sparkly purple nails catching the light. 3 pairs of eyes turn to me. I should send him home. To maintain boundaries, stick to a plan, protect all our hearts. Stay, I hear myself say. She's right. Mom always makes too much. Dinner is surreal. Alessandro helps set the table, accepting direction from Sophia about proper fork placement. He cuts her meatballs when she asks, listens intently to her lengthy explanation about why worms are important for gardens. Mom watches it all with sharp eyes, occasionally firing questions at Alessandro that sound casual but aren't. So, Alessandro, your family's in New York? Yes, ma'am. My parents own a restaurant in Little Italy. He helps Sophia wipe sauce from her chin. Been there 40 years? Family business then. You ever worked there? Every summer in high school. He smiles at the memory. My father wanted me to take over, but I was determined to be a lawyer. Mom passes the garlic bread. Disappointed them, did you? At first. Now my father brags to anyone who'll listen about his son, the attorney. His eyes find mine. Parents adjust their dreams. After dinner, Sophia's energy finally flags. She's fighting yawns, but insisting she's not tired. A battle I know well. Time for bath and bed, baby, I announce, bracing for protest. No, she whines, but it's half-hearted. Can Mr. Alex stay for stories? I don't think. I'd love to, Alessandro interrupts, then catches himself. If that's okay with your mom? I should say no. Already she's attached. Already this is moving too fast. But the hope in both their faces undoes me. One story. Bath time is a negotiation, as always. Sophia insists on doing it herself, but needs help with her hair. When we finally emerge, she's in fresh dinosaur pajamas, the green ones tonight, and dragging Princess Rex. Alessandro's sitting on her bed, looking at her bookshelf. He's removed the tiara, but the purple nails remain, and something about that breaks my heart all over again. Which story? He asks as she climbs into bed. You pick. She burrows under her covers, arranging her stuffed animals precisely, but not a scary one. He selects a book about a mouse who wants to be a ballet dancer, settles carefully on the edge of her bed. I hover in the doorway, watching my daughter scoot closer to him, completely trusting. His voice is perfect for storytelling, deep and warm, with different voices for each character. Sophia interrupts occasionally with questions or observations, and he answers each one patiently. When her eyes start drooping, he lowers his voice, reading softer until she's fighting to stay awake. The end, he finishes quietly. That was good, she mumbles, already half asleep. You tell stories as good as Mommy. Thank you. He carefully stands, but she reaches out, grabs his hand. Will you come back tomorrow? He looks at me, silently asking. I nod, throat too tight for words. If your mom says it's okay, yes. Good. She yawns enormously. Night, Mr. Alex. Night, Mommy. Good night, sweetheart. I kiss her forehead, straighten her covers. Love you to the moon? Love you to the moon and back, she mumbles, already drifting off. We slip out quietly, closing her door most of the way. She doesn't like it fully shut. In the living room, Mom is conspicuously absent, probably giving us privacy. Thank you, Alessandro says roughly, for letting me, for tonight, for everything. She loves you already. The words come out accusatory, but I'm too emotionally drained to temper them. One evening, and she's ready to adopt you. Is that bad? It's terrifying. I sink onto the couch, suddenly exhausted. What happens when we tell her the truth? When she finds out I kept her father from her? When she learns you're not just Mr. Alex who tells stories? He sits beside me, careful to leave space between us. We'll figure it out. Together. Together. I laugh, but it's bitter. We don't even know what that means. We're nothing to each other except her parents. That's not true. His voice drops, and suddenly the space between us feels charged. We haven't been nothing to each other for a long time. Maybe ever. Alessandro. I should go. He stands abruptly. It's late, and you're exhausted. Can I come by tomorrow? After her school? She'll expect you now. I follow him to the door. You painted your nails purple and wore a tiara. You're officially hers. Good. He pauses at the door, turns back. I want to be hers. And maybe eventually, don't. I know what he's not saying. Please, it's too much, too fast. Let's just focus on Sophia. Right, Sophia. But his eyes say everything his mouth won't. Good night, Zuri. Good night. I watch him go, then close the door and lean against it. From the kitchen, Mom emerges with tea. That man's not going anywhere, she observes. You know that, right? I know. I accept the tea with shaking hands. That's what scares me most. Because Alessandro Ricci with purple nails, wearing a plastic tiara, reading stories to our daughter. That's more dangerous than any courtroom opponent I've ever faced. And I'm already losing the case. You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. One chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to one chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 16. Alessandro. The call comes at 2:47 a.m., jarring me from restless sleep. Zuri's name on the screen makes my heart race. She never calls this late. What's wrong? I'm already reaching for clothes before she speaks. She's sick. Her voice is controlled panic, the kind that comes from trying not to terrify yourself with your own fear. Really sick. The ambulance is here. Alessandro, I don't know what's wrong with her. Which hospital? I'm pulling on jeans, shoving my feet into shoes, grabbing keys. Mount Sinai, her fever spiked to 104 and she's barely responsive. She was fine at bedtime, just a little warm, and then her voice cracks. I have to go. They're taking her now. I'm coming, but she's already gone. The drive to Mount Sinai breaks every traffic law in New York. My hands shake on the steering wheel as I navigate empty streets, my mind spinning through possibilities. Meningitis, sepsis, 100 terrible things that can steal a child in the night. I've known I'm her father for exactly 11 days. 11 days of dinosaur stories and purple nail polish and goodnight hugs that don't quite reach around my neck. It's not enough. It's not nearly enough. I haven't told her I'm her father because we're afraid how it will affect her. The emergency room is fluorescent chaos. I scan the waiting area, find Zuri's mother first. Still in her nightgown under a coat, face etched with worry. Where is she? Where's Zuri? They took them back 20 minutes ago. Denise, Zuri's mother, grabs my arm, steadying herself or me. I'm not sure which. Started with a fever around midnight. Zuri gave her Tylenol, thought it was just a bug. But it kept climbing, and then she had trouble waking her up. What are they saying? What are the doctors? Nothing yet, just that they're running tests. Her professional nurse comm is fighting with grandmother terror. Could be viral, could be bacterial, could be... She stops herself. I need to see them. I head for the restricted doors, but she pulls me back. You can't. Family only, and... She stops, realizes what she's saying. Oh, baby. I'm sorry. I didn't mean... I'm not on any forms. The reality hits like a punch. I'm not legally anything to her. They won't let me back. Zuri will come get you. She knows you're here? I don't know. I had to come. I sink into a plastic chair that's seen too much grief. She called me. When Sophia was sick, she called me. Of course she did. Denise sits beside me, takes my hand. That baby's been asking for you since she woke up. Want Mr. Alex. Mr. Alex makes the sick go away. Even half-conscious, she wants her. She catches herself again. Her father. I finish quietly. It's okay. I know what I am, even if she doesn't. We sit in silence, watching the minutes crawl by on the waiting room clock. Every time the doors open, I stand, hoping for Zuri or a doctor or any news at all. Nothing. At 3:32, my phone buzzes. Zuri. They're admitting her. Room 4B, pediatric ward. Can you bring my mom up? The pediatric ward is cheerful in the way that makes tragedy worse. Bright murals and cartoon characters can't mask the reality of sick children. We find room 4B, and through the window I see them. Sophia, tiny in a hospital bed. IV in her small arm. Monitors tracking vital signs I don't understand. Zuri bent over her, stroking her hair. I knock softly. Zuri looks up, and the relief on her face nearly breaks me. She's been asking for you, she says simply. Even the nurses noticed. They keep asking who Mr. Alex is. I enter slowly, afraid of disturbing the fragile scene. Up close, Sophia looks smaller, paler. Her usually wild hair is damp with sweat, plastered to her head. But her eyes, those green-gold mirrors of mine, flutter open when I near the bed. Mr. Alex? Her voice is tiny, confused. Are you real, or am I dreaming? I'm real, Principessa. The endearment slips out in Italian. I'm right here. I don't feel good. She reaches for me with the hand not tethered to the IV. My head hurts and my tummy hurts and everything's too hot. I know, sweetheart. I take her hand carefully, shocked by how small it is in mine. How hot. The doctors are going to make you feel better. Promise? She looks between Zuri and me. Mommy's scared. I can tell 'cause she's doing her worried face. I'm not scared, Zuri lies, smoothing Sophia's hair. Just concerned. There's a difference. Same thing, prettier words, Sophia mumbles. And despite everything, I almost smile. She's already picked up my phrase. A doctor enters, young, tired, clipboard in hand. She introduces herself as doctor Martinez and launches into medical speak that makes my chest tight. We're running a full panel. Blood cultures, urinalysis, spinal tap if necessary. The fever's concerning, but her vitals are stable. Could be a severe viral infection, could be bacterial. We'll know more when the labs come back. How long? Zuri's hand finds mine over Sophia's bed, gripping hard. Few hours for preliminary results. We've started broad-spectrum antibiotics as a precaution. She makes notes on her tablet. Is there any family history of immune disorders? Recurring infections? No. Zuri starts, then looks at me. I mean, not on my side. The doctor catches the exchange, notices our joined hands. And on Dad's side. The word hangs in the air. Zuri's grip tightens. Nothing significant, I manage. Usual childhood illnesses. My mother might remember more specifically. We'll need a full history from both sides. She makes another note. I'll be back when we have results. Try to keep her comfortable. Push fluids if she'll take them. She leaves and the silence stretches until Sophia fills it. Why did she call you my dad? She's looking at me with those two intelligent eyes, fever bright but focused. You're Mr. Alex. The doctor made a mistake, Zuri says quickly. Sometimes people assume things. Oh, Sophia processes this. Like when the lady at the playground thought you were my uncle. Exactly like that. I force a smile. People make silly assumptions. She closes her eyes but keeps hold of my hand. Will you stay? Both of you. The bed's scary when I'm alone. We're not going anywhere, Zuri promises. Good. She drifts for a moment, then opens her eyes again. Mr. Alex? Will you sing the Italian song? The one you hummed when we were reading? I glance at Zuri, who nods slightly. Which one, Principessa? The pretty one. About the stars, I realize she means the lullaby I hummed unconsciously 3 nights ago. My grandmother's lullaby. The one she sang to my mother to me. The one I'll sing to my children, she always said. Stella stellina, la notte si avvicina. I begin softly, the words coming back like muscle memory. Sophia's eyes fluttered closed, her breathing evening out. But the monitors keep their electronic vigil, reminding us this isn't just a bedtime ritual. What does it mean? Zuri asks quietly when I finish. Little star, the night is coming. The flame burns. The cow is in the stable. The cow and the calf, the sheep and the lamb, the hen and her chicks, the cat with her kittens, and everyone's baby is with their mama. I swallow hard on the last line. It's beautiful. She's still holding my hand across Sophia's sleeping form. Your grandmother sang it? Every night when I stayed with her. Said it kept bad dreams away. I watched Sophia's chest rise and fall. Doesn't seem to work on bad realities. Alessandro, I can't lose her. The words tear out of me. I just found her. I can't. You won't. We won't. But her voice shakes. She's strong. She's a fighter. Like her mother. Like both her parents. The admission costs her something, but she gives it freely. Denise returns with coffee and worry. Any news? Waiting on tests. Zuri accepts the coffee gratefully. She's sleeping. Good. Rest helps. Denise settles in the visitor's chair. I called your office. Told them family emergency. Alessandro, do you need me to call anyone for you? I realize I haven't thought about work at all. My phone's in the car. I should probably... Stay. Zuri's voice is firm. She wants you here. Work can wait. So I stay. Through the blood draws that make Sophia cry. Through the IV adjustments and temperature checks. Through Zuri's quiet tears when she thinks no one's looking. At 6 a.m., Sophia wakes fully, more alert but still too warm. I'm thirsty, she announces. And hungry. Can I have pancakes? Maybe some juice first, Zuri suggests. See how that sits? Apple juice. Sophia negotiates even sick. The good kind, not the hospital kind. I'll find some, I volunteer, needing to be useful. Anything else? For either of you? Coffee, Zuri says. Real coffee, not whatever that was Mom brought. Bagel? Denise adds. We're in for a long day. I navigate the hospital's maze, finding a decent coffee cart and a gift shop with overpriced snacks. I'm selecting apple juice when my phone, retrieved from the car, explodes with messages. Work, mostly, but one from Michael stops me cold. Heard you're at the hospital with your daughter. Anything I can do? My daughter, in the hospital. The words make it real in a way that terrifies me. When I return, Doctor Martinez is back with results. I hover in the doorway, afraid to interrupt. Good news, she's saying. Preliminary cultures are negative for bacterial infection. White counts elevated, but not alarmingly, looking more like a severe viral infection, possibly roseola or similar. So she'll be okay. Zuri's voice is desperate hope. We want to keep her for observation. Make sure the fever breaks properly, but yes, prognosis is good. Kids spike these high fevers and scare us all, then bounce back like nothing happened. Thank God. Zuri sags with relief. Thank you. I add from the doorway and the doctor notices me. Dad brought supplies, I see. Good. Keeping everyone fed and hydrated is important too. She makes final notes. I'll check back in a few hours. The fever should break by this afternoon if our diagnosis is correct. After she leaves, I distribute my offerings. Sophia sips apple juice with queenly dignity, declaring it almost as good as home juice. The normalcy of her pickiness makes my chest tight. Mr. Alex? She looks at me over her juice box. Are you crying? No, sweetheart. Just tired eyes. You should nap. Mommy says naps fix everything. She pats the bed beside her. You can share. I don't take up much room. That's very generous, I manage. But this is your bed. I share good, she insists. Mommy, tell him. She does share well, Zuri confirms, when she wants to. See? Sophia scoots over, patting the space again. Please. The bed's too big when I'm sick. I look at Zuri, who nods slightly. Carefully, I settle on the edge of the bed, and Sophia immediately curls into my side. Better, she declares. Now you sing again and I'll sleep and the sick will go away. So I sing, quietly, while she drifts off against my chest. Zuri watches from her chair and something moves between us, an understanding that this moment, born of crisis, has shifted us into new territory. She's never asked anyone but me to share her bed when she's sick, Zuri says softly. Not even Mom. I don't want to overstep. You're not. She reaches over, touches my hand where it rests on Sophia's back. You're exactly where you should be. By afternoon, as predicted, the fever breaks. Sophia wakes demanding real food and wanting to know why everyone looks so tired. The crisis passes, but something fundamental has changed. That night, when we're finally home, all of us, including me, because Sophia insisted, she asks the question I've been dreading and hoping for. Mommy, is Mr. Alex going to be my daddy? Emma says when grown-ups stay at the hospital with you and sing special songs, it means they love you like family. Zuri and I freeze, eyes meeting over Sophia's head. Would you... Zuri's voice is careful. Would you like that? If Mr. Alex was more than just a friend? Maybe... Sophia considers, playing with her dinosaur. But only if he promises not to leave. Daddies aren't supposed to leave. I promise, I say without thinking, without permission, without plan. I promise I'll never leave. Okay then. She nods, satisfied with simple child logic. Can we have mac and cheese for dinner? Just like that, the conversation shifts. But the promise hangs in the air, witnessed and binding. Later, after bedtime, our bedtime, all three of us reading stories, Zuri walks me to the door. We have to tell her, she says quietly. Soon. She's already deciding what you are to her. I know. I touch her face gently. But not tonight. Tonight, let's just be grateful she's okay. Alessandro? She catches my hand. Thank you. For coming. For staying. For... She's my daughter, I say simply. Where else would I be? Most men would have run from this much complication this fast. I'm not most men. I lean down, kiss her forehead softly. And you too? You're not complications. You're revelations. I leave before she can respond, before I end kissing her properly. But as I walk to my car, I know something irreversible happened in that hospital room. We're not playing at family anymore. We're becoming one, whether we're ready or not.
Chapter 17. Zuri. The bathroom is warm with lavender-scented steam, and Sophia's making a beard out of bubbles while I rinse her hair. It's been a week since the hospital, since Alessandro promised never to leave, since our pretense of just friends became impossible to maintain. Careful with the soap, baby, I say as she sculpts increasingly elaborate facial hair. I'm being a bubble wizard, she announces, then looks at Alessandro, who's sitting on the closed toilet lid, sleeves rolled up, ready to help. Daddy Alex needs a bubble beard too. We've been practicing calling him that for 2 days, but hearing it still makes my chest tight. I think I'm good without the beard, Alessandro says, but he's smiling that soft smile he reserves for her. No. Everyone needs bubble beards for important talks. She's too perceptive. Knows something's coming. Is this about the big secret? I freeze, water running over my hands. What big secret? The one that makes you and Daddy Alex look at each other with nervous faces. She applies more bubbles to her chin. I'm almost 4. I notice things. Alessandro meets my eyes over her wet curls. We'd planned to ease into this after bath time, with hot chocolate and her favorite blanket. But Sophia's never followed anyone's timeline but her own. You're right, I say carefully, turning off the water. We do have something important to talk about. Is it bad important or good important? She studies us with those green gold eyes that mirror Alessandro's so perfectly. Are we moving? Is someone sick again? Are you getting married? None of those things, Alessandro assures her. It's about how we know each other, your mom and me. You work together. She states this like fact, then pauses. But that's not the whole truth, is it? I wrap her in her dinosaur towel, lifting her from the tub. Let's get you in pajamas first, okay? The green ones, she demands. They're my brave pajamas. My hands shake slightly as I help her dress. Alessandro waits in her bedroom, sitting on the floor where we've arranged her favorite stuffed animals in a circle, the psychologist's suggestion to make the space feel safe and familiar. Okay. Sophia settles cross-legged in her pajamas, Princess Rex in her lap. Tell me the secret. I sit across from her, close enough to touch. Alessandro's on her other side, completing our small triangle. The careful words I've practiced evaporate. You know how you've asked about your daddy? I begin. Sometimes. She picks at Princess Rex's fabric. Not lots because it makes you sad. The observation breaks my heart. Oh, baby, I'm sorry if... It's okay. Grandma says sometimes grown-ups have complicated feelings. She looks between us. Is this about feelings? Yes, Alessandro says gently. It's about feelings and families, and how sometimes grown-ups make things more complicated than they need to be. Like when you and Mommy argue about who pays for ice cream, but really you both want to pay because you like each other? I blink. How did you... I told you. I noticed things. She adjusts Princess Rex importantly. So what's the secret? I take a breath, reaching for the words. Remember how you asked if Mr. Alex, if Daddy Alex was going to be your daddy? At the hospital, he promised not to leave. She nods. I remember everything. Well, I look at Alessandro, draw strength from his steady presence. He's not going to be your daddy, sweetheart. He already is your daddy. Your real daddy. Sophia goes very still. The only sound is the rain starting outside, drops hitting her window in an uneven rhythm. For real? Her voice is small. Not pretend. Not maybe someday. Right now, real. Right now, real, Alessandro confirms. I've been your daddy since the day you were born. I didn't know about you at first. Why? She looks at me, confusion clear in her features. Why didn't he know? Because I didn't tell him. The admission feels like glass in my throat. I was scared, and I made a choice that seemed right then, but maybe wasn't. Were you scared of him? She inches closer to Alessandro protectively. He's not scary. He reads good stories and makes silly voices. No, baby. I wasn't scared of him. I was scared of lots of things. Of not being good enough. Of messing things up. I reach out, smooth her damp curls. Sometimes grown-ups make mistakes because they're trying to protect the people they love. So you loved me but made a mistake. She processes this. Like when I hid the broken lamp because I didn't want you to be mad. Something like that, yes. She turns to Alessandro, studying him with an intensity that would be funny if it weren't so serious. Did you know about me in your heart? Emma's stepdad says he knew Emma in his heart before he met her. I think. Alessandro's voice catches. I think part of me knew something was missing, and then I met you, and everything made sense. Because of our matching eyes? Because of everything? He touches her cheek gently. Your laugh, your curiosity, how brave you are. You're all the best parts of your mom, and maybe a few parts of me too. Like what parts? She's genuinely curious now, fear replaced by interest. Well, we both love dinosaurs. We both make up stories. We both think your mom is pretty great. She is pretty great. Sophia agrees, then looks at me. Even when she makes mistakes. Thank you, baby. Tears slip down my cheeks despite my efforts. Don't cry, Mommy. She crawls into my lap, Princess Rex and all. It's okay. Now I have a daddy, and you don't have to be sad about it anymore. Are you sad? Alessandro asks carefully. Or angry? It's okay to feel whatever you feel. She thinks hard, forehead scrunched in concentration, confused and happy and a little bit mad, but not lots mad. She looks at me. You should have told me sooner. I'm good at keeping secrets. I know you are. I'm sorry, sweetheart. I should have told you both sooner. It's okay. She pats my face with small hands. Grandma says sorry fixes things if you mean it. Do you mean it? With my whole heart. Okay then. She turns back to Alessandro. So you're my daddy. What does that mean exactly? What do you want it to mean? He asks. Well, she shifts to see both of us. Daddies live with their kids sometimes. Will you live here? I have my own apartment, Alessandro explains, but I'll be here lots. And you can come to my place too. Do you have toys there? Not yet. But we can fix that. Good. She nods approvingly. What else? Oh, what's your last name? Is it Alex? No, sweetie. Alex is short for Alessandro. My last name is Ricci. Ricci. She tests it out. Am I Sophia Ricci now? You're Sophia Davis, I say firmly. That doesn't change unless someday we decide together it should. Sophia Grace Davis Ricci sounds pretty, she muses. Maybe for when I'm bigger. Maybe, Alessandro agrees. What about birthdays? She's on a roll now. Do I get 2 birthday parties? Emma gets 2 Christmases with her 2 families. We're not 2 families, I correct gently. We're one family that lives in 2 houses right now. Oh, she considers this. That's confusing, but okay. Will you get married? Sophia. It's a reasonable question, she insists. Mommies and daddies usually get married. That's how you get babies. Actually, Alessandro says, clearly trying not to laugh, sometimes people get babies and then figure out the marriage part later. Backwards. You did it backwards. She finds this hilarious. Silly grown-ups. Very silly. I agree. Grateful for her laughter. So will you? She persists. Get married? Then Daddy Alex could live here all the time and make breakfast. He makes good eggs, Mommy. Better than yours. Thanks, traitor. I tickle her lightly. It's true. She giggles, then grows serious again. But really, will you at least think about it? We're focusing on being good parents together first, Alessandro says diplomatically. Making sure you're happy and safe and loved. I am loved. She states this with absolute certainty. Mommy loves me to the moon and back, and Grandma loves me bigger than the sky. And now Daddy loves me too, right? More than all the stars in the universe, Alessandro confirms, and his voice is thick. That's a lot of love. She yawns suddenly, the emotional weight of the conversation catching up. Can I tell people? Like at school? Can I say, my daddy, instead of, I don't have one? Of course, I say. You can tell anyone you want. Good. Because Tyler said everyone has a daddy somewhere, and I said, nuh-uh. And he said, yuh-huh. And now I can say I do have one, and he was in Italy finding me. She looks at Alessandro. That's kind of true, right? You found me in Italy? It's exactly true, he agrees. I'm tired now, she announces. Can we do stories? All three of us. Of course, we say in unison, then smile at each other. We settle on her bed, Sophia in the middle clutching Princess Rex, Alessandro and I on either side like bookends. She picks corduroy, and Alessandro reads while I do the voices. Halfway through, she interrupts. This is nice. The three of us. She burrows deeper between us. We should do this every night. We'll do it lots of nights, Alessandro promises. Every night would be better, she mumbles, already drifting. But lots is okay for now. By the time Corduroy finds his missing button, she's asleep, one hand clutching my pajama top, the other wrapped around Alessandro's finger. We stay frozen, neither wanting to break the spell. That went better than I expected, he whispers finally. She's amazing, I whisper back. We made an amazing kid. We did. He looks at me over her sleeping form. Zuri, we should let her sleep. I carefully extract myself, motion him to follow. She needs rest after all that processing. We tiptoe out, leaving her door cracked the way she likes. In the living room, Mom's pretending to read but clearly waiting for news. Well, she asks. She knows. I sink onto the couch, suddenly exhausted. Took it better than we deserved. Already planning our wedding and demanding Alessandro move in. Smart girl. Mom looks at Alessandro. You okay? You look a little shell-shocked. She called me daddy. His voice is wondering. Like it was nothing. Like it was everything. Both true, Mom observes. I'm going to make tea. You two look like you need something stronger, but tea's what I've got. She disappears into the kitchen, leaving us alone. Alessandro sits beside me, careful to leave space between us. She asked if we're getting married, he says quietly. She asks a lot of things. I pull a throw pillow into my lap, needing something to hold. Last week she asked if cats have souls and why we can't print more money to help poor people. Those are philosophical questions. Marriage is a practical one. Alessandro, I'm not proposing, he says quickly. I'm just saying she's going to keep asking. We should probably figure out what we're doing beyond co-parenting. What we're doing is being her parents. That's enough for now. Is it? He turns to face me fully. Because I'm in your apartment every day. We eat dinner together. We put her to bed together. We're playing house without admitting it. We're not playing anything. We're figuring it out as we go. Right. He stands abruptly. I should go. It's late, and she'll be up early with questions. Stay. The word escapes from my mouth before I can stop myself. I mean, on the couch. She'll look for you in the morning, and it's raining and... Okay. He sits back down. For Sophia. For Sophia, I agree. Mom returns with tea, takes one look at us, and shakes her head. I'm going to bed. Alessandro, sheets and pillows are in the hall closet. Zuri, stop overthinking everything. Good night. After she's gone, we sit in silence, sipping tea and listening to the rain. Finally, I can't stand it. I'm going to bed too. Help yourself to whatever. You know where things are. Zuri? He catches my hand as I pass. Thank you. For telling her. For letting me be there. For all of it. She deserved to know. I looked down at our joined hands. You both did. What about what you deserve? I have what I need. I pull away gently. Good night, Alessandro. But I don't go to my room. Instead, I knock softly on Mom's door. Can't sleep? She asks, patting the bed beside her. How did you know? I curl up next to her like I'm 7 again. Because you're my baby. And you're in love with that man sitting on your couch. Mama, don't deny it. I've got eyes. The way you two look at each other could power the city. I do love him. The admission feels huge in the dark. I've loved him since that night 5 years ago, maybe before. But love isn't enough. Why not? Because I kept his child from him. Because we work for rival firms. Because love doesn't fix the complicated parts. No, Mom agrees. But it makes them worth fixing. That man isn't going anywhere, baby. He made that clear at the hospital. Question is, are you going to keep him at arm's length forever? Or let him all the way in? I don't know how to let him in. I've been protecting myself for so long. Start small, she suggests. Let him stay for breakfast. See what happens when you stop fighting what's already happening. What if it doesn't work? What if we try and fail and Sophia gets hurt? What if you don't try and she grows up watching her parents dance around each other, afraid to be happy? Mom kisses my forehead. That baby's braver than both of you. Take a lesson from her. I lie awake thinking about bravery, about Sophia's simple acceptance of earth-shattering news. When I finally drift off, I dream about a house with one kitchen, one family, one life built on something stronger than fear. In the morning, I wake to the sound of laughter and the smell of eggs. Alessandro's making breakfast. Sophia's helping, and the rain has stopped. Maybe Mom's right. It's time to stop fighting what's already here. Time to be as brave as our daughter.
Chapter 18. Alessandro. Just a casual Saturday at the park, I tell Zuri for the 3rd time as we walk towards Sheep Meadow. My parents sometimes walk there on weekends. If we happen to run into them, it would be nice for them to meet Sophia. No pressure. You're a terrible liar, she observes, adjusting Sophia's backpack. You've checked your phone 6 times and you're sweating despite it being 60 degrees. Daddy Alex is nervous, Sophia announces, skipping between us. His face is doing the twisty thing like when he reads big words in contracts. I don't have a twisty face, I protest, but I can feel my jaw clenching. You do. See, Mommy? Twisty, Sophia demonstrates, scrunching her features in a way that's unfortunately accurate. Zuri laughs, and the sound loosens something in my chest. She's wearing jeans and a soft green sweater that brings out the gold in her eyes, her hair in a messy bun that makes her look younger, more relaxed. 3 weeks since we told Sophia the truth, and we've settled into a rhythm. Dinners together, bedtime stories, weekend outings. Playing family without admitting that's what we're doing or what Zuri and me are to each other. There's a playground just ahead, I point out, definitely not stalling. Want to play first? Yes! Sophia takes off running, then stops. But not too long. I want to meet your mommy and daddy. Do they like dinosaurs? I'm sure they'll love whatever you love, I assure her, following at a safer pace. My mother will definitely love whatever she loves, Zuri says quietly. Your mother called me Thursday. I stop walking. She what? Invited me to lunch. Said she's been waiting 5 years to meet her granddaughter's mother. She tucks a loose strand of hair behind her ear, a nervous gesture I've catalogued. I may have panicked and said I had depositions all week. I'm sorry. I told her to wait, that we'd arrange something. It's fine. She watches Sophia climb the playground structure with the determined focus. She's excited. I understand. What do I say to her? Sorry I hid your grandchild, but here she is now. You say hello, I suggest. The rest will work itself out. You have a lot of faith in working things out. She sits on a bench and I join her, careful to maintain appropriate distance. Other parents probably assume we're married. Here with our daughter on a Saturday. The thought creates a warm ache in my chest. Mommy! Daddy! Watch this! Sophia's at the top of the slide preparing for what she calls her super fast technique. We're watching, we call in unison, then share a smile. She's got you trained already, Zuri observes. Completely. I watch our daughter slide with reckless abandon. Yesterday, she convinced me that ice cream for breakfast was nutritionally sound if you added fruit. Alessandro Ricci, you did not give our child ice cream for breakfast. Strawberries have vitamin C, I defend. And she made a compelling argument about calcium in the ice cream. She's 3. 3 3/4, I correct, echoing Sophia's constant reminder, and clearly inherited your negotiation skills. My negotiation skills? She turns to me. You're the one who convinced Judge Harrison to allow that ridiculous motion last month. It wasn't ridiculous. It was creative legal interpretation. I'm grinning now, falling into our familiar rhythm. Unlike your attempt to cite a case from 1847 in modern commercial litigation, that case established precedent that... She stops, realizes we're doing it again, slipping into their comfortable antagonism to avoid the harder truths. We're not in court, Alessandro. No, I agree. We're not. Daddy Alex! Sophia races over. There's lots of kids here. Can I play with them? Of course. Stay where we can see you. She's off again, immediately organizing some complex game involving the monkey bars. Other children follow her lead naturally. She's got your charisma, Zuri says softly, and your determination. I watch our daughter negotiate playground politics. Remember to share, I call out when she hoards the good climbing spots. I'm sharing my ideas, she shouts back, and several parents chuckle. Dear God, we've created a tiny dictator, Zuri mutters. A benevolent dictator, I correct. Look, she's helping that little boy reach the bars. We fall into comfortable silence watching Sophia play. The sun is warm, the park is full of life, and for a moment, everything feels simple. Then I spot them. Alessandro! My mother's voice carries across the lawn. She's supposed to be alone, maybe with my father. Instead, I see the entire Ricci clan mobilizing like an invading army. Oh no, I breathe. What? Zuri follows my gaze, sees the approaching horde. Alessandro, is that... Huh? My entire family? Yes. I stand, run my hand through my hair. I swear I only told my parents we might be here. How many people is that? She's standing too, smoothing her sweater nervously. My parents, my sisters, Isabella and Gabriella, their husbands, and 5, no 6 kids. I do a quick head count. And is that... Yes, that's my nonna. They brought my 89-year-old grandmother to ambush us in Central Park. Alessandro! My mother reaches us first, tears already streaming. Is she... Mama, wait. I try to slow her down, but she's already spotted Sophia on the playground. She has the Ricci chin, she breathes. And your ears. Oh, Alessandro, she's perfect. Mrs. Ricci. Zuri steps forward, hand extended. I'm Zuri. It's nice to... My mother pulls her into a crushing hug. None of that Mrs. Ricci business. I'm Clara. You're the mother of my granddaughter, your family. Mama, you're overwhelming her, Isabella says, but she's crying too. Hi, I'm Izzy. This is my husband Tom, and these are our kids. Let the woman breathe, my father interrupts, gently prying my mother off Zuri. Marco Ricci. It's wonderful to finally meet you. Finally? Zuri glances at me. We've known about you for years, Gabriella chimes in. Not about... She gestures toward the playground. But about you. Alessandro's been pathetic since... Okay, I interrupt. How about we do introductions one at a time? Maybe sit down? Not terrify Zuri into fleeing? We're not terrifying, Nona says in accented English, making her way forward with her cane. We're Italian. There's a difference. Nona? I bend to kiss her cheek. You weren't supposed to walk this far. Bah, I've waited 5 years for a great-granddaughter. I can walk across a park. She studies Zuri with sharp eyes. Beautiful. Good hips for more babies. Why just one? Nona, I protest while Zuri makes a choking sound. What? I'm old. I say what I think. She pats Zuri's hand. Don't mind me, Kara. But maybe don't wait too long for the next one, yes? Should we meet Sophia? My father suggests, saving us from further mortification. Right. Yes. I look toward the playground where Sophia is now hanging upside down from the monkey bars. Let me go. Daddy! She spots me and waves enthusiastically while still inverted. Look! I'm a bat! Very impressive, but can you come here for a minute? I call back. She flips down with surprising grace and runs over, skidding to a stop when she sees the crowd. Whoa! That's a lot of people. Sophia, these are... I take a breath. These are my parents. Your grandparents, and your aunts and uncles and cousins. She studies them with serious eyes. All of them? That's a really big family. Italians don't do anything small, my father says, kneeling to her level. Hello, Principessa. I'm your nonno Marco. What's a nonno? Sophia asks, stepping slightly behind Zuri's leg. It's Italian for grandfather, I explain. And this is your nonna Clara. Like Super Mario? Sophia perks up. That's cool! My mother laughs through her tears. Exactly like that. Would you like a hug? Sophia considers this. Maybe after we know each other better. Mommy says hugs are for people we trust. Very smart, my mother approves, though she looks desperate to scoop Sophia up. Your mommy's right. She usually is, Sophia agrees. Are all these kids my cousins? Yes! The cousin brigade surges forward. Isabella's oldest, 8-year-old Lucia, takes charge. I'm Lucia, and I'm the oldest, so I'm in charge. This is Tony and Matteo and baby Sarah, and those are Aunt Gabby's kids. That's so many names, Sophia interrupts. Can you teach me a remember trick? And just like that, she's absorbed into the cousin pack, running back to the playground with her new relatives. My family settles onto nearby benches, already making themselves at home. She's wonderful, Isabella says, watching Sophia organize the cousins into some elaborate game. Bossy, but wonderful. She gets that from her mother, I say, then catch Zuri's glare. And possibly her father. Definitely her father, my mother agrees. You used to arrange your toys in order of importance. Can we not share embarrassing childhood stories? I plead. Oh, we're definitely sharing stories, Gabriella grins. Zuri needs to know what she's dealing with. Did he tell you about the time he tried to negotiate his bedtime at age 5? He cited precedent from when Izzy got to stay up late, my father adds. Had charts and everything. That explains so much, Zuri murmurs, and I'm gratified to see her relaxing slightly. Tell us about yourself, my mother says, focusing on Zuri with laser intensity. Alessandro's been frustratingly vague. I'm a lawyer, Zuri starts carefully. Corporate litigation. I grew up in Baltimore, moved here for law school. Where's your family? Nonna asks. My mother lives here now. She helps with Sophia. Zuri's fingers find her necklace. My father isn't in the picture. Ah, my mother's expression softens with understanding. Family is what we make it, yes. And now, you have us, whether you want us or not. Mama, I warn. What? She should know. We're loud, We're in each other's business. We have opinions about everything. She looks at Zuri directly. But we're also loyal. We show up. And that little girl, she's ours now, which means so are you. Zuri blinks rapidly. Thank you. That's very kind. It's not kind, it's fact, Nona states. Now, important question. Can you cook? Nona, that's not... She needs to know family recipes, Nona continues. For the bambina, every Ricci knows how to make proper Sunday sauce. I can learn, Zuri offers, and my grandmother nods approvingly. Good. You come to my kitchen. I'll teach you. She eyes me. This one was hopeless. Burns water. But his brother Anthony, now he can cook. Don't start, I beg. Anthony lives in California. He's not competition. Competition for what? Zuri asks innocently, but her eyes are dancing. Nothing, I say quickly. For your affection, clearly, Gabriella stage whispers. Nonna's been trying to set Alessandro up for years. She'll be thrilled to stop. Gabby, I growl. What? It's true. Remember the dental hygienist, or the mayor's daughter, or... Look, Sophia's doing the monkey bars again, I interrupt desperately. We watch her navigate the bars with determination, cheered on by her new cousins. When she completes them, she pumps her fist in victory. She's got the Ricci competitive streak, my father observes. God help us all. She's perfect, my mother sighs. Those curls! That smile. Zuri, she looks just like you, except for... the eyes, Zuri finishes. I know, they're all Alessandro. Oh, it was the eyes that made me sure, my mother admits. When Alessandro told us, I knew from the eyes. When did he tell you? Zuri asks quietly. 2 weeks ago, right after the hospital. My mother reaches over, pats Zuri's hand. He was a mess. Happy, terrified, angry, in love, all at once. Mama! I protest. Hush! It's true. She keeps her focus on Zuri. I wanted to march to your apartment immediately, but Marco held me back. Said you needed time. I held her back, my father corrects. Physically. She had her coat on and everything. I appreciate the restraint, Zuri says, and she seems to mean it. The afternoon unfolds with surprising ease. My family, despite their overwhelming presence, fold Zuri and Sophia into their chaos like they've always belonged. Sophia takes to her cousins immediately, especially Lucia, who teaches her Italian curse words when the adults aren't listening. Stronzo, Sophia announces proudly, and my father chokes on his water. Lucia Marie, Isabella scolds. What did I say about teaching the little ones bad words? Only the mild ones, Lucia tries, and Sophia giggles. I like having cousins, she declares. They know fun words. We're working on appropriate language, Zuri tells my mother, who waves dismissively. Bah, all Ricci children learn colorful vocabulary. It's tradition. She watches Sophia chase Matteo around a tree. She fits right in, like she was always meant to be here. I catch Zuri blinking back tears and want to reach for her, but we're maintaining careful distance. Always careful. Always appropriate. Even as my family treats us like a couple, we hold ourselves apart. It's getting late, Nona announces eventually, and these old bones need rest. But first, she beckons Sophia over. Come here, Piccola. Sophia approaches curiously. What's Piccola mean? Little one, Nona explains. You're my smallest great-grandbaby, the newest Ricci. But I'm Davis, Sophia corrects. Sophia Grace Davis. Names are just labels, Nona says mysteriously. What matters is blood and love and Sunday dinners. I like dinners, Sophia agrees, especially with dessert. Smart girl. Nona produces something from her purse, a small gold charm on a delicate chain. This was mine when I was little. Then your daddy's. Now yours. Really? Sophia's eyes go wide. It's so pretty. It's a cornicello, I explain as Zuri helps fasten it around Sophia's neck. An Italian horn for protection and luck. Like Mommy's necklace protects her? Sophia touches both charms. Now I have 2 protections. Can never have too much protection, my mother agrees, especially for precious girls. The goodbye process takes another 20 minutes. Italian families don't do quick exits. Everyone needs to hug Sophia. She's warmed up to the idea. Exchange numbers with Zuri, make plans for Sunday dinner. Every week, my mother insists. No excuses. Family dinner is sacred. We'll try, Zuri hedges, but Sophia is already agreeing. Yes! Can we, Mommy? Please? They have cousins and everything. We'll see, Zuri says, which Sophia correctly interprets as agreement. Finally, we're alone again, walking slowly back through the park. Sophia's between us, holding both our hands, chattering about her new family. Lucia says there's a secret cousin handshake, and Nono promised to teach me to make meatballs, and Nonna Clara smells like cookies. She swings our hands. This was the best day. I'm glad you liked them, I say, catching Zuri's eye over Sophia's head. They liked you too. Obviously, Sophia says with 5-year-old confidence. I'm very likable. Zuri laughs. Modest too. What's modest mean? It means knowing you're special without saying it all the time, Zuri explains. Oh, I'm not that. Sophia considers, but that's okay. Lucia says confidence is important for women. 8-year-old feminists, I mutter. We're in trouble. As we reach the park exit, it starts to drizzle. Sophia shrieks with delight. She loves rain, but Zuri pulls her closer, looking for shelter. The subway's just there, I point out, but the rain intensifies quickly. This way, Zuri decides, pulling us toward an overhang. We huddle together as the spring shower becomes a downpour, and suddenly we're pressed close in the small dry space. It's an adventure, Sophia declares, but she's shivering slightly. I shrug off my jacket, wrap it around her. Better? Toasty. She burrows into the warmth. Mommy needs a jacket, too. She gets cold easy. I'm fine, Zuri insists, but she's rubbing her arms. Here. I shift, pulling both of them against me, sharing warmth. Just until it passes. Zuri stiffens for a moment, then relaxes into my side. Sophia hums happily, watching the rain from her warm cocoon. And for a short while, we're just a family waiting out a storm. Nothing complicated about it. This is nice, Sophia observes. We should do this more. Stand in the rain, Zuri asks. Be together close, Sophia clarifies. Like a real family. Zuri's hand finds mine behind Sophia's back, squeezes once. Not pulling away, not holding on, just acknowledging the moment. The rain slows, then stops, leaving the world fresh and glittering. We separate, stepping back into careful distance. But something's shifted. My family's overwhelming acceptance, Sophia's joy, this moment of closeness. It's all adding up to something we're not ready to name. Home? I ask. Home, Zuri agrees. We walk toward the subway, Sophia between us, still chattering about her day. At the station entrance, decision time. You could... Zuri starts, then stops. Would you like to come for dinner? Sophia will crash soon, but we could order something. Please, Daddy? Sophia adds her voice. We can show you my new drawings. If you're sure, I say carefully. We're sure, Sophia answers for them both. Right, Mommy. Zuri meets my eyes and something passes between us. Not a declaration, not a promise, just possibility. Right, she agrees. We're sure. As we descend into the subway, Sophia's still babbling about cousins and grandparents and Sunday dinners. I catch Zuri smiling softly. When she notices me looking, she doesn't look away. Your family's wonderful, she says quietly. Overwhelming, but wonderful. They're your family too now, I remind her, whether you want them or not, as my mother said. That's what scares me, she admits. It's so easy to want them. To want. She doesn't finish, but she doesn't need to. Because I want it too. All of it. Sunday dinners and shared jackets and no more careful distance. But for now, we have dinner to order and drawings to admire and a little girl to tuck into bed. The rest we'll figure out. One overwhelming Italian relative at a time.
Chapter 19. Zuri. Clara's going to spoil her rotten. I adjust my laptop on the hotel desk, angling it so Alessandro can see the screen from his chair. Did you see what she packed? An entire suitcase of toys for a 4-day trip. She's making up for lost time, Alessandro says, leaning closer to read the contract amendment on my screen. His shoulder brushes mine, and I don't move away. 3 weeks since the park, and we've stopped pretending the touches are accidental. Besides, Sophia's got her wrapped around her finger. Sophia's got all the Ricci's wrapped around her finger. I pull up the video chat, needing to see our daughter before diving back into work. She told your father she'd teach him the proper way to make sandcastles. He'll love that. Alessandro's breath tickles my ear. He's been practicing his dinosaur names all week. The call connects, and Sophia's face fills the screen, chocolate smeared on her cheek. Mommy! Daddy, guess what? Nana Clara let me put chocolate chips in my pancakes. And my milk. She bounces with sugar-fueled energy. And Pop-Pop is teaching me to make bread, but I'm not tall enough, so I stand on a chair and... Breathe, baby. I laugh. Are you being good for Nonna? The best. I helped fold napkins and only dropped some. She presses closer to the camera. When are you coming home? It's been forever. 2 more days, Alessandro promises. We have important meetings tomorrow, then we fly home. That's too long. Her lower lip juts out. But Nonna says we're making pizza tomorrow, so I guess it's okay. Real pizza with spinning dough. Don't let her toss it, I tell Clara, who appears in the background. She'll definitely drop it on someone's head. We'll be careful, Clara promises, but her grin suggests otherwise. How's Rome? The merger going well? Very well. Alessandro shifts, and his thigh presses against mine. Final presentation to the board in the morning. Good. Don't work too late. Clara's eyes narrow knowingly. You both look tired. Maybe have some wine. Relax. It's a beautiful evening in Rome. Mommy doesn't relax, Sophia informs everyone. She only knows how to work and worry. I relax, I protest. I'm very relaxed. You're doing your thinking face right now, Sophia points out. That's not relaxed. She has a point, Alessandro murmurs, and I elbow him gently. We talk for a few more minutes, Sophia showing us her new drawing, telling us about the park, negotiating for a later bedtime. When we finally hang up, the suite feels too quiet. Wine? Alessandro offers, already moving to the minibar. Clara's orders. Since when do you follow your mother's orders? But I accept the glass, watching him pour with practiced ease. He shed his jacket and tie, sleeves rolled up in that precise way that shouldn't be as attractive as it is. Since she's keeping our daughter sugared up and happy. He hands me the wine, fingers brushing mine. Besides, we deserve to celebrate. Tomorrow's presentation is just a formality. We've won. We've won, I echo, tasting the wine. It's good. Everything in Rome is good. Who would have thought? Davis and Ricci, unstoppable team. I would have. He settles beside me on the small sofa, close enough that I feel his warmth. We've always been better together than apart. Just took us a while to admit it. Alessandro. I set down my glass, needing distance from what his proximity does to me. We should review the presentation one more time. We've reviewed it 6 times. He catches my hand as I stand. Zuri, stop. Just for tonight, stop running. I'm not running. I'm being professional, but I don't pull my hand away. Professional. He stands too, still holding my hand. Is that what we're calling this? Because I share a bed with Sophia and you every night. I have a drawer at your apartment. We're raising a child together. At what point do we stop calling it professional? When we figure out what to call it instead, my voice comes out softer than intended. It's complicated. It's not, though. He steps closer, free hand coming up to cut my face. It's actually very simple. I love our daughter. I love our life. I love... Don't. I press my fingers to his lips. Please. Not like this. Then how? His lips move against my fingers. Tell me how you want to hear it, and I'll say it that way. In court, over breakfast, while you're destroying opposing counsel. Just tell me when you'll be ready to hear what we both already know. Alessandro? I'll wait. He pulls back slightly but keeps my hand in his. I've waited 5 years. I can wait longer. But Zuri, we're already a family. We're already partners. The only thing we're not is honest about what that means. My phone buzzes with an email notification. Saved by work, except I don't feel saved. I feel suspended, caught between what is and what could be. That's the board, I say, checking the message. They want us there at 9 sharp. Of course they do. He releases my hand, but the ghost of his touch lingers. We should eat something, celebrate our success properly. Room service? No. He grabs his jacket. The rooftop bar. Amazing view, excellent cocktails. And if we're celebrating, we should do it right. I want to argue, to maintain the safety of our suite, but he's already holding out my wrap. Fine. But we're discussing the presentation. Naturally. His smile suggests otherwise. All business. The rooftop bar is everything he promised. Rome spread out like a jewel box, lights twinkling in the growing darkness. We're seated at a corner table, intimate and isolated, the warm breeze carrying jasmine and possibility. To Global Tech's failure, Alessandro raises his glass. To our success, I counter, clinking my glass against his. Same thing. He sips his whiskey, eyes never leaving mine. You were brilliant today. The way you handled their CFO's concerns. Masterful. You weren't bad yourself. I traced the rim of my glass, fighting the warmth that's not entirely from the alcohol. That redirect on the tax implications was inspired. We make a good team. He leans back, Rome glittering behind him. In everything. Alessandro. I'm not pushing, just observing, but his eyes say otherwise. Dance with me. What? They have a dance floor. Music. Other couples are dancing. He stands, extends his hand. One dance. To celebrate. I should say no. Should maintain boundaries. Instead, I place my hand in his. One dance. The music is slow, sultry. He pulls me close, one hand on my waist, the other holding mine. We fit perfectly. We always have. You're thinking too hard, he murmurs against my hair. I'm calculating the statistical probability of this ending badly. But I relax into him. Let him lead. What's the percentage? 70-30 against? I'll take those odds. His hand spreads wider on my back, thumb tracing small circles. What factors are you considering? Our work situation, Sophia's adjustment, the fact that we've been down this road before. I pull back to look at him. The fact that I can't think straight when you touch me. That last one seems like a positive factor. He spins me gently, pulls me back closer than before. And for the record, I can't think straight around you either. Haven't been able to for 7 years. That's the problem. My resistance is crumbling with each sway. We don't think around each other. We just combust. Is that so bad? His lips brush my temple. Some of the best things come from combustion. Stars, diamonds, Sophia. You can't use our daughter as an argument for... I lose the thought as his thumb finds the sensitive spot at the base of my spine. For what? He's doing it deliberately now, every touch designed to undermine my defenses. What am I arguing for, Zuri? You know what? Say it. We're barely dancing now, just swaying in place. Just once. Say what we both know is happening. I can't. But I'm pressing closer, my body betraying my words. If I say it, it becomes real. It's already real. His forehead rests against mine. Has been since that first deposition. Since before Sophia. Since always. The song ends, but we don't separate. Around us, other couples move off the floor, but we're frozen in our bubble. We should go, I whisper. We should. But he's framing my face with his hands, thumbs stroking my cheekbones. Zuri. I kiss him. No wine cellar to blame, no near tragedy to excuse it. Just me, giving in to 5 years of want in the middle of a Roman rooftop. He makes a sound, surprise, relief, hunger, and deepens the kiss. His hands tangle in my hair, mine clutch his shoulders, and we're 17 floors above Rome, but I'm already flying. Room, he manages against my lips. Now. The elevator ride is torture. We stand on opposite sides, not trusting ourselves. But the air crackles between us. An elderly couple enters on the 10th floor, and we pretend to discuss meeting times, while my lips throb and his hands clench and unclench. The moment our suite door closes, we crash together. 5 years of careful distance obliterated in seconds. He lifts me against the door, my legs wrapping around his waist instinctively. And the kiss is desperate, consuming. Bed, I gasp when he moves to my neck. Alessandro, bed. He carries me, actually carries me to the bedroom, setting me on my feet only to immediately start on the zipper of my dress. Wait. I catch his hands. Is this just... No. He cups my face, forcing me to meet his eyes. This is not just anything. This is everything. This is us finally stopping the pretense that we're not inevitable. Inevitable, I repeat, tasting the word. Tell me you don't feel it. His thumbs stroke my cheeks. Tell me these last weeks haven't been us falling back into what we never really left. Tell me you don't love me the way I love you. I can't tell you that. Tears slip free. I can't lie anymore. Then don't. He kisses my tears. Just be with me. Just let us be. I answer by reaching for his shirt buttons, done with words. He groans, catching my urgency, and clothes disappear with efficient desperation. When skin finally meets skin, we both pause, overwhelmed. Zuri. My name is a prayer on his lips. Do you know how many nights I've dreamed of this? Show me, I whisper, and he does. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyler would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyler. So, he says eventually, 70-30 against. Shut up. But I'm smiling against his skin. My calculations were clearly off. Clearly. He tilts my chin up. Need to recalculate? 90-10 in favor. I kiss him softly. Maybe 95. I'll take those odds too. He rolls us so I'm beneath him again. Want to improve them? Alessandro, we have the presentation in the morning, which we could do in our sleep. He nips at my collarbone. Besides, I have 5 years of lost time to make up for. We can't make up 5 years in one night, but I'm already arching into his touch. No, he agrees, eyes dark with promise, but we can start. And we do. Again and again until the Roman night gives way to dawn, and we're exhausted, sated, finally honest. I love you, I whisper against his shoulder as sleep pulls me under. I've loved you since before I knew what it was. I know, he murmurs back. I've always known. Just like I know we're going to be brilliant today, go home to our daughter, and stop pretending we're anything but what we are. Which is everything. He presses a kiss to my forehead. We're everything. I drift off believing him, wrapped in his arms, and the certainty that after 5 years of running, I've finally come home. The presentation tomorrow will be flawless. The flight home will be different. Us together, no pretense. Sophia will be thrilled. Everything is perfect, which is why I should have known the universe was about to remind us that perfect never lasts.
Chapter 20. Alessandro. The morning light streaming through our hotel suite should feel like hope. Instead, it illuminates the aftermath of the best night of my life. Zuri's dress draped over a chair, her heels kicked off by the door, the sheets tangled from our desperate need for each other. She's still asleep, curled against my chest, and I allow myself 5 minutes of peace before the world intrudes. She stirs, pressing closer. What time is it? 7:30. I kiss her forehead, breathing in the scent of her hair mixed with last night's perfume and sex. We have an hour before we need to leave. Shower? She looks up at me with sleepy eyes that quickly heat. Together? To save time, of course. Of course. But my hands are already sliding down her bare back. Very efficient. We barely make it to the presentation on time, still glowing with satisfaction and new intimacy. The boardroom at Benedetti International is imposing, all dark wood and serious faces. But I'm not nervous. We've got this. The merger is solid, our presentation flawless, and now Zuri and I are truly partners in every sense. Ladies and gentlemen, I begin, connecting my laptop to the presentation system. Thank you for gathering this morning. Miss Davis and I are excited to present the final terms of the merger that will position Benedetti International for unprecedented growth. Zuri takes her place beside me, professional in her navy suit, but I can see the slight flush on her neck where I marked her in the shower. We launch into our presentation with the seamless synchronicity that's become our trademark. 10 minutes in, I notice the shift. Board members start checking their phones, one by one like dominoes falling. Whispered conversations break out. Lorenzo Benedetti's face goes from pleased to concerned to furious. Is there a problem? Zuri asks, maintaining her composure, though I can see the tension in her shoulders. Perhaps we should take a brief recess, suggests one of the board members, not meeting our eyes. What's going on? I demand, abandoning professionalism. Lorenzo? He turns his phone toward us, and my blood freezes. The headline screams, Ricci's secret love child, custody battle brewing in billion-dollar merger. Below it, A photo of Sophia. My daughter's face splashed across Italian business news. What the hell? The words escape before I can stop them. Zuri grabs the phone, color draining from her face as she scrolls. How did they... These are private photos from her daycare. From my mother's house. This is impossible. There's more, another board member says grimly. They're suggesting Miss... Davis deliberately hid the child to gain leverage. That this merger is part of a custody play. That's insane, I protest, but the damage is spreading. More phones come out, more headlines appear. Richie Eyre caught in love triangle. American lawyer's baby trap exposed. Questions arise about Benedettier merger ethics. We need to postpone, Lorenzo says quietly, until this is resolved. The board can't approve a merger under this kind of scrutiny. Lorenzo, you know us, Zuri pleads. This is tabloid garbage. Someone's trying to sabotage... I'm sorry. He looks genuinely pained. But with global tech still circling, we can't afford even a hint of scandal. Fix this, and we'll reconvene. The board files out, leaving us alone in the conference room with our perfect presentation still frozen on the screen. How? Zuri sinks into a chair, hands shaking. Those photos... Some were from inside my apartment. Only family has access to those. We'll figure it out. I pull out my phone, already calling my lawyer. First, we need those stories killed. Then we find out who... My phone rings. Unknown Italian number. Don't answer that, Zuri warns, but I'm already accepting the call. Alessandro? The voice is honey over poison. Have you seen the news? Such unfortunate timing. Francesca. I put it on speaker so Zuri can hear. What did you do? Me? I'm as shocked as anyone to learn about your secret family. Her laugh tinkles falsely. Though I must say, the little girl is beautiful. Those Ricci eyes are unmistakable. You leaked this. Not a question. A statement. Prove it. Her voice hardens. But perhaps we should discuss this in person. I'm at the hotel pool. Come alone. We wouldn't want more photos surfacing, would we? Ones that might be even more... compromising. She hangs up before I can respond. It's a trap, Zuri says immediately. You can't go. She has more photos. Maybe ones with location data, timestamps, things that could hurt you or Sophia. I'm already standing. I have to go. Then I'm coming with you. No! I catch her hands. Let me handle this. You call New York. Make sure Sophia's okay. Have your mother keep her inside today. Call our lawyers. Start damage control. Alessandro! I know Francesca. Know how she operates. I kiss her quickly. Trust me, I'll fix this. I spent the next hours searching for Francesca, but I can't find her. My frustration is eating me up, so I decide to swim and vent my frustration in the water. The pool area is nearly empty. Too early for most guests. Then I see her. She's arranged herself artfully on a lounger, wearing a white bikini that leaves nothing to imagination, oversized sunglasses hiding her expression. We can finally talk. Alessandro! She sits up as I approach, letting her cover-up fall open. You look tense. Not the glow of a man who spent the night with his beloved. Alessandro! She calls out in an overly syrupy voice. What do you want, Francesca? Direct as always. She pats the lounger beside her. Sit. Let's discuss this like civilized people. I'll stand. Suit yourself. She swings her legs over the side, moving closer. I want what was stolen from me. You ace. The merger that was supposed to unite us in more ways than one. That was never going to happen. You made sure of that when I made one mistake. She stands now, close enough that I can smell her perfume. Something expensive and cloying. While you were making a baby with that woman. Don't talk about Zuri. Touched a nerve. She steps closer, hand on my chest. Do you know what it was like? Watching you pine for her, knowing you were comparing every woman to your rival? Francesca, stop! I catch her wrist as her hand slides lower. This isn't going to work. Isn't it? She presses against me, other hand sliding up to my neck. We were good together once. We could be again. Think about it. Our families united. The merger secured. No messy custody battles. I'd even accept the child. Eventually. You're delusional. I try to step back, but she follows, backing me against a pillar. Am I... Her voice drops. Or am I the only one thinking clearly? She kept your child from you, Alessandro, for 5 years. What else is she hiding? Nothing. She was protecting herself. Francesca's on her tiptoes now, lips near my ear. But I could protect you. From the media storm, from a custody battle, from her lies. The only liar here is you. I grip her arms, trying to create distance. You leaked those photos. Probably stole them somehow. This is low, even for you. Prove it, she challenges again, then suddenly surges up, crushing her lips to mine. I freeze for a split second, shock, revulsion, before shoving her away. But she clings, nails digging into my neck, grinding against me like we're lovers instead of adversaries. Stop! I finally pry her off, holding her at arm's length. That's when I see her. Zuri, standing at the pool entrance, face shattered. Zuri, wait! But she's already turning, fleeing. Oops! Francesca's smile is pure venom. Didn't see her there. Though really, what did she expect? You always come back to me. You planned this! Rage floods through me. The whole thing, the leaks, the timing, all of it. I planned nothing. She adjusts her bikini top casually. I simply reminded you of what we had. What we could have again. The rest, call it fate. Call it what it is. Desperate manipulation from a woman who can't accept rejection. Her face twists. Careful, Alessandro. I still have those other photos. Ones that show just how unfit a mother she is. Leaving the child with strangers, working all hours. A judge might find them very interesting. You're threatening my daughter now? I'm offering you a choice. She steps back, victory in her posture. Come back to me and this all goes away. The stories, the photos, the custody questions. Or choose her and watch it all burn. I choose her. No hesitation. Every time, in every way, I choose her. Then you're a fool. She gathers her cover up, and fools lose everything. Check the news in an hour. The evening editions will be even more interesting. She saunters away, leaving me standing by the pool with chlorine in my nose and disaster at my heels. I run. Through the hotel, taking stairs 3 at a time, reaching our suite just as Zuri exits with her suitcase. Don't! Her voice is ice. Just don't. It's not what it looked like. It looked like you were kissing your ex-girlfriend while our daughter's face is splashed across every gossip site in Italy. She won't meet my eyes. It looked like everything my mother warned me about. Everything I was afraid of. She ambushed me. Set the whole thing up. She's the one who leaked the photos. I don't care who leaked them. She finally looks at me and the pain there is devastating. I care that when everything went to hell, you ran to her. That when our professional life imploded, your first instinct was a poolside rendezvous with the woman you were supposed to marry. That's not... I was trying to fix it. To protect you and Sophia. By letting her put her hands all over you? By kissing her? She kissed me! I pushed her away. After how long? The question hangs between us. How long did you let it happen before you remembered you supposedly loved me? Supposedly? Anger flares. After last night, you're questioning how I feel? Last night feels like a lifetime ago. She drags her suitcase toward the door. Before our daughter became tabloid fodder, before our careers imploded, before I walked in on you with her. Where are you going? The airport. Home. To do damage control and protect my daughter from this mess. Our daughter. I block her path. She's our daughter and we fix this together. Like you fixed it at the pool? She laughs bitterly. No, thank you. I've seen your version of fixing things. Zuri, please, let me explain. I need space. She steps around me. Time to think. To figure out how to protect Sophia from whatever Francesca has planned next. I can help. I want to help. You've helped enough. She pauses at the door. The board wants this fixed? Fine, fix it. But do it without making our daughter collateral damage in your ex-psychotic break. Our daughter is my priority, always. Funny way of showing it. She opens the door. I'll send you the lawyer's contact. We'll need a unified response for the press. Is that what we are now? A press release? I don't know what we are. Her voice cracks slightly. Last night I thought, but that was before. This is after. And after changes everything. She leaves, and I'm alone in a suite that still smells like her perfume and our lovemaking. The contrast is nauseating. My phone buzzes. Another unknown number. But I recognize the Italian prefix. Mr. Ricci? This is reporter Salvatore from La Repubblica. Care to comment on the rumors that you're seeking full custody of your illegitimate daughter? I hang up, but it immediately rings again. Different number, same questions. By the 10th call, I turn it off entirely. But the damage is spreading, viral and vicious. I spend the entire day in crisis mode. Lawyers, publicists, threats of lawsuits. But every victory is Pyrrhic. Kill one story, 3 more pop up. Deny one rumor, fuel 5 others. And through it all, Francesca's ultimatum echoes, come back to me, or watch it all burn. She lit the match. Now I have to figure out how to save what matters most before we're all consumed by the flames. You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy,
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
and you might got the money,
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
but that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. And everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you,
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance. Chapter 21. Zuri. The envelope sits on my kitchen counter like a live grenade. Confidential, legal documents, stamped across pristine white paper that somehow makes it more ominous. I've been staring at it for 10 minutes, still in my rumpled clothes from the flight, while Sophia chatters about her day with Grandma. And then Lucy said her daddy takes her to swim class, but I said my daddy was in Italy working, but he's coming back, right, Mommy? She bounces on her tiptoes, trying to see what I'm looking at. Is that from Daddy? I don't know, baby. My voice sounds hollow even to me. Why don't you go play while I look at the boring grown-up papers? Okay. But tell Daddy I drew him a picture of dinosaurs in Italy. They're wearing hats. She races off, leaving me alone with the envelope that has Alessandro's law firm's return address. I open it, my heart racing like crazy, some desperate part hoping it's merger paperwork, anything but what I fear. The letterhead blurs, then sharpens into focus. Petition for joint legal and physical custody. The papers slip from my numb fingers, scattering across the floor. Legal terms jump out at me. Shared parental rights, equitable division of time, best interests of the minor child. All of it couched in language I use every day, now turned into weapons against me. My phone rings. Nathan. Zuri, I'm calling as a courtesy. His voice carries that careful tone that means bad news. The publicity situation has raised concerns among the partners. We need to discuss your status with the firm. My status? I sink onto a kitchen stool, legs suddenly unreliable. Nathan, I've been with the firm for... I know, and your work has been exemplary. But the media attention, the questions about your judgment, the Lost Benedetti deal... He sighs. Can you come in tomorrow? Bring representation if you feel it necessary. Representation? To meet with my own firm. It's not personal, Zuri. It's protective for everyone involved. After he hangs up, I sit in silence, processing the devastation. My career, my daughter's stability, Alessandro, everything crumbling because I fell for the wrong man at the wrong time. Twice. Mommy? Sophia peeks around the corner. Are you sad? Your face looks like when we watched the movie where the dog goes to heaven. Come here, sweet pea. I pull her into my lap, breathing in her strawberry shampoo and innocence. I'm just tired from the airplane. Is Daddy Alex tired too? Is that why he didn't come home with you? Her fingers play with my necklace, the saint. Christopher pendant I can't bring myself to remove. I miss him. I know, baby. I kiss the top of her head to hide my tears. Things are just complicated right now. Grown-ups always say that when they mean hard. She's too perceptive, too smart. Is it hard because of the pictures? Lucy's mom showed her mom your picture on her phone. My stomach drops. What kind of pictures? I don't know. But Lucy said I was famous. She pulls back to look at me. I don't want to be famous. I just want Daddy to come home and tell more stories. Sophia Grace Davis, you are going to play. And let Mommy clean up our things. My mother appears, having let herself in with her key. One look at my face, and she shifts into protective mode. Go on, baby. Build something wonderful with your blocks. The moment Sophia's in her room, Mom picks up the scattered custody papers. Her expression hardens as she reads. That son of a... Mom. Don't mom me. Days ago, that man was in your bed swearing he loved you. Now he's serving papers. She slams them on the counter. And you're sitting here looking like the world ended instead of getting mad. What's the point of mad? I retrieve my laptop, scroll through the 47 emails from reporters, colleagues, and concerned friends. Look at this. Ricci baby mama drama. Custody battle brewing. Questions about Davis's professional ethics. My career is over. My daughter's being gossiped about at preschool. And the man The man you what? Mom's voice gentles. Say it, baby. You'll choke on it otherwise. The man I love is choosing her. The words taste like glass. I saw them together, Mom. At the pool, she was all over him, and he wasn't stopping her. You saw a moment. Not the whole story. The moment was enough. I show her the newest photo making rounds. Alessandro entering Francesca's hotel room, timestamp showing 2 a.m. This came out an hour ago. Could be doctored. Could be real. I close the laptop, done with torturing myself. Either way, He filed custody papers instead of fighting for us. That tells me everything. Does it? Or does it tell you he's scared of losing Sophia? Mom sits beside me, takes my hands. That man loves you both. I've seen it. Love isn't enough when your ex-girlfriend is orchestrating a media campaign to destroy my life. I pull up my phone, show her the latest. She leaked Sophia's school schedule. There were photographers at pickup yesterday. Parents are complaining. Then we fight back. With what? She's got society connections, unlimited resources, and apparently photos of everything. I laugh bitterly. I'm a single mother from Baltimore who hid a baby from one of New York's most eligible bachelors. In the court of public opinion, I've already lost. So you're giving up? Running? Mom's eyes flash. That's not the daughter I raised. The daughter you raised didn't have a 5-year-old to protect. I step closer to the window, checking for photographers. It's become a compulsion. If I fight and lose, Sophia pays the price. If I negotiate now, maybe I can minimize the damage. Negotiate what? Your life? Your love? She follows me. Zuri Davis, you look at me. I turn, finding her fierce expression that used to scare me as a child. You made mistakes. So did he. But that little girl in there, she deserves parents who fight for each other, not just around each other. She cups my face. And you deserve a man who chooses you. Question is, did you give him a chance to? He was kissing his ex-girlfriend. You saw what looked like kissing. Did you ask? Did you listen or did you run? The fight drains out of me. I ran. Like 5 years ago. Her voice is gentle but firm. Baby, you can't keep running every time things get hard or turn complicated. That's not protecting Sophia. That's teaching her to quit. My phone buzzes. Text from an unknown number, but I recognize the writing style immediately. I didn't file papers. My lawyer did without consent. Please, Zuri. 5 minutes. I show Mom, who raises an eyebrow. Sounds like someone trying to explain. Or someone trying to manipulate the situation. But doubt creeps in. The Alessandro I know would have signed anything about Sophia, personally, thoroughly, probably with annotations. Another text. Check your email. Security footage from pool. Please. Against my better judgment, I open my laptop. The email has no subject, just an attachment. The video is grainy but clear enough. Francesca throwing herself at Alessandro, him trying to push her away, his obvious distress when he spots me. Oh, baby, Mom murmurs, watching over my shoulder. That's not a man enjoying a kiss. That's a man being assaulted. She's right. The angle shows what I couldn't see. His hands pushing, not pulling. His body language screaming discomfort, not desire. The timestamp shows the whole interaction lasted maybe 30 seconds before I appeared. It doesn't matter. But my voice wavers. The damage is done. The media won't care about security footage when they have sensational photos. You're right. The media won't care. Mom closes the laptop. But you should. And he clearly does, if he's sending evidence. Mom, I'm going to take Sophia for ice cream. Give you time to think. She's already gathering her purse. Or better yet, to stop thinking and start feeling. I can't. You can. You just won't. She pauses at Sophia's door. That man made mistakes, but he's fighting for you. Question is, are you going to fight too, or let that witch win? After they leave, I sit in the quiet apartment, surrounded by evidence of the life I've built. Sophia's artwork covering the fridge, Alessandro's coffee mug in the sink from 4 days ago, the indent on the couch where he reads bedtime stories. My phone rings. Alessandro. I shouldn't answer. Should maintain distance, protect myself. You have 5 minutes, I say instead of hello. I need more than 5 minutes to fix this. His voice is rough, exhausted. But I'll start with this. I didn't kiss her. She assaulted me. I didn't file custody papers. My lawyer panicked when the media storm hit. I didn't go to her room. That photo is from years ago, recycled. And I haven't slept since you left because all I can think about is how I failed to protect you and Sophia from this. Alessandro, I'm not done. I hear movement, like he's pacing. Francesca orchestrated everything. The leaked photos, the timing, the pool ambush. She's been planning this since she heard we're working together. And I played right into it by trying to handle her alone. Why didn't you tell me? Why go to the pool without backup? Because she threatened you. US ones that could hurt Sophia. His voice cracks. I thought I could contain it. Instead, I made everything worse. You did. No point in lying. But so did I. Running instead of listening. Assuming instead of asking. We're quite a pair. The ghost of a laugh. 2 brilliant lawyers who can't communicate without a courtroom. The custody papers? Already withdrawn. My lawyer's been fired. I want us to decide Sophia's future together, not through documents. My firm wants me gone. The school's asking if we'll consider transferring Sophia. I press my forehead against the cool window. Francesca won. She destroyed everything. No. His voice hardens. She damaged things. But destroyed? Only if we let her. How do we fight this? She has media connections, society influence, probably more manufactured evidence. We fight by not fighting alone. I hear determination now. My family's already mobilizing. Mom's calling every Italian-American organization in the city. Dad's banned several publications from the restaurant. Nonna threatened to curse Francesca's bloodline. Despite everything, I almost smile. Your grandmother's terrifying. She's protective. They all are. Of you too, not just me. He pauses. Zuri, I know you're hurt. I know trusting me feels impossible right now. But please, let's face this together. For Sophia. I need time, I say finally. To think. To figure out what's best. I understand. But while you're thinking, know this. I love you. I love our daughter. And I'll fight anyone, including Francesca, who tries to tear apart what we've built. After we hang up, I sit in the gathering darkness, processing. The custody papers were panic, not betrayal. The kiss was assault, not desire. The hotel photo was fake, not real. But the damage remains. My reputation, Sophia's privacy, our fragile new relationship. All casualties of Francesca's war. My phone buzzes. Text from Clara. Family meeting tomorrow. Your family. Come. Then from Isabella. We've got lawyers too. Good ones. From Gabriella. Francesca messed with the wrong family. Even from Nonna, somehow. Bring the bambina. I teach her Italian curses for her enemies. I'm reading them when Mom returns with Sophia, who's covered in chocolate ice cream and smiling. Mommy! Grandma let me get 2 scoops. She crashes into my arms, sticky and perfect. Can Daddy come for dinner? I want to show him my dinosaur city. Not tonight, baby. Tomorrow? I think about the messages, the video, the exhaustion in Alessandro's voice. Think about what Mom said about teaching Sophia to run or fight. Maybe, I say finally. We'll see. That means yes. She dances away. I'm going to draw him a welcome home picture. Mom catches my eye, nods approvingly. That's my girl. Now let's talk strategy. How do we bury this witch? Mom. What? She came for my grandchild. In my neighborhood, that's declaration of war. She pulls out her phone. I've got connections too. Nurses talk, and honey, do I have stories about some of these society families? We can't. We can, and we will. She's already texting. That woman wants to play dirty? Baby, I'm from Baltimore. We invented dirty. 3 hours later, my phone won't stop ringing. Reporters, but different questions now. Care to comment on Francesca Benedetti's previous allegations of harassment? Is it true she was institutionalized for stalking? Sources say she's fabricated evidence before. Mom, what did you do? Called in favors. Turns out Miss Benedict's has quite a history that her daddy's money usually buries. She smiles serenely. But nurses remember everything, especially psych nurses. This could backfire, or it could level the playing field. She squeezes my hand. Tomorrow, you go to that family meeting. You stand with Alessandro. You show united front. And you let the Ricci's and I handle the media while you handle what matters, your daughter and your man. He's not my man. Yet. She stands, kisses my forehead. But he will be. Once you stop letting fear drive and let love take the wheel. Later, I tuck Sophia in, her dinosaur city carefully preserved on her craft table for Daddy to see. She sleeps clutching the photo of us in Rome, the three of us laughing at something, looking like the family we almost became. My phone buzzes. Alessandro. Thank you for listening. Sleep well. Tomorrow we fight back. I stare at the message, then at my daughter, then at the custody papers I haven't torn up yet. Tomorrow we fight back. The words feel like a promise, like hope, like maybe Francesca hasn't won after all.
Chapter 22. Alessandro. The call comes at 7:43 a.m. as I'm reviewing the growing stack of cease and desist letters my new lawyer has prepared. It's the head of security at Sophia's preschool, his voice tight with barely controlled panic. Mr. Ricci, we have a situation. There are photographers blocking the entrance. Parents can't get through to drop off their children. Miss Davis is here with Sophia, but I'm already grabbing my keys. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Sir, I should warn you. Some of these photographers are getting aggressive. One tried to follow a parent through the security door. Call the police. I'm on my way. The drive takes 12 minutes that feel like hours. I weave through morning traffic, my hands white-knuckled on the steering wheel, imagining Sophia scared and confused by the chaos. When I finally turn onto the tree-lined street where her preschool sits, the scene is worse than I imagined. At least 20 photographers crowd the entrance, their cameras creating a wall of black lenses and flashing lights. Parents clutch their children, some turning back rather than running the gauntlet. In the middle of it all, I spot Zuri's car blocked in by the mob. I park illegally and push through the crowd, my court-honed presence creating a path. Move. Now. Mr. Ricci! Are you seeking full custody? Is it true Francesca Benedetti is pregnant with your child? Did Miss Davis trap you with this baby? I ignore them all, focused on getting to Zuri's car. Through the windshield, I can see her in the driver's seat, arms wrapped protectively around Sophia, who's crying in her car seat. The sight ignites something primal in my chest. Back away from the car. My voice carries the same authority I use to intimidate hostile witnesses. You have 3 seconds before I start filing assault charges. We're on public property, one photographer sneers, pressing closer to snap pictures through the window. And you're harassing a 5-year-old child. I step between him and the car. Touch that window again, and public property will be the least of your concerns. Alessandro? Zuri's voice comes muffled through the glass. She's lowered the window a crack, just enough to speak. Sophia's terrified. I can't get out, can't back up. Open the doors. I'll get you both inside. They'll swarm. Let them try. I move to her door, using my body as a shield. On 3. 1, 2. She opens the door, and I immediately block it with my body, creating space for her to exit. The cameras go crazy, questions flying like bullets, but I'm focused on getting them safe. Zuri scrambles to the back door, and I hear Sophia's wail as she unbuckles her. It's okay, baby. Daddy's here. We're going inside. Make them go away! Sophia sobs, burying her face in Zuri's neck. They're too loud, too flashy. Mr. Ricci, is this an admission of paternity? Miss Davis, how long did you hide the child? Are you back together? Is this staged for sympathy? I wrap my arms around both of them, creating a protective cocoon as we push toward the entrance. Zuri stumbles on the curb and I steady her, pulling them closer. Sophia peeks out from her mother's shoulder, tear-stained face finding mine. Daddy, why are they being mean? Something snaps inside me. I stop walking, turn to face the mob with Sophia watching. These vultures want a show. They'll get one. You want a statement? Here's your statement. My voice carries over their shouting. This is my daughter. She's 5 years old, way smarter than her age. She likes dinosaurs and princess stories and chocolate chip pancakes. She's scared right now because grown adults who should know better are acting like animals outside her school. The questions die down slightly. Some photographers actually lowering their cameras. You want to photograph someone? Photograph me. You want to harass someone? Come to my office. But if I see one more camera pointed at my daughter, if one more of you blocks her path to school, I will use every legal resource at my disposal to destroy you. I meet each of their eyes in turn. I'm a corporate lawyer. I know 47 ways to ruin your life without breaking a single law. Try me. Why are you scaring my daddy? Sophia's small voice cuts through everything. She's lifted her head from Zuri's shoulder, looking at the photographers with confused, still wet eyes. He's nice. He reads stories and makes good eggs and never yells except at bad guys. She hiccups. Are you bad guys? The nearest photographer actually takes a step back. Another lowers his camera entirely. We're just doing our job, sweetheart, one says and has the grace to look ashamed. Your job is being mean? Sophia's forehead wrinkles. That's a bad job. You should get a better one, like teacher or dinosaur scientist. Sophia. Zuri starts, but I touch her arm. My daddy's a lawyer, Sophia continues, warming to her theme despite her tears. He helps people. Mommy, too. They use big words to fix problems. What do you fix? The crowd shifts uncomfortably. One photographer actually mutters an apology and walks away. Can we go to school now? Sophia asks, looking between us. It's art day and I'm making you a family picture. Yeah, Principessa. Let's get you to art. I guide them through the now parted crowd, which stays eerily quiet. Inside, the preschool director waits with barely concealed relief. I'm so sorry about this. We've never had anything like... It's not your fault, Zuri says, setting Sophia down but keeping hold of her hand. Has this been happening all week? The photographers started gathering yesterday, but nothing like this. She kneels to Sophia's level. Are you okay, sweetie? That was pretty scary. Daddy made them stop being mean. Sophia wipes her nose with her sleeve. He used his lawyer voice. I see that. The director smiles, then looks between us. We need to discuss security measures going forward. Perhaps a back entrance arrangement? Whatever's necessary, I say. Sophia's safety is the only priority. Can both of you stay for a minute? I'll have someone take Sophia to her classroom. Art's starting, and we can talk in my office. Sophia immediately grabs both our hands. No! I want Mommy and Daddy to come too. Baby, we'll just be talking about grown-up stuff, Zuri soothes. You go paint that family picture. You'll both be here when I'm done? She looks between us anxiously. Promise? Promise, we say in unison. She studies us with those two wise eyes, then nods. Okay, but together. You have to wait together. After she's led away, clutching her dinosaur backpack, the director guides us to her office. The moment the door closes, Zuri sinks into a chair, the strong facade crumbling. This can't continue. Her voice shakes. She's traumatized. Other parents are being affected. Maybe I should... Don't. I know where her mind's going. Running won't solve this. Then what will? She turns to me, her eyes bright with unshed tears. Because your intimidation routine only works once. Tomorrow they'll be back, possibly worse. Then we go public. Control the narrative instead of letting Francesca dictate it. Alessandro, my publicist has been suggesting a press conference, joint statement, united front. I sit beside her, careful not to crowd. Show them we're not victims to be hounded, but parents protecting our child. A press conference means admitting things. She twists her hands in her lap. About us. About what we are or aren't. We're Sophia's parents. Everything else is secondary. Is it? She meets my eyes. Because they'll ask about us. About the hotel, the pool, whether we're together. What do we say? The truth. That we're navigating a complex situation in the best interests of our daughter. I want to reach for her hand, but resist. Unless you want to say something else. Like what? That I'm in love with a man I can't trust myself around. That every time we get close, the world explodes. That I'm terrified of giving Sophia hope for a family that might... She stops herself, but the words hang between us. That might what? I ask quietly. That might break her heart when it falls apart. She stands, moves to the window overlooking the playground. She asked me last night if you were coming home. Not visiting, not stopping by. Coming home. Like you live with us. Like we're... a family. A real family. Not this fractured, complicated mess we've created. She presses her forehead against the glass. How do I explain to a 5-year-old that Mommy and Daddy love each other, but can't figure out how to be together without destroying everything? Is that what we are? I move behind her, not touching but close. People who love each other? Don't. Her voice is barely a whisper. Please don't make me say it again. Not when there are photographers outside and lawyers on speed dial, and Francesca's still plotting God knows what. Francesca's finished. I want to touch her so badly my hands ache. Lorenzo called this morning. She's been removed from the family business, cut off from the trust. Her father's disowned her publicly. She'll retaliate. Zuri turns and we're suddenly too close. Cornered animals are the most dangerous. Let her try. I can smell her perfume, see the faint circles under her eyes from sleepless nights. We'll be ready. Together. Together. She tests the word. As co-parents? Legal partners? What exactly are we, Alessandro? Right now, we're two people who need to present a united front at a press conference tomorrow. I force myself to step back. Everything else, we figure out as we go. I hate figuring things out as we go. But there's a ghost of a smile. I like plans, strategies, knowing what comes next. I know, but sometimes I think of Sophia facing down the photographers. Sometimes the best strategy is honesty. Even messy, complicated honesty. The director returns, armed with security proposals and back entrance procedures. We spend an hour planning, working together with the same seamless coordination we use in court. By the time we're done, the photographers outside have thinned, deterred by the arrival of actual police. I'll send a decoy car out front, I suggest, while you take Sophia out the back. You don't have to... I want to. I check my watch. She'll be done with art in 30 minutes. Want to see what she painted? Together. That was her rule, wasn't it? I managed a small smile. Besides, I'm curious about this family picture. We wait in the hallway outside her classroom, close enough to hear Sophia's voice explaining her artistic choices to her teacher. When the door opens and she spots us both, her face lights up like Christmas morning. You stayed together! She runs to us, painting clutched in her hands. Look, I made us. The picture is typical 5-year-old art. Stick figures with oversized heads and wild colors. But the composition is clear. 3 figures holding hands, the middle one small with wild curls, flanked by 2 taller figures. Above them, she's drawn a heart. That's you, Mommy. She points to the figure with elaborate hair. And that's Daddy with his serious face. And that's me being happy because we're all together. It's beautiful, baby, Zuri says, voice thick. Can we hang it at home? On the special art wall, Sophia looks between us. Daddy, you can come see it every day. I'd love that. I manage around the lump in my throat. See? She beams. I fixed it. Now we're a family picture, so we have to be a family. If only it were that simple. But looking at her hopeful face, then at Zuri's carefully controlled expression, I think maybe it could be. Maybe simple is what we've been avoiding all along. Come on, I say, taking the painting carefully. Let's get you both home. I'll handle the decoy. You're coming too, right? Sophia grabs my hand. To see where the picture goes? I look at Zuri, silently asking permission. She nods once, barely perceptible. Yeah, Principessa, I'm coming too. As we execute our escape plan, me driving out front to draw the remaining photographers while Zuri and Sophia slip out back, I think about family pictures and simple truths. Tomorrow we'll face the press conference. Tonight we'll hang a 5-year-old's masterpiece on a wall and pretend that's enough to make us whole. But maybe pretending is the first step to becoming.
Chapter 23. Zuri. The lights from the cameras are blinding, turning the hotel's press room into a fishbowl of scrutiny. I smooth my navy dress for the 10th time, hyper-aware of Alessandro beside me at the podium, so close that I smell his cologne mixing with my own nervous energy. We've rehearsed our statements, prepared for hostile questions, but nothing prepares you for facing a room full of people who've been feeding on your personal life like vultures. Thank you all for coming. Alessandro begins, his courtroom voice steady and commanding. Miss Davis and I called this conference to address the recent speculation and harassment that has affected our family, particularly our daughter. A reporter's hand shoots up immediately. Mr. Ricci, do you acknowledge paternity of the child? I proudly acknowledge that Sophia Grace Davis is my daughter, Alessandro says without hesitation. She's 5 years old, brilliant, and deserves privacy and respect, neither of which she's received from certain members of the media. Miss Davis, another reporter jumps in. Why did you hide the pregnancy from Mr. Ricci? Was it a deliberate attempt to... I made decisions I believed were best at the time. I interrupt, having anticipated this exact question. Those decisions were made out of fear and self-protection, not malice. I take full responsibility for keeping Alessandro from his daughter initially, but... Were you trying to trap him? The reporter's voice cuts through my measured response. Use the baby as leverage for money or position. The words hit like a slap. I grip the podium edges, feeling Alessandro tense beside me. Before either of us can respond, a small voice pipes up from behind us. My mommy doesn't trap, she saves. My blood freezes. Sophia, who was supposed to be in the adjoining room with Mom, has somehow escaped and is marching toward the podium with the determination of someone about to right a terrible wrong. She's wearing her favorite dinosaur dress and light-up sneakers that flash with each indignant step. Sophia, I start, but she's already grabbed the microphone Alessandro quickly lowers to her height. My mommy saves people from bad contracts and helps them win arguments with big words. Her voice rings clear through the room. She doesn't trap anybody? That's mean to say. Are you mean people? The room goes silent except for the whir of cameras. Some reporters actually lower their equipment, looking ashamed. Baby, come here, I murmur, but she's on a roll. My daddy is nice too. He tells the best stories and makes pancakes shaped like dinosaurs. She looks directly at the reporter, who asked the trapping question. You said my mommy trapped him, but that's silly. You can't trap someone with love. Love isn't a trap, it's a gift. Out of the mouths of babes, someone whispers. Alessandro kneels beside her, his hand gentle on her back. You're absolutely right, Principessa. Love is a gift. See? Sophia beams at the crowd. He knows. And you know what else? They love each other. But they're scared 'cause grown-ups make everything complicated. But I'm not scared. I love my mommy and I love my daddy, and I want us all to live in one house with maybe a dog. Sophia, sweetheart. I start to guide her away, but Alessandro stops me with a touch to my arm. No, she's right. He stands, addressing the room but looking at me. My daughter, in her 5-year-old wisdom, just said what we've been too scared to admit. I'm in love with Zuri Davis. I have been for years. I loved her brilliant mind first, then her fierce spirit, then everything else. The night we created Sophia was the beginning of my life, even if it took me 5 years to realize it. The room erupts in questions, but he continues over them. We're figuring out our future, but it definitely includes being a family. A real family, not just co-parents juggling schedules, because Sophia's right. Love isn't a trap. It's a gift. And I'm tired of being too scared to unwrap it. Every camera is trained on my face, waiting for my response. My carefully prepared statements evaporate. Sophia tugs on my dress. Tell them, Mommy. Tell them you love Daddy too. Use your big words. I look down at her hopeful face, then at Alessandro's vulnerable expression, and decide 5-year-old wisdom might be worth following. I love Alessandro Ricci. I loved him before I knew what it was, fought it because it terrified me, and ran because I thought protecting myself was the same as protecting our daughter. But she's braver than both of us, and she's right. We've been making everything complicated when it's actually very simple. So we're a family now? Sophia asks into the microphone. For real? With one house and maybe a dog? We'll discuss the dog, Alessandro says, lifting her into his arms. But yes, baby. We're a family for real. The room actually applauds. Jaded reporters apparently moved by toddler honesty and parental confessions. But the moment shatters as the doors bang open. Francesca stumbles in, looking nothing like the polished woman who ambushed Alessandro at the pool. Her usually perfect hair is disheveled, her designer dress wrinkled, and her eyes wild with something that looks dangerously close to madness. How touching, she slurs, clearly intoxicated. The happy family reunion. Tell them, Alessandro. Tell them about us. Security moves toward her, but she waves a manila envelope. I have proof. One last piece of evidence that will show everyone what kind of woman she really is. Francesca, stop. Alessandro's voice is deadly calm. Whatever you think you have. Photos, she laughs maniacally. Doctor to show, to prove. She fumbles with the envelope, papers spilling out. I recognize them immediately, the same photos from the gossip sites, but these are clearly marked with digital manipulation timestamps. She's brought evidence of her own forgeries. These are fake, a reporter near the front observes, examining the fallen papers. These metadata tags show extensive Photoshop work. No, Francesca staggers forward. They're real. She trapped him, stole him from me. We were supposed to marry, merge the families, have beautiful Italian babies. We broke up years ago, way before I met Zuri. Alessandro states flatly. You cheated with my best friend. There was no supposed to anything. Because I was scared. She's crying now, mascara streaming. You were so perfect, so sure of everything. I needed to feel wanted. And Marco was there and she stops, seems to realize she's confessing to a room full of reporters. It doesn't matter. You came back to me. You always come back. I never came back, Francesca. You've been constructing a fantasy. Liar. She throws the remaining photos at him. That night at the charity gala 2 years ago. You cornered me in the courtroom, and I had to get security to remove you. His voice is patient but firm, like speaking to a child. Just like the hotel room photo was from a conference 5 years ago, when you had a key to my room and let yourself in uninvited. Just like every interaction you've twisted into something it wasn't. The reporters are recording everything, but their cameras are trained on Francesca now, not us. The story has shifted. We're no longer the scandal, but the victims of an unstable woman's obsession. Miss Benedetti, a reporter asks, are you admitting to falsifying evidence? Did you steal private photos of a minor? Have you been stalking Mr. Ricci? She looks around wildly, realizing she's trapped herself. We belong together. No, I find myself speaking, surprising everyone, including myself. You belong in therapy and possibly jail for theft, harassment, and endangering a minor. You can't. I can and I will. I shift into lawyer mode. You leaked private photos of my daughter, created a media frenzy that traumatized her, and attempted to destroy our reputations with fabricated evidence. That's criminal harassment, defamation, and cyberstalking at minimum. Alessandro, tell her my lawyer will be in contact, he says simply. And Francesca, if you come near my family again, prosecution will be the least of your concerns. Security finally reaches her, escorting her out as she alternates between sobbing and screaming threats that sound increasingly unhinged. The room watches in stunned silence until she's gone. Well, Alessandro says finally, I believe that concludes our press conference. To summarize, yes, we're a family. No, there was no trapping involved. Yes, we're pursuing legal action against anyone who harasses our daughter. And yes, we're very much in love, despite our best efforts to complicate it. What about the merger? A business reporter asks. The Benedetti deal? Intact and moving forward, I answer. Mr. Benedetti has been nothing but supportive throughout this personal matter. One more question, another reporter calls out. Sophia, what kind of dog do you want? She grins from Alessandro's arms. A big one. That can protect us from mean people and play dinosaurs. Sounds reasonable, Alessandro says, looking at me with raised eyebrows. We'll discuss it, I concede, which makes Sophia cheer. As we file out, Mom appears from the side room looking mortified. I'm so sorry. She said she needed the bathroom and then bolted. She was perfect, I assure her, taking Sophia from Alessandro. Weren't you, baby? You told everyone the truth. Truth is important, she says seriously. You taught me that. Later in the car, the adrenaline crashes. We're in Alessandro's SUV. Mine is still surrounded by photographers at the apartment. Sophia's in her car seat between us, humming happily and playing with her dinosaur. So, Alessandro says, navigating through traffic. We just declared our love on live television. After being prompted by our 5-year-old, I lean back exhausted. Think any of them will air that part? Every second of it. He glances at me. Regrets? No. The answer surprises me with its certainty. You? Only that it took Sophia grabbing a microphone to make us honest. He reaches over, takes my hand. I meant every word. So did I. I squeeze back. The question is, what now? Now I want to go home. Sophia pipes up. Our home. Together. Home. Where's together home, baby? I ask. Wherever we all are. She yawns. Can we go there now? Alessandro meets my eyes in the rearview mirror. Your apartment? For now. I pause. Gather courage. But maybe we should look for something bigger, with room for a dog. And a bigger kitchen, he adds. I'll need space for Sunday dinners. And a home office. We'll both need to work from home sometimes. And a good school district for when she's older. Are we really doing this? I ask. Shopping for a home while covered in press conference flop sweat? I've been mentally shopping for homes with you for 5 years. He turns onto my street. Only difference is, now I get to do it for real. I want a purple room, Sophia announces. And a yard for the dog. And a swimming pool. And let's start with the purple room, I suggest. Work our way up to the pool. We pull up to my building, where thankfully the photographers have dispersed, probably chasing after Francesca's spectacular breakdown. As we head inside, Sophia insists on walking between us, holding both our hands. This is nice, she observes in the elevator. But know what would be nicer? What's that, Principessa? If Daddy lived here too. She looks up at him. You could bring your stuff. I'll share my toys. That's very generous, he says solemnly. What do you think, Mommy? Can Daddy bring his stuff? I think about the chaos of the last weeks, the pain of separation, the joy of reunion. Think about waking up to him making breakfast, fighting over bathroom time, being a normal family instead of a carefully scheduled arrangement. Yeah, I say finally. Daddy can bring his stuff. Tonight? Sophia asks hopefully. Let's start with a drawer, I suggest. Work our way up. I can handle a drawer, Alessandro agrees. Maybe 2. Don't push it. But I'm smiling, and he's smiling, and Sophia's practically glowing. We tumble into my apartment, our apartment for now, and it feels like coming home, all of us together, finally. Family hug, Sophia demands, and we comply, sandwiching her between us. I love you, Alessandro murmurs over her head. I love you too, I respond, meaning it completely. I love everybody, Sophia shouts. Can we have pizza to celebrate? Whatever you want, baby. Pizza and a dog. Pizza tonight, I clarify. Dog negotiations tomorrow. Deal. She wiggles free, races to her room. I'm gonna draw our new house, with a purple room and a dog. Alessandro pulls me closer once she's gone. Thank you. For the truth. For the chance. For everything. Thank you for not giving up. I lean into him. Even when I ran. Especially when I ran. I'll always chase you, he promises. Though hopefully the running's over. It is. I tilt my face up. I'm tired of running from the best thing that ever happened to me. Sophia. You impossible man? Sophia was just the brilliant bonus. He kisses me then, soft and sure and full of promise. When we break apart, Sophia's calling about purple crayons and pizza toppings and whether dogs like dinosaurs. Coming, baby, I call back. Then look at Alessandro. Ready for this? Real family life? It's messier than litigation. I've been ready for 3 years. He takes my hand. Let's go negotiate with our daughter about pizza toppings. I have a feeling she inherited both our stubborn streaks. God help us. He already did, Alessandro says simply. He gave us each other. And as we joined Sophia to plan our pizza dinner and future purple room, I realized he's right. Complicated as it's been, painful as the journey was, we found our way home, together.
Chapter 24. Alessandro. The brownstone in Park Slope had called to me the moment I saw it. 3 stories of Brooklyn limestone with original details intact, a backyard that would hold Sophia's dreams, and enough bedrooms for the family we're still building. 3 months of searching, negotiating, and planning led to this moment. Our housewarming party, in full swing, both our worlds finally merged under one roof. Alessandro, this antipasto is incredible. My mother corners me in the kitchen, where I'm refilling wine glasses and trying to calm my nerves. Did you use the good prosciutto from Sal's? Of course, Mama. I kiss her cheek while checking my pocket for the 100th time. The ring box is still there, burning like a brand against my ribs. Nothing but the best for tonight. You're jumpy. She narrows her eyes with maternal intuition. What are you planning? Just hoping everyone has a good time. I grab the wine bottles, escape before she can interrogate further. The living room is packed with lawyers from both our firms, my family taking up half the space with their animated conversations, Zuri's mother holding court near the fireplace with embarrassing childhood stories. But it's Zuri who stops me in my tracks. She's wearing a green dress that brings out the gold in her eyes, her hair in loose waves that catch the light. She's laughing at something Keisha's saying, head thrown back, and I'm transported to that first deposition 7 years ago when I realized I was completely messed up because Zuri Davis was going to ruin me for anyone else. Daddy! Sophia races over, purple dress swirling. Come see! Uncle Michael is teaching me card tricks. In a minute, Principessa. I scan the crowd, finding my father. First, can you do me a favor? Tell No it's time for the surprise. Her eyes light up. The secret surprise? The one in the backyard? Shh. I press a finger to my lips. Remember, it's secret until I give the signal. I'm the best secret keeper! She races off, weaving through guests with 5-year-old determination. I've been planning this for weeks, transforming our backyard into something from a dream. My family helped. Dad stringing lights, Isabella arranging flowers, even Nona contributing her blessing. The ring belonged to my great-grandmother, reset with diamonds that remind me of how Zuri's eyes sparkle when she's about to demolish opposing counsel. You're staring. Zuri appears at my elbow, wine glass in hand. And you've been mysterious all day. What are you plotting, counselor? Can't a man appreciate his girlfriend in his own home? I pull her closer, breathing in her perfume, jasmine and vanilla and home. Our home, she corrects but smiles. Though technically your name's on the deed until we... About that. My pulse kicks up. I need to show you something. Outside. Now? She glances around at our guests. Alessandro, we have 50 people here. They'll survive 5 minutes without us. I take her wine glass, set it on the mantel. Come on, trust me. Famous last words. But she lets me lead her through the kitchen, past my sister who gives me an encouraging thumbs up, toward the back door. Why is everyone acting strange tonight? Zuri asks as I guide her onto the deck. Your mother keeps crying. Sophia is practically vibrating, and you... She stops mid-sentence as the backyard comes into view. Hundreds of fairy lights create a canopy of stars, woven through the trees and the new pergola. White roses and jasmine, her favorites, spill from planters. Candles in hurricane glasses line the stone path to where a bottle of champagne waits in an ice bucket that's decidedly not anatomically correct. Alessandro! Her voice is breathless. What is this? Come see. I take her hand, lead her down the path. My heart's hammering so hard I'm sure she can feel it through our joined palms. Do you remember what you said the first time we looked at this house? That the kitchen needed updating. She's trying for humor, but her voice shakes. You said it felt like home. We reached the center of the garden where I've had a small circle of white stones installed, that you could see Sophia playing here, see us hosting Sunday dinners, see our future in these walls. I remember. She's looking at the lights, the flowers anywhere but at me. Alessandro, what's happening? What's been happening for 7 years? I turn her to face me, hands framing her face. I fell in love with you the day you made opposing counsel cry in the Mitchell case. Fell harder when you destroyed my argument with a precedent I'd never considered. Lost my mind completely when you kissed me in that conference room and showed me what I'd been missing. Alessandro, let me finish. My thumb traces her cheekbone. 5 years ago, you gave me Sophia. Gave me purpose I didn't know I needed. And even when we were apart, even when I didn't know she existed, something kept pulling me back to you. Like gravity, like magnetism, like fate, if you believe in that sort of thing. I'm starting to. Her eyes are bright with unshed tears. 3 months ago, you let me into your life fully. Let me wake up with you. Argue about coffee preferences. Be Sophia's dad in all the ways that matter. I drop to one knee, pull out the ring box. Now I'm asking you to let me be your husband. To let me love you publicly, privately, legally, forever. Marry me, Zuri. Not because we should, not because it's practical, but because I can't imagine any version of my life that doesn't have you at the center of it. Oh my God. She presses her hand to her mouth. Is that a real diamond? Because it's the size of... You're critiquing the ring right now? I laugh despite my nerves. Very on brand. I'm not critiquing. I'm processing. It's gorgeous and you're on your knee and there are lights and I can't... She takes a shuddering breath. Yes. Yes. Yes, you impossible man. Yes to marriage and fighting about coffee and raising Sophia and probably having more babies because she wants siblings and... I'm on my feet, kissing her before she can catalog more future plans. She tastes like wine and promise and forever. Say yes! The shout comes from above. We break apart to see Sophia hanging out her bedroom window, my entire family crowded behind her. Did you say yes, Mommy? I said yes, baby. The cheer that goes up probably alerts the entire neighborhood. Champagne appears from somewhere, my father, already prepared, and suddenly the backyard fills with our loved ones. Let me see the ring! My mother grabs Zuri's hand. Oh, Alessandro, Nonna's diamond! She would be so happy! It's perfect, Zuri says, watching the stone catch the fairy lights. Excessive, but perfect. Like your man, Keisha adds, hugging us both. Took you long enough? 7 years is practically speedy in lawyer time, I defend. The celebration continues around us, but I can't stop watching Zuri. She's glowing, showing off the ring, accepting congratulations, but her eyes keep finding mine. When Sophia crashes into our legs, demanding to be part of every hug, Zuri lifts her up and the three of us stand there, finally complete. Best surprise ever, Sophia declares. Can I be in the wedding? Can I wear a purple dress? Can we get the dog now? Yes, yes, and we'll discuss it, Zuri laughs. Hours later, after the guests have gone and Sophia has been collected by Zuri's mother for a special grandma sleepover, we're alone in our house, our home, soon to be our married home. I can't believe you did all this. Zuri's in the kitchen, still wearing the ring, staring at it like it might disappear. The lights, the flowers, the whole production. You deserved a production. I cage her against the counter. You deserve everything. I have everything. She reaches up, loosens my tie. I have you, Sophia. This house. A career I love. Families that have merged into beautiful chaos. What more could I want? How about a wedding night? I nip at her throat. Practice run? We've been practicing for years, but she's already working on my shirt buttons, though I suppose we could use a refresher. I lift her onto the counter, step between her thighs. I love you, future Mrs. Ricci.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Later, tangled in sheets that definitely need washing, she traces patterns on my chest. We're really doing this. Getting married. Having second thoughts? Never. She props up on an elbow, ring catching the moonlight. Just thinking how far we've come. From opposing counsel to co-parents to this. This was always inevitable. I pull her closer. Just took us a while to stop fighting it. Speaking of fighting, she grins wickedly. We never did make it to that fancy couch. Insatiable. But I'm already hardening again. Only for my fiancé. She straddles me, sinks down with a satisfied sigh. Think we can traumatize any more furniture before dawn? Let's find out. We do. The couch is thoroughly defiled by morning, along with the shower and, memorably, my new home office desk. By the time the sun rises, we're exhausted, sated, and stupidly happy. Sophia will be home soon, Zuri murmurs against my chest. We should shower. Separately, or we'll never get clean. 5 more minutes. That's what you said 5 minutes ago. And I'll say it 5 minutes from now. I kiss her forehead. Let me enjoy my fiancé before our daughter comes home with 17 new wedding ideas. She's already decided on purple everything. Of course she has. I stretch, pleasantly sore in all the right places. Think she'll let us have any input? Doubtful. We created a tiny dictator. She sits up, glorious in the morning light, but a cute one. The cutest. I watch her head for the bathroom, admiring the view. Hey, Zuri? Yeah. Thank you for saying yes, for this life, for everything. She pauses in the doorway, smiles the soft smile that's just for me. Thank you for asking, for waiting, for never giving up on us. Never will, I promise. I know. She disappears into the bathroom and I hear the shower start. I lie there for a moment, listening to her hum off-key, looking at the clothes scattered across our bedroom floor, feeling the pleasant ache of a night well spent. In an hour, Sophia will burst through the door with wedding demands and dog negotiations. My family will probably show up for Sunday dinner despite it being Saturday. Zuri will pretend to be annoyed but secretly love the chaos. But right now it's just us in our home, engaged and happy, and finally where we were always meant to be. Together.
Chapter 25. Zuri. 6 months. That's how long it took to plan the perfect wedding, though perfect is relative when you're merging Italian and African American families who both have strong opinions about everything from flowers to food. But now, standing at my bedroom window watching our backyard transform into a garden paradise, I know every argument about centerpieces was worth it. Mommy, you look like a princess. Sophia bursts in, already in her purple flower girl dress, basket of petals clutched in her hands. The prettiest princess ever. Thank you, baby. I turn from the window, my dress rustling with the movement. It's ivory silk with delicate beading, elegant but not fussy, with a train just long enough to make an impact without tripping me. Let me see my girls. My mother enters, camera in hand, already tearing up. Oh, Zuri, you're absolutely radiant. Don't cry yet, I warn, but I'm blinking back tears too. Save it for the ceremony. Too late. She dabs at her eyes carefully. My baby's getting married. To a man who loves her right. I'm allowed to cry. Through the window, I see guests taking their seats in the garden. Clara's directing traffic with military precision, while Marco makes sure everyone has champagne. The altar Alessandro built with his father stands under an arch of white roses and jasmine, fairy lights twinkling even in daylight. Is Daddy nervous? Sophia asks, pressing her nose to the glass. He kept practicing his words this morning. His vows, I correct, smoothing her curls. And I'm sure he's fine. He threw up, she announces cheerfully. But Uncle Michael said that's normal for grooms. He what? I spin toward Mom. Is he okay? He's fine. Keisha appears in the doorway, stunning in her maid of honor dress. Just nerves. He's been waiting for this day for years, according to his rather emotional bathroom confession to Michael. It's been years, almost 7, I murmur, touching the saint. Christopher pendant I'm wearing under my dress, something old. We really took the long way around. But you got here. Mom adjusts my veil, something borrowed from her own wedding. That's what matters. The music starts, floating up through the open windows. Traditional wedding march mixed with Italian guitar, a compromise that took 3 family meetings to achieve. Ready? Keisha hands me my bouquet, white roses for new beginnings, purple orchids for Sophia. Beyond ready. I take a breath, let it out slowly. Let's go get married. The walk downstairs feels both endless and too quick. Through the French doors I can see everyone gathered. Our families now truly one, colleagues who've watched us battle for years. Sophia's entire preschool class because she insisted. But it's Alessandro I focus on, as the doors open and I step into the garden. He's standing at the altar, in a charcoal suit that fits him perfectly, Michael at his side. When he sees me, his composure cracks completely. His hand goes to his mouth, eyes bright with tears he's not trying to hide. See? Sophia stage whispers to the crowd. I told you Daddy would cry. Laughter ripples through the guests, but Alessandro's eyes never leave mine. By the time I reach him, we're both emotional messes. Hi, I whisper as he takes my hands. Hi yourself. His voice is rough. You look. There aren't words, Zuri. You've destroyed my vocabulary. Save some for the vows, I tease, but I'm crying too. Dearly beloved, Judge Harrison begins. We'd asked her specially, the woman who'd overseen so many of our courtroom battles. We gather today to witness something I've been waiting for since these 2 first appeared in my courtroom years ago, arguing opposite sides with a passion that was clearly about more than legal precedent. Objection, Alessandro murmurs. Speculation. Overruled, I whisper back. She's right. The bride and groom have written their own vows, Judge Harrison continues, which I'm sure will be as compelling as their closing arguments. Alessandro. He pulls out cards, then tosses them aside. I had a whole speech prepared. Legal metaphors, precedents, evidence of my devotion. But looking at you now, I just want to say this. Zuri Davis, you challenged me, infuriated me, and completely ruined my life in the best possible way. You gave me Sophia, gave me purpose, gave me a love I didn't know I was capable of feeling. I promise to spend every day earning the gift of being your husband. I promise to love your ambition as much as your softness, your independence as much as our partnership. I promise to never stop fighting for us, with you beside you. You were my favorite opponent, then my greatest love, and now my forever. I love you beyond reasonable doubt. I'm crying so hard Keisha has to hand me tissues. How am I supposed to follow that? You'll manage, Alessandro says softly. You always do. I take a breath. Find my voice. Alessandro Ricci, you were supposed to be my rival. Instead, you became my partner in every way that matters. You saw through my armor to the woman underneath and somehow decided she was worth waiting for. You gave me courage to stop running, space to be vulnerable, and a love that makes everything else make sense. You're an incredible father, an exasperating opponent, and the only man I want to argue with for the rest of my life. I promise to love all of you, the brilliant lawyer, the devoted father, the man who makes pancakes shaped like dinosaurs. I promise to build our life with intention and joy. You were my unexpected beginning and you'll be my chosen ending. I love you with my whole heart. The rings? Judge Harrison prompts. Sophia steps forward importantly, nearly tripping on her dress in her enthusiasm. I kept them super safe. We exchange rings, his grandfather's band for him, a delicate diamond band for me, hands shaking with emotion. By the power vested in me by the state of New York, and with great personal satisfaction, I pronounce you husband and wife. Judge Harrison grins. You may kiss your bride, counselor. Alessandro cups my face, thumbs wiping away tears. I love you, Mrs. Ricci. Still Davis Ricci, I correct, then pull him down for a kiss that probably scandalizes some relatives and has others cheering. Finally, Sophia shouts, throwing her entire basket of petals at once. Can we eat cake now? The reception passes in a blur of laughter, tears, and terrible speeches. Michael recounts our first case in embarrassing detail. Keisha threatens Alessandro with bodily harm if he hurts me. Clara sobs through a toast about waiting so long for a daughter. My mother shares stories that have me hiding my face in Alessandro's shoulder. No more speeches, I beg, as Sophia takes the microphone. I have words, she announces. Mommy and Daddy, you took forever to get married, but that's okay, because now we're a real family with papers and everything. I love you both to the moon and back and around the stars. Also, I think we should get a dog now. Thank you. Did she just use our wedding to negotiate for a dog? Alessandro asks. She's our daughter, I laugh. Of course she did. We dance as the sun sets, fairy lights creating magic in the garden. First dance to At Last by Etta James, because Alessandro remembered me humming it in Rome. Then with our parents, with Sophia, with everyone who matters. How long until we can escape? Alessandro whispers during a brief moment alone. It's our wedding. I think we're supposed to stay. I've been watching you in this dress for hours. His hand spreads on my lower back. I need to see you out of it. Patience, counselor. But I press closer. Good things come to those who wait. I've waited almost 7 years. My patience is exhausted. Finally, as the party winds down, we make our escape. Sophia's spending the night with my mother. Our bags are packed for tomorrow's honeymoon, and tonight is just ours. Alessandro carries me over the threshold of our bedroom, both of us laughing at the tradition. But laughter fades as he sets me down, the weight of the moment settling over us. We're married, I say, touching his face. We actually did it. Best closing argument I ever made. He turns to kiss my palm. Dance with me? There's no music. Don't need it. He pulls me close, and we sway in our bedroom, still in wedding clothes, no sound but our breathing. I love you, I whisper against his chest. Thank you for not giving up. Never. He tilts my chin up. Now, about this dress. He turns me slowly, fingers finding the buttons that run down my spine. Each one is a whisper of promise, a meditation on patience. The dress pulls at my feet, leaving me in white lace, chosen specifically for this moment. And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at tylawalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to tylawalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Later, much later, we lie tangled in sheets and moonlight, completely sated and deliriously happy. Was it worth the wait? I trace lazy patterns on his chest. Every second, he kisses my forehead, though I'm glad the waiting's over. Me too. I stretch against him, feeling deliciously sore in all the right places. Think we traumatized any furniture? The night's young, Mrs. Davis Ricci. He rolls me beneath him, already hardening against my thigh. Want to find out? With my husband? Always. And we do. Celebrating our union with the passion of people who fought for their happiness and won. Tomorrow we'll fly to Italy for our honeymoon. Next week we'll be back to normal life, court cases and school runs and family dinners. But tonight, we're just Alessandro and Zuri. Finally husband and wife. Finally home. Finally forever. And it's perfect.
Epilogue. Alessandro. 5 years later, I lean against the doorframe of courtroom 3, watching my wife systematically dismantle opposing counsel's argument with the kind of surgical precision that still makes my pulse race after all these years. She's in her element, sharp navy suit, hair in a power bun, gesturing with the gold pen I gave her when we opened our firm. So you're telling this court, Zuri's voice carries perfectly, that your client accidentally transferred $47 million to an offshore account? Accidentally typed in those routing numbers? Accidentally deleted the email trail? The opposing counsel, some fresh-faced kid from Whitman and Associates, actually whimpers. I bite back a smile. I've been on the receiving end of Zuri's cross-examination skills. The kid never stood a chance. Daddy, you're doing the thing again! Sophia doesn't even look up from her homework, sprawled across our conference room table. The hard eyes thing? It's embarrassing. I don't do hard eyes, I protest, joining her at the table. You literally do. She shows me her phone where she's apparently been documenting my expressions. Look, that's you watching Mom destroy that lawyer last week. And that's you when she wore the red dress to the partnership dinner. And that's... When did you take these? I try to grab the phone, but she's too quick. I'm building a case. She grins, looking so much like Zuri it steals my breath. Evidence that my parents are gross. Claire's parents barely talk. You two are always... She makes exaggerated kissing faces. We're not always... Yesterday, kitchen. I just wanted orange juice. She shudders dramatically. Scarred for life. You were supposed to be at soccer practice. Got canceled. Which I texted Mom about, but apparently you were both too busy being gross to check your phones. The door opens and Zuri sweeps in, victory radiating from every pore. Jury's deliberating, but it's a slam dunk. She kisses me, quick but thorough. That baby lawyer actually cried during my closing. Mom! Sophia protests. Lips to yourself in the workplace! This is our workplace, Zuri reminds her, ruffling her hair. We make the rules. Nepotism, Sophia mutters, but she's smiling. Did you really make him cry? Tears of professional inadequacy. Zuri steals my coffee. How's the homework going? Finished. Unlike you two, I'm efficient. Sophia starts packing up. Can we go home? The twins have a game tonight. Already? I check my watch. Marco and Luciano will riot if we're late. They're 5. Everything's a riot to them. But Sophia's already heading for the door. I'll get the car started. Try to keep your hands to yourselves for 5 minutes. She leaves and Zuri collapses into my arms. She's growing up too fast, she murmurs against my chest. Remember when she thought we hung the moon? Now she thinks we're embarrassing. I kiss the top of her head. Just wait until the twins are her age. God help us. 2 of them with your stubbornness. She pulls back, grins. Actually, speaking of the twins, something in her tone makes me study her face. What about them? They could use a sister. She bites her lip, suddenly uncertain. Or another brother. I'm not picky. My heart stops. Zuri, are you... Not yet. But I'm ready if you are. She searches my eyes. I know 3 kids is already chaos, but... I kiss her. Deep and thorough and full of all the yes I can't quite articulate. When we break apart, we're both breathless. Is that a yes? She asks. That's a let's start trying immediately. We have a list to do. Tonight, then. I rest my forehead against hers. After bedtime, we'll work on expanding the firm. The firm? Davis, Ricci, and Associates. I gesture around our office, the one we built together where our names are equal on the door. We're going to need another junior partner in about 25 years. Bold of you to assume this one will want to be a lawyer. She grabs her briefcase. Have you heard her latest career plan? Last week, it was marine biologist. Yesterday, she announced she wants to be a surgeon. Zuri's smile is rueful, specifically a neurosurgeon, because, and I quote, it's harder than what you and Dad do. She's not wrong. I follow her to the elevator, though I notice she still does homework here every day. She likes the free snacks and bossing the paralegals around. We ride down in comfortable silence, hands linked. 5 years of marriage, 3 kids, a thriving practice, and I still get butterflies when she looks at me like that. Stop doing hard eyes, she teases. It's embarrassing. Apparently, it's genetic. Sophia has a whole PowerPoint about it. Of course she does. The elevator opens to the parking garage where our minivan, yes, we became those people, waits with Sophia behind the wheel, doors open, music already blasting. Finally! She slides to the passenger seat as I take the keys. Uncle Michael says the twins are warming up. Also, Nana made cookies, but you can't have any because you were late. We're not late, Zuri protests, buckling in. We're not early. In Sophia time, that's late. She scrolls through her phone. Oh, and Aunt Isabella wants to know if you're pregnant again because you didn't drink wine at Sunday dinner. Your family has no boundaries, Zuri tells me. Our family, I correct, pulling into traffic, and wait until they find out they're right. Find out what's right. Sophia's head snaps up. Oh my God, Mom, are you pregnant? Not yet, Zuri says carefully. But we're thinking about it. Another brother? Sophia groans. I'm already outnumbered. Can't you have a girl this time? We'll put in a request, I promise, catching Zuri's eye in the mirror. The rest of the drive is Sophia listing all the reasons a sister would be better than another brother. But I'm only half listening. I'm thinking about our life, messy and chaotic, and nothing like the carefully controlled existence we'd both planned. At the field, our families have claimed an entire section of bleachers. My parents, Zuri's mother, various siblings, and cousins. The twins spot us and wave enthusiastically from the dugout, matching grins under baseball caps too big for their heads. Daddy! Mommy! Watch me hit! Luciano yells. No! Watch me! Marco counters, and they immediately start shoving each other. Your sons, Zuri sighs. They're your sons when they argue like tiny lawyers. I help her spread the blanket. My sons when they're athletic. Mommy? A small voice pipes up. Lucy's appeared, the twins' best friend and apparent ringleader of their preschool class. Marco says babies come from kissing, but Luciano says they come from hugging, and I said they're both wrong, but they won't listen. Zuri shoots me a look that clearly says, your sons. Babies come from love, she tells Lucy diplomatically. When two people love each other very much. Like you and Mr. Alessandro? Lucy interrupts. Exactly. So you're making another baby? Because you kiss a lot. The entire bleacher section goes quiet. Even the twins pause their warm-up to stare. From the mouths of babes, Michael mutters. I want a granddaughter this time, my mother announces. 3 boys is enough. I want another grandson, Zuri's mother counters. Even out the sides. Huh. How about we watch the game? I suggest loudly. Our sons are about to bat. The next hour is pure chaos. Twins taking turns at bat, usually swinging at everything, occasionally making contact. Sophia cheers louder than anyone, the proud big sister despite her complaints. Our families provide running commentary that has nothing to do with baseball and everything to do with our life choices. Remember when you two couldn't be in the same room without arguing? Isabella asks during the 3rd inning. Now look at you. Disgusting. We still argue, Zuri protests. Just yesterday. About who won more cases this month doesn't count, Gabriella interrupts. That's foreplay for lawyers. Gabby! I protest, covering Sophia's ears. I'm 10, not 2, Sophia says with dignity. I know what foreplay means. You do not, Zuri and I say in unison. It's when you play before the actual game. She gestures to the field where the twins are now doing cartwheels in the outfield. Like warm-ups. Exactly right, I agree quickly. Very smart. I know. She goes back to her phone, probably documenting our panic for future blackmail. The game ends in a tie. They don't keep score at this age, but both teams insist they won. The twins rush over, covered in dirt and pride. Did you see? Marco demands. I hit the ball! I hit it farther, Luciano argues. You both did amazing, Zuri says, kissing their sweaty heads. Who wants ice cream? Me! They shout in unison, then race toward the parking lot. Boys! Wait for... I start, but Sophia's already chasing them. I got them, she calls back. Someone has to be the responsible one. She's going to run a Fortune 500 company one day, Zuri says. Or a small country. I help her fold the blanket. Think we're ready for another one? Look at our life, she laughs. We're barely keeping up with 3. The firm's booming. We haven't slept past 6 in 5 years. So of course we're ready. She takes my hand. We're good at chaos. Later that night, after the twins are bathed and storied and snoring in their bunk beds, after Sophia's finished her light reading, a medical journal she found at the library, after the house finally settles into quiet, Zuri and I retreat to our bedroom. Think we'll ever miss this? She asks, curled against my chest. The noise, the chaos, the constant interruptions. When they're teenagers and too cool for us? Probably. I run my fingers through her hair, loose and soft. But then, we'll have a new baby to keep us busy. Assuming this works. We're not 25 anymore. We're barely 35, prime of our lives. I roll her beneath me. Want to practice? Practice? She grins. I thought we were officially trying now. Even better. I kiss her neck, feel her shiver. Though we should be quiet. Last time we woke Sophia, she threatened to call child services. She was joking. But Zuri's already pulling me down. Mostly. Either way. I lose my train of thought as she does something creative with her hips. God, I love you. Love you too. She frames my face, suddenly serious. Thank you. For this life. For our family. For being exactly who I needed even when I didn't know it. Zuri, I'm hormonal. Shut up and kiss me. I comply, and we make love quietly in our king bed in our Brooklyn brownstone, in the life we built from opposition and attraction, and a love too stubborn to quit. Tomorrow we'll wake to twins arguing, and Sophia managing them, and a full day at the firm we named for both of us equally. But tonight, we're just us. Still competing, who can make the other come first. Still arguing about baby names already. Still choosing each other over and over. Think it worked? Zuri asks later, drowsy and satisfied. If not, we'll keep trying. I pull her closer. I'm very dedicated to this project. Good. Because I have a feeling this one's going to be just as stubborn as the other three. She yawns. Maybe more, if they have to fight for attention. They'll be perfect, I murmur against her hair. Difficult and brilliant and loved. Just like their siblings. Just like their parents, she corrects, already drifting off. I lie awake a while longer, listening to the familiar sounds of our home, a twin coughing. Sophia's music barely audible through her headphones, the brownstone settling around us like a protective embrace. Years ago, I thought Zuri Davis was going to be my greatest rival. Instead, she became my greatest everything. Partner, wife, mother to our children, builder of our life. We still compete, still challenge each other, still occasionally drive each other crazy. But we do it together, in the home we chose, with the family we made, in the love that refused to follow any timeline but its own. And tomorrow, when I watch her demolish another opposing counsel while our daughter does homework, and our twins cause chaos, and maybe our fourth child starts growing, I'll do hard eyes. Because some things, the best things, never change. The end